Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry and Hermione were reborn to defeat Grindelwald. Here is short summary. After betrayal and death in their original timeline, Harry and Hermione awaken as 11-year-olds in a world ruled by Grindelwald. With their memories and powers intact, they must rise again, this time, to stop a darker war before it begins. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. A gasp of surprise made Ron turn around and confront the shocked students that were trying to hide from the Death Eaters. Neville and Ginny, the ones that were leading them to a safe place, took in with an expression of denial the fuming tip of Ron's wand, the crazy grin that he wore on his tear-stained face, and the dead bodies of their friends that formed a macabre picture from one of the worst sort of nightmares. Ron, what did you do? Harry's eyes slid to the wailing baby found in the arms of Hermione Granger, in a disbelieving way, not being able to wrap his mind around the fact that said baby was the Horcrux that resided within him, a part of Voldemort. There was only silence surrounding him in that moment, even the train's eerie whistle not making any sound, the baby's cries being all the louder because of that, catching all of his attention. He couldn't help the flinch he got when the baby's wailing grew stronger. Hypocrite. His mind all but berated him for his line of thought. After all, he should remember all too well the time when he was just like that, crying in a house filled with people that hated and feared him, thought to be evil, a freak, before he even knew the meaning of the words. He couldn't let his prejudice override his common sense. He knew that, in truth, regardless of whatever sins Voldemort had, this unfortunate baby didn't deserve to suffer for them. Hermione glared at the headmaster while gently rocking the baby back and forth, trying to get him to calm down. "You can't kill him, Harry. He's just an innocent even if he is a part of Voldemort," said Hermione with a determination that was rivaling the one she had while fighting for the House Elves. "Don't worry, my own. I didn't plan to. But you must, Harry," said Dumbledore with a small frown. Oddly, the sight reminded Harry of fourth year. Dumbledore had frowned when Harry had told him about Voldemort using Harry's blood to get his body back, right after he smiled. "You planned this from the very beginning, didn't you?" Dumbledore had the grace to look away. "Not from the very beginning." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Maybe not from the night I defeated Voldemort as a baby, but you had 10 years after that to form a plan. And the plan was for me to sacrifice everything for the sake of the world, isn't that right? That's why our DA classes were a joke all these years. You didn't want me to learn how to fight. You wanted me to stand there and die. But it isn't permanent, Harry. Not for you. Maybe. But it is for the people that had died in the war, isn't it? It is for Sirius," Harry said in a small voice, trying to rein his rage. "Do you realize, old man," he said while fixing Dumbledore with a cold glare that made the headmaster flinch, "how many people could have been saved if I had proper training? Harry, everything was for the best, trust me. I understand your pain and it burdens me. Alas, it is a burden that I must bear for the sake of the greater good. You, my dear boy, should just follow my plan and you'll see that everything will work out the way that it should," said Dumbledore with his best grandfatherly look. "For the greater good, right? Exactly." The baby had finally stopped crying. Harry watched as the baby's eyes fluttered shut under the loving embrace of Hermione. She would have been a great mother, but now she wouldn't have the chance. Because of him. Because she died trying to save him from Ron. Ron. No, he couldn't deal with that issue now. It hurt too much to even think about it. "What about Hermione? Can she return with me?" A mournful expression appeared on the headmaster's face. "Yes, Miss Granger. A terrible mistake on the part of your friend. Her brilliance will be a great loss, but I'm afraid that she must move forward now and embark on the new great adventure." Harry felt Hermione stiffen beside him and put his hands on her shoulders to let her know that he wouldn't leave her alone. She was like the sister he never had, always there when he needed her. Even when everybody believed the worst of him, she stayed by his side and supported him. He wasn't about to abandon her now. Not when he knew the betrayal they just suffered hit her even worse than it hit him. "I know this must be very hard for you, my boy, but, like I said, there comes a time when we must choose between what is easy and what is right." The headmaster trailed off, seeing a glowing light envelop his former students. Said students were as surprised as him while they watched the bundle resting in the arms of Hermione emanating a warm light and evaporating at the same time. Harry suddenly knew what he could do so that he and Hermione both had a chance for a new life. He didn't know where he got the knowledge from, and to be frank, he didn't give a damn. He watched the man he once considered a grandfather with growing sadness. He knew Dumbledore wasn't evil, that he truly believed that what he was doing was for the sake of the world, but that didn't change the fact that his methods made him no better than Voldemort in Harry's eyes. "And I choose, Professor," said Harry as a mean of goodbye while he took the hands of a bewildered Hermione in his own, "to do what is right. And while it will be easy to abandon my friend and return to the living world alone, I will do what is right and try to give both of us a chance to a new life." "You will abandon the wizarding world to Voldemort? Have you already forgotten the prophecy?" asked Dumbledore with a sharp tone, his frown growing darker with each passing second. "The prophecy is null and void now, Professor. Or have you forgotten that I'm already dead? Without Horcruxes, Voldemort is mortal and can be easily killed by anybody. It's not my obligation to return only so I can become a murderer for the sake of your greater good." "Harry?" asked Hermione with incertitude. But Harry didn't answer, only giving her a warm smile. He closed his eyes and enveloped her in an embrace. With Dumbledore's shouts ringing in his ears, both of them fell through time and space. Harry awoke with a start. He was lying on a small bed, covered by a poor excuse for a blanket, trying to put the pieces of his mind together. There was a single moment of blissful ignorance in which he knew nothing, and then there was pain. With a hissing breath he gritted his teeth, trying to keep silent as wave after wave of memories assaulted his mind. Memories of his life as Harry Potter. And memories of his life as Hadrian Fowl. The pain grew stronger and stronger as information was poured into his brain with the gentleness of a Cruciatus curse. Suddenly it stopped and Harry was left with a pounding headache and two sets of memories to sort out. Which, thanks to the connection he had had with Voldemort and what said connection entailed, wasn't such a hard thing for him to do. So, the spell has worked and he was not dead, as he should be, but alive in an alternate universe. Nothing out of the ordinary in the life of Harry Potter. Just a normal day. Sure, he had done the impossible, again he might add, but that was normal in his abnormal life. He could work with that. Anyway, it seemed that his counterpart in this universe was Hadrian Fowl, an 11-year-old orphan and a Muggle-born wizard. Harry realized as flashes of the accidental magic performed by Hadrian, he forced himself to remember, appeared in his head. He didn't really understand the effects of the spell, heck he didn't even remember the spell itself, but he knew that it was supposed to blend his and his counterpart's soul together until they become a single entity, and that, while the caster personality, in this case his own, would be dominant, all the knowledge, experiences and even some of the feelings the counterpart might have towards certain things or persons were mixed with his own. He also knew that he looked different now, that he had taken on the appearance of Hadrian, only retaining the most unique characteristics of his old body. He wished he had a mirror. He wondered how Hermione was coping with everything. He had a feeling that she was okay and that he would see her soon. He couldn't explain the feeling, but he just couldn't bring himself to worry. Although, when he does see her again, he was sure she would kick his ass for leaving her stranded in another world without a word of explanation. But Hermione was a smart girl, so she would figure everything out in no time, he hoped, for his sake. As he drifted to sleep, letting his subconscious finalize the last steps of the merging, Harry idly wondered who Hermione's counterpart was. Dumbledore knocked on the mahogany door of his Dada professor with his eyes twinkling more brightly than ever. "Come in," a male voice silkily drawled from inside the room, and Dumbledore entered the dim-lit office, shutting the door quietly behind him. "Albus," the man greeted, lifting his eyes from a piece of parchment. "How can I help you?" "I'm sorry to disturb you when you were busy, Tom," started Dumbledore, eyeing the large stack of files and papers on the man's desk, "but I have important news involving Grindelwald." "Nonsense, Albus. You know that you are always welcome in my office," responded the professor, inviting, with an elegant wave of his hand, the headmaster to take a seat across from his desk. Although there was a hint of mockery in his tone, Dumbledore took no notice, seeming very excited by the news he had. "Now," he continued as Dumbledore made himself comfortable in the armchair, "what news do you bring? I suppose it's good to make you so happy." "Ah, Tom, you know me so well." "It is, actually. You see, I was interviewing Miss Cassandra Vablatsky, a charming lady, if a bit eccentric, he commented, at which Tom shot him an, as if you can talk, look which Dumbledore skillfully ignored, for the post of divination that was recently left open. In the middle of the interview, however, she made a prophecy that made quite an impression concerning, not only this war, but the fate of the wizarding world at large. A prophecy, Albus? Asked Tom in a disinterested tone of voice, but the focused eyes that now pierced Dumbledore betrayed his interest. The tides of fate have changed their course. The child of destiny, that death itself defied, will come, and savior he will be. Equal as to the Serpent's King, as he'll be the one to cast. The spell that will mark him with Zeus' sign, the child will come at last. Friends and foes alike will listen to his lead, together for a better future they'll fight. Sealing the ancient gap, he'll become a bridge between dark and light. Only he can heal the dying magic and free what once was bound. The magic itself will perish if he won't found the 4 brave warriors of both dark and light, that using intelligence and cunning, loyally side by side with him they'll fight. Leader to them he must become, and forge a deep friendship bond. The magic itself will perish if they won't be found. Dumbledore recited, the twinkle in his eyes growing more intense with each verse, although it dimmed slightly at the end of the prophecy. How intriguing, said Tom after a few moments of silence in which he took in the context. Prophecy. Equal as to the Serpent's King. Isn't it? I also thought that, Dumbledore said in a way too cheery manner which made Tom want to sneer at the old fool. Too bad that he had to play the part of his friend and ally for now, but soon, letting go of that trail of thought before he was tempted to do something foolish, Tom gave a nod to Dumbledore. I'll think of all the possible meanings of the prophecy, and I'll let you know of what I come across. Now, there was something else I can help you with? He asked, wanting to be left alone to ponder the new piece of information he just received. Actually, too bad that the headmaster had other plans in mind. Freak, one of the older boys sneered, kicking him hard in the ribs one more time before leaving with the other goons, apparently getting bored of the impassive reactions that Hadrian gave. Harry didn't cry. It wasn't as if his life here was much worse than what he experienced at the Dursleys. It merely was as if Harry's hunting sessions happened more often. As in several times a day. Well, at least he got food. He winced, struggling to sit up. He felt dizzy and was painfully aware of all the children watching him from afar, not even one of them bothering to at least offer a word of compassion. Cowards, he thought hatefully, fury burning brightly in his chest. He now knew how Voldemort must have felt living in this kind of environment. No wonder he grew up to be a twisted Dark Lord. He wondered if he should use magic to teach those bullies how it felt to feel helpless. No, bad thoughts, Harry, bad thoughts. Still, no matter how much he refused to acknowledge those thoughts, he had to admit that the temptation grew stronger with each passing minute. He absolutely despised bullies, and he loathed those who turned a blind eye to their actions even more. He stalked through the orphanage, wanting to reach his room as fast as he could, to reach his little sanctuary in this hell. It was the only benefit he got for being a freak. Nobody wanted to room with him, so he was the only one in the whole orphanage that got his own private room. Sure, it was gloomy and the roof gave the impression that it would come crashing down any moment, but, after spending 10 years in a cupboard, he couldn't complain. Are you all right, Hadrian? Asked one of the caretakers as he passed through the halls, in fake concern. Harry didn't bother to answer as he continued on his way. He knew well enough that the question was a mere formality, that in fact they didn't give a damn about his well-being. He couldn't help but think that in one of his previous lives he must have done some kind of heinous crime to be punished with a loveless childhood as both Harry Potter and Hadrian Fowl. Someone out there must be getting a real kick from watching him suffer. Entering his room, Harry headed straight to his bed, where he collapsed in relief. The thin mattress groaned as it collided with the rusty springs, but he didn't care. He reached with his left hand under his pillow and took out the only joy he had in the 3 days since he started his life as Hadrian Fowl. His Hogwarts letter. He traced the green letters with his finger, letting his mind fly to the only place that he considered home. That is until he reached the signature, "Yours sincerely, Tom M. Riddle, Deputy Headmaster." Then he scowled. Logically, he knew that being in another universe meant that the people he would meet here could be completely different from those he knew from his universe. but he just couldn't imagine himself and the would-be Voldemort staying in the same room and not trying to kill each other. It just didn't work like that. He sighed. Just how different would the magical world be from the one he remembered? Hadrian? Startled by the sudden interruption of his thoughts, Harry tried to hide the letter out of sight as he turned towards the doorway, his face carefully composed in a blank mask. He was met with the sight of one of the caretakers, Ms. Winter, who stood beside an attractive young man with midnight blue dark hair and piercing eyes that were of the most vivid, deep and dark crimson. And then he felt it. The darkest, blackest magic he had ever felt, insidious, almost as if it ghosted over him, caressing his skin. He drew in a shaking breath. It could only be. Harry felt the need to twitch. Professor Riddle is here to see you. No, really? Harry thought sarcastically as he felt his mind going into overdrive, although he managed to maintain his composure on the outside, only straightening up from his lounge position to regard them better. Mr. Fowl, it is a pleasure to meet you, Riddle all but purred in a smooth and cultured voice as he stalked in the room with the grace of a panther. I assume you received your Hogwarts letter? Yes, Professor, he whispered respectfully. It wouldn't do any good to antagonize the man responsible with his grades and well-being in class. After all, 7 years is a long time and he didn't need another Snape on his hands. He stiffened slightly as Riddle narrowed his eyes studying him, a smirk tugging at his lips. Harry struggled to remain expressionless under the intense scrutiny and allow Riddle the time to assess him. I am here to assist you with your shopping, Mr. Fowl, the man finally said, so get dressed and ready to accompany me in, let's say, 10 minutes, Riddle continued after another look at the lithe form of Hadrian Fowl. The boy had a petite body and black hair that was crimped in natural waves while a few unruly strands had a curl to them. The face was purely aristocratic. A trait only pure bloods seemed to share, although his documents attested to his Muggle heritage. The high cheekbones, the slightly hollowed cheeks, and the thin neck all pointed aristocratic. Yet, the boy was acclaimed mudblood. But those eyes, they glowed with emerald fire, blazing to life, burning with such a nice shade of green, the Avada Kedavra green. Riddle couldn't help but be suspicious of the boy's parentage. Shopping? The boy inquired naively. But I don't have any money, Harry said, disappointment coloring his voice. There is a fund Hogwarts takes out for orphan students, Mr. Fowl. The professor responded to his silent question. Now, after you're ready, meet me at the entrance. I'll be waiting for you, Riddle continued, heading towards the doorway. Understood, Professor, Harry said, watching the departing form of his former nemesis. As he was preparing for a shopping day with the, could-be, Dark Lord, Harry couldn't help but wonder why all these things happened only to him. Hadrian scowled as a much younger Madame Malkin than the one he remembered fitted his clothes. He cringed as yet another needle pricked his skin, causing him to shift and be reprimanded by Miss Malkin for not standing still for a change. Inwardly, he cursed the cause of his misfortune, aka Tom Riddle, that, after ordering Miss Malkin to make him 3 robes that should be black, with clean, crisp lines and no stripes or patterns, fitting, but not clingy, seeing that he's small and skinny as it is and it wouldn't do to make him look anorexic, abandoned him to the mercy of the seamstress and left to buy the other school-related items that Hadrian would need, in the meantime. He scowled some more, feeling his legs going numb for standing so long on the footstool, while his mind was going overdrive from all the information he received. He had to admit that the day with Riddle wasn't as dreadful as he imagined it to be, though it was a close call. After Riddle apparated them to the courtyard behind the leaky cauldron, which was just as grubby-looking as the one from his memory, they entered Diagon Alley and Hadrian couldn't help but gasp, the alley not looking any less impressive despite the fact that he had already seen it many times before. The narrow streets were crowded, as they always were at the beginning of a new term at Hogwarts, full of parents and children that were walking up and down the sidewalks in a hurry. The wizards and witches were all draped in different colored robes, some even having moving patterns on them, such as stars and moons. Seeing them, Hadrian couldn't help but think of Dumbledore. Who would have thought that those awful robes that he wore were actually fashionable at some point in time? He closely studied the stores, trying to pinpoint the differences between what he saw and what he remembered. Hadrian recognized some of the stores, such as Elop's Owl Emporium or Cauldrons, all sizes, but others, such as a Master's Apothecary, one of the biggest stores he had seen so far, that displayed bottles of various sizes and colors at the window labeled as bat spleen, eel's eyes, and other equally strange concoctions, were lost on him, not having existed in his time, although there were stores that sold similar products. Hadrian followed Riddle towards Gringotts Bank, playing the role of a muggle-raised child and firing question after question about the wizarding world, to which, surprisingly, Riddle gave patient and ample answers, even though he used a slightly patronizing tone. Hadrian was ashamed to admit it, but he learned more about the wizarding world culture in 5 minutes listening to Riddle than in the whole 7 years he had lived in it. Grudgingly, he was obligated to say that, though there was a big chance that Riddle wasn't all what he tried to appear, he was a good teacher that deserved his respect. They finally reached a large, white, marble building that stood proud in the center of the alley, which Hadrian recognized as Gringotts. They climbed the few steps to the burnished bronze doors that were flanked, on each side, by creatures in matching color and gold uniforms with swarthy, clever faces and long fingers and feet. Goblins, Hadrian thought in glee, as the guards gave a small bow towards him and Riddle as they walked inside, and, to their surprise, Hadrian returned the gesture with a nod. They entered a small entrance and continued to the next set of doors, that were silver and engraved with the now familiar warning. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Hadrian could only agree with the warning as he reminisced about the dangers he faced while stealing the Hufflepuff's cup. One really didn't want to get on the bad side of the goblins, Hadrian thought, suppressing a shiver as he politely nodded to the bowing goblins that were guarding the door, before following Riddle into a vast marble hall that was crowded with counters. Behind each counter sat more goblins that wore nasty expressions, but Hadrian figured that he'd be just as moody as them if he had to spend all day around people that usually didn't have the tiniest bit of common sense, wore robes that could cause irreversible damage, more sensible eyes, and also had an ego so big that, were it solid, would block out the sun and start a new ice age. Making their way into the building, Riddle approached a counter with an available goblin. Yes? The goblin asked rudely. Riddle gave the goblin a contemptuous look before answering in a formal tone. I am here to extract 100 galleons from the Hogwarts scholarship vault in the name of Hadrian Fowl, by the authority given to me as a deputy headmaster. The goblin peered down at Hadrian and, with a slight widening of his eyes, that Hadrian was sure only he saw, nodded stiffly, calling for a goblin called Gornook. Gornook led them into a small office where they were told to take a seat and wait till he brought them the money. Hadrian was surprised until Riddle explained that, with the exception of a goblin, nobody could enter the Hogwarts scholarship vault. The law was given several centuries ago when one of the former headmasters entered the vault with the excuse of taking out money for a Muggle-born student, only to disappear afterwards with the stolen gold and never be seen again. Hadrian was pretty suspicious about the circumstances of the disappearance. Nobody crossed a goblin and got away with it. Well, except for him, but he didn't count. Gornook returned soon enough and gave Riddle a pouch of gold. As they prepared to leave, Hadrian turned towards the goblin and, in an instinctual manner that was integrated in his system by the time spent with Griphook, he bowed and said, "May prosperity shroud you like a cloak." If the goblin was surprised by the proper custom, he didn't show it as he also bowed, a little lower than before, and replied, "And may your cloak pockets always be full of gold," as he regained his upright position. Hadrian turned around and was faced with the raised eyebrow of one Tom Riddle. I saw someone doing this when we come in and I thought it was the right thing to do," Hadrian said lamely. How could he forget himself at a time like this, he all but shrieked in the confinement of his mind. "My, aren't you the observant one?" Riddle drawled silkily, eyes glistening ominously. Hadrian only shrugged nervously. "Well then," Riddle continued, with a glint of dark amusement in his voice, "if you are finished, shall we go to our next stop?" "Yes, sir," Hadrian responded a little too cheerfully. So, where are we going next?" "Why, Mr. Fowl, that should be obvious. We are going to buy something that will make a complete wizard out of you." "Sir, a wand, Mr. Fowl, a wand. Only the most important possession for a wizard to have, second only to your life and magic." "Wand, yes. How could I forget?" was the muttered answer Hadrian gave, a feeling of dread overwhelming him. What if he received the twin wand of Riddle? What would happen then? But maybe he wouldn't get that wand. Maybe another wand would choose him now, seeing that he was, after all, a new person. It was a possibility. Oh, for God's sake, who did he think he was kidding? He was doomed already. So caught up in his thoughts Hadrian was, he didn't even notice when he followed Riddle inside a rusty shop, through a shabby door that had written over it, in golden letters, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. He was startled from his reverie by the sound of a tinkling bell that rang somewhere in the depths of the shop, announcing their arrival. "Ah, Mr. Riddle, good afternoon," greeted the eerie voice of Ollivander, a man that seemed to be in his late 50s with liquid-looking, silver eyes. "You, 13.5 inches and a phoenix feather core, wasn't it?" "Indeed, it was," replied Riddle politely, his voice containing a hint of respect for the man in front of him. "A powerful wand indeed, one of my masterpieces actually. I hope it serves you well," continued Ollivander with a faraway look in his eyes. "It does. It's nice seeing again, Mr. Ollivander," said Riddle with a small smile, bowing his head a little. "Yes, it's been a while since we last saw each other, hasn't it?" the man replied, shaking his head a little, as if trying to get rid of some unseen visions, before turning towards Hadrian. "Well, hello there, young man. You seem familiar, but I can't seem to remember your parents," Ollivander said after staring intently at Hadrian as if he tried to see his very soul. "You wouldn't know them, sir. I'm Muggleborn. My name is Hadrian Fowl. A pleasure meeting you," Hadrian replied softly, as if he was afraid of ruining the somewhat solemn atmosphere of the shop by speaking too loudly. "Muggleborn? You seem so familiar though," the man murmured, taking in once again the appearance of the boy standing in front of him. He was a stunning child, no doubt about that, considering the stirring, natural beauty he possessed. A lithe body and ivory skin that was complemented by pure black hair that always seemed to drift down across his emerald eyes. Not to mention the graceful way he carried himself subconsciously, to which he seemed to be oblivious. All added to the feeling of familiarity he felt emanating from the boy that he couldn't put his finger on. How curious. "Well, now, Mr. Fowl, I believe you came here looking for a wand. Which is your wand arm?" Ollivander asked, deciding to drop the matter for now. "My right one, sir," Hadrian responded, and so began the epic search for a wand. It was an epic feat as 2 hours and 3 minutes later, after hundreds of wands waving on Hadrian's part, they were still at a loss about finding his match. "How strange," said Ollivander, snatching yet another wand from Hadrian's hands. "You are the trickiest customer I have ever met," he commented, although it was clear that he became more cheerful as the pile of rejected wands grew bigger. Hadrian was, on one hand, happy that his match wasn't Riddle's brother wand, which he already tried, and on the other he wondered if it was worth all the trouble. He never understood the phrase, "be careful what you wish for," better than he did while flexing his numb fingers. "I wonder," Ollivander suddenly murmured, pausing on his way to the shelves that contained the wands. He fixed Hadrian with a piercing stare as if he tried to grasp his worth. After a few seconds in which he intently studied the young boy, Ollivander seemed to find what he was looking for because he nodded to himself and, with a determined face, marched towards the window that contained, laid on a purple cushion, a single old-looking wand. With trembling fingers he gently lifted the dusty wand and, with a wave of his hand, polished it. The wand was simple-looking. Still, seeing it up close, Hadrian couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He knew even before Ollivander put it in his hand and before he brought it swishing down through the air, that wand was his match. He could feel it calling to him. A surge of swirling magic erupted from the wand as he finished the swish, enveloping him in a rush of circling colors that combined above his head, forming the silhouette of an unknown mythical bird that gave a long trill before it erupted in silvery particles that slowly vanished. Completely awed by what he just experienced, Hadrian lifted his eyes from the wand in his hands and, accidentally, locked gazes with Riddle. He almost staggered back at the intensity burning in those crimson eyes. Hadrian couldn't recognize the emotion swimming in the depths of the ruby eyes, but the jolt it sent through his entire being was making him confused and, dare he say, excited at the prospect of the unknown promises hidden within. Hadrian interrupted the visual contact with Riddle, though he could feel the man's eyes burning holes in his back, deciding to give his attention to Ollivander, who muttered, "Unbelievable," and "I can't believe it," over and over under his breath. Knowing that he would definitely regret asking and cursing his curious nature, Hadrian couldn't help but voice the question. "Excuse me, sir, but what exactly is so unbelievable?" Ollivander fixed Hadrian with his piercing stare. "You must understand, Mr. Fowl, that the wand who has chosen you isn't one of my making. It is one of the most ancient wands known to the humankind. Even I do not know its origins or the materials from which it was created, and it has been in my family for generations, since the first Ollivander wandlore that existed, actually. What do I know though, is that we must expect great things from you, Mr. Fowl. Great things indeed, though of the good or the bad kind, will be left for you to decide." Hadrian couldn't suppress a shiver as he listened to Ollivander's speech, remembering receiving a similar one and how true it had turned out to be. After they paid the necessary galleons, Hadrian almost bolted out the shop. He ignored the calculating stares that Riddle was leveling at him as they headed towards Malkin's robes for all occasions. The shop looked like it had just opened, and didn't seem to be even half as popular as he remembered. Miss Malkin, a young girl that appeared to be just out of the school benches, was overjoyed at the prospect of a client and immediately started to present them various creations of her making. After Riddle left, Hadrian became a child-sized doll for the overly excited seamstress and forced to try different clothes that Miss Malkin thought would look good on him. He tried to protest, saying that he didn't have the money to buy them, but he'd have been just as successful talking to a wall, as Miss Malkin waved his protest aside, saying that they'd figure something out when it was time. Resigned to his fate, Hadrian decided to comply with Miss Malkin's request until the return of Riddle, seeing that he didn't really have a choice anyway. That was more than an hour ago. Now, a beyond irritated Hadrian was feeling as though he could scream, to vent his frustration, when a different kind of scream was heard outside of the shop. One that sent jolts of terror down his spine. Jumping down from the stool, Hadrian cautiously approached the window, trying to better see what was happening outside. Miss Malkin, who followed him as her curiosity got the better of her, let out a fearful gasp at the sight that greeted their eyes. More than 20 men with masks were firing curse after curse at the passers-by, the more frequent used being an AK. It was obvious that they didn't have other purpose in mind beyond killing and that they didn't differentiate between man, woman or child. Hadrian felt sick. "Grindelwald's men," was the broken whisper from Miss Malkin, as her face drained of all color. Hadrian, on the other hand, didn't have a clue about what was going on. Sure, he recognized the name Grindelwald, who wouldn't, but wasn't he defeated by Dumbledore in 1945? But it was 1962 now, but in another universe, Brainiac, his mind sarcastically supplied. As he was torn with indecision about what he should do, Hadrian watched as Riddle joined the battle, starting to fire spells at the attackers, and he wasn't too above using their own weapons against them as AK after AK was fired from his wand. His dueling skills were painfully obvious, for the ones found at the other end of his wand at least, and more than a class above his opponents, as he gracefully dodged and attacked, seeming to perform a deadly dance of sorts. Using the fact that the attacker's attention was diverted from them, the parents tried to get their children to shelter, ignoring the painful throb their hearts gave at seeing the soulless bodies of their dear ones. They'll have time to mourn later. Now, though, they had to assure that no more would join them in death. Watching the ongoing fight, Hadrian saw something that made his heart stop. A girl, no older than 4 or 5 years old, with white blonde curls, was right in the middle of the battle, crying her eyes out in front of a fallen body, and nobody was doing anything to get her out of there. Hadrian didn't have to think twice before he ran out the door. He ignored the desperate shouts of Miss Malkin that demanded his return and continued going towards the girl. He knew that, considering her position, it was just a matter of time before she was hit by a curse. He ducked and dodged through the curse exchange with an agility obtained in the fights against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. He was almost there, when one of the masked men dodged a curse that was fired at him, and the spell was now headed straight at the girl. Tear-filled blue eyes stared at Hadrian, and he didn't hesitate. With a speed that he didn't know he possessed, Hadrian dived and pushed the girl from in front of the curse. As green filled his vision, the last thing he knew was the unmistakable crack of apparition. Upon waking up, Hermione felt odd, she cracked her eyes open, taking in the surroundings, only to find herself in a very comfortable bed. She vaguely recognized the place as Sirius' room from 12 Grimald Place, though it seemed to have suffered a major renovation. Gone were the spider webs and dust that used to adorn the furniture, even those awful posters being taken off the walls. Honestly, what Sirius was thinking when he put those up Hermione couldn't even begin to imagine, and what was left was a magnificent room restored to its former grandeur. Still, there was a feeling of wrongness nagging at her in the back of her mind and, dragging a hand through her silky hair, she tried to clear her sluggish thoughts. Wait a minute, silky hair? Her hair and silky were never used in the same proposition, especially after she just woke up. As the haziness of her mind started to lift, she noticed other strange things. Looking at her body that was clothed in black silk pajamas, she observed that it was much smaller than she remembered it to be and that there was a certain lacking in the area of her chest. Now, don't get her wrong, she wasn't by any chance a vain girl, but, last time she checked, there was at least something there. As dread filled her, she shifted slightly, the movement making her conscious of another part of her body. One that shouldn't exist. Gulping, she approached with shaky fingers, and an expression of horror firmly placed on her face, the waistband of her sweatpants, and lifted it. For a moment, time itself seemed to have stopped. Sweet Merlin, I'm a freaking boy. Hermione shrieked in her mind, trying her best to calm down and not scream out loud too. That was when it happened. A rush of memories suddenly came over her and she was overwhelmed with an excruciating kind of pain. Hermione buried her head into a pillow to muffle the pained cries she gave as she was forced to relive her life and that of Sirius Black. Though it was over in less than a minute, for her it felt like an eternity and, without consent, her eyes started to close on their own, exhausted. Hermione struggled to keep them open though and, wary of sudden movements as her head felt like it could explode any moment now, she got out of bed. She was more than confused about what had just happened and had to figure out soon what was going on and why, exactly, was she stuck in a boy's body. She most certainly hoped that it wasn't a permanent state or one Harry Potter was going to suffer a very painful death at her hands, as she was certain it was, somehow, his fault that she ended up like this. Well, at least it wasn't as bad as being polyjuiced into a cat, she thought, warily trying to see the bright side of things, though it wasn't exactly working. Refusing to let her thoughts stray off track with wild theories, she exited the room as quietly as she could, trying to not wake anybody in the process, and headed towards the place that never disappointed in offering answers to the questions she had, the library. Reaching her destination, she headed straight to the section that contained books about time travel, dimension travel and other similar subjects, a section that she had totally ignored before as it contained only theories and she was too busy trying to research the Horcruxes to read anything else, but in which, considering the little information she had, she knew she was most likely to find her answer. You better be safe wherever you are, Harry, was her last thought before she immersed herself in full research mode, determined to solve the mystery before the other occupants of the house were up. Regaining consciousness on a hospital bed was such a common occurrence in his life that Hadrian didn't even bat an eyelash upon finding himself in such a state. He almost half expected to see Madame Pomfrey bustling through the doors to start berating him for getting injured once again. What he did not expected though was that, upon waking up, he'll be confronted with the glaring eyes of an angry Tom Riddle. You should be dead, were the first words the arrogant bastard said once he noticed that Hadrian was awake. Well, sorry to disappoint then, Hadrian deadpanned. It wasn't as if he had planned to get himself in mortal danger. Again. Who were the guys that attacked and why there was an attack in the first place? He asked, trying to get as much information as possible about the current state of the wizarding world. He reckoned it was a stupid thing that he didn't do this in the beginning, now that he thought about it. Considering the world from which he came, he should have known it never hurt to be prepared for every possible situation, constant vigilance and all that. They were, supposedly, Grindelwald's men, the Reapers, responded Riddle with a dark frown on his handsome face. And before you ask, Mr. Fowl, Grindelwald is a powerful wizard that become a Dark Lord who fights in hopes of conquering the world and establishing wizard supremacy over muggles. His ideal society is one ruled by purity of the blood, as I have already explained what it entails, with purebloods at the top, followed by half-bloods, muggleborns and muggles as servants. As there are certain factions that oppose his ideas for different reasons, the conflict has evolved into an all-out war that you, Mr. Fowl, are now part of. Hadrian sighed. So let me get this straight. There is a war going on around here and you didn't think it was important enough to let me know about it. People died there, Professor, and, for all I know, I could have died too. I'm sorry if I thought that the more delicate problems of the wizarding world should be saved for the last. How could I not see that telling about the ongoing war was the way to endear the wizarding world to you? I'm sure that once you found out you would have been really excited about joining it, Riddle replied dryly, sarcasm dripping off his words. Now, if you have finished your interrogation, I have a question myself. What, in the name of Slytherin, possessed you into leaving Miss Malkin's shop, where I had specifically ordered you to wait my return, and run into the middle of the battle? Asked Riddle with a deadly undertone in his voice. And what did you expect me to do? Hide like a coward and let a little girl die? Asked Hadrian irritated. She was just a child. Ah, you mean one like yourself? Retorted Riddle, causing Hadrian to scowl. But I suppose you thought it was possible for you, a boy that hasn't even learned to cast his first spell, to take on trained wizards and play the hero, Alas, it seems your wish came true, continued Riddle, voice now laced with a hint of amusement as he threw a newspaper towards Hadrian. Not knowing what Riddle meant, Hadrian caught the newspaper easily with Quidditch-honed reflexes and opened it, only to gape once he read the title. Hadrian Fowl, the wizard's hero. I was saved by an angel, Malfoy. By Leona Skeeter. In these dangerous times the meaning of hero has become lost to the wizarding world, or so it was thought until yesterday, when, amidst the tragic battle that ensued in Diagon Alley in which many have lost their lives to Grindelwald's men, the wizarding world witnessed a true act of heroism. At the same time in which many were trying to hide from the Reapers in a desperate attempt to save their own lives, one selfless young boy ran straight into the battle, to help a little girl that was trapped in the middle of the fire. Ignoring the dangers he would have to face, he dodged the spells and curses that flew at him to the best of his ability as he approached the crying child. Upon reaching his target though, he saw as a spell was coming straight to the girl, and, in order to save the life of the one discovered later to be Arya, the 5-year-old daughter of the Malfoy family, he was forced to jump in front of an Avada Kedavra curse. What happened next was something that nobody expected. The Avada Kedavra, one of the 3 unforgivables along with Imperius and Cruciatus, known for causing instantaneous death, was deflected, the boy becoming the first known survivor of this deadly curse. Not only that, but the curse rebounded, killing 3 of the Reapers. After this incident the Aurors arrived at the scene, causing the retreat of the remaining troops of Grindelwald, after which they helped the injured to the hospital. The boy was also transported to St. Mungo's after it was proved that he was, indeed, alive. The only proof that he was just hit by the Avada Kedavra being a lightning bolt-shaped scar he had on his forehead. The identity of the unknown savior was revealed by Tom M. Riddle, Deputy Headmaster and Professor for Defense Against Dark Arts at Hogwarts, that also fought valiantly against the Reapers, as being Hadrian Fowl, an orphaned student who was having his first trip into the wizarding world to buy the necessary items needed for his studies. One has to wonder what kind of impression we have made to this courageous boy, seeing that, on his first visit, he was met with the horrors the war brought upon our world. Hadrian Fowl, on the other hand, seemed to have came across as a polite and well-mannered young man to those that made his acquaintance. He is destined for greatness, declared Ollivander, a well-known and respected wandmaker whose prediction are known to came true. One of the most polite and beautiful boys I have ever met. He was like a prince, commented Miss Malkin, the owner of the newly opened shop, Robes for All Occasions, in which Hadrian bought his clothes. Later on, upon being asked about what happened, Arya, the girl that Hadrian risked his life for, said that she was saved by an angel. As it is, we can confidently state that the only ones that might have something against the young hero are the Reapers, who might have found their own angel of death in the person of Hadrian Fowl. We, at Daily Prophet, wish to congratulate this young man for his heroic deeds, and we hope that his recovery will be fast. All the wizarding world is watching out for you and your evolution among our world. May only good things happen to you, Hadrian Fowl, and may all the wizard and witches follow your example. Hadrian Fowl, is he really Muggle-born? See page 3. Surviving the Killing Curse Theories, Possible Causes and Effects, see page 5. Can we let our hero live in an orphanage? Offers of adoption for young Hadrian? See page 6. Words seemed to have left Hadrian after he read the article, as he impersonated a fish for a few moments, opening and closing his mouth without making a sound. Riddle found the sight quite funny. So, tell me Hadrian, are you happy with your new celebrity status now? Taunted the professor, amused if a little confused by Hadrian's reaction. One would think he would be more excited after becoming famous. Though he had to admit that the boy proved to be quite an enigma. My words can't explain how stupid and ironic I find this whole affair, finally responded Hadrian as he put the paper down and started to massage his temples in a fruitless attempt to calm his building headache. Just what I needed, fame, Hadrian thought, spitting the world fame as if it was a vile thing. Riddle raised an eyebrow as he lounged in a chair adopting a relaxed position. Really now? I would have thought that you'll love having adoring fans. Please, do tell why exactly do you feel that way? That, for example, Hadrian exploded, annoyance and frustration warring in his voice. I have adoring fans, as you put it. People who hadn't even heard of me until today are already picturing me as a freaking prince on a white horse ready to save the day. They made me appear as a savior when, as you well know, all I really did was push a girl out of the way of a killing curse. Oh, don't forget the measly act of being the first one in history to survive said killing curse, pointed out an amused Riddle in a helpful manner. Don't even get me started with that one, he Ned in frustration. I didn't even know what the name of the spell that hit me was until I read that article, Hadrian said, trying to keep up the appearance of a novice in the magical field, and I'm sure that I didn't do anything that could have caused the curse to be, as they put it, deflected. The point is, I don't know what happened, but I'm sure it had nothing to do with my looks or personality. So, you see, people don't really adore me but their own belief that I'm someone with special powers ready to save them at a moment's notice. Hadrian paused trying to catch his breath. Who would have known that venting felt so liberating? That's right, said Hadrian suddenly, with the air of someone that just realized something important. Do you have any idea about what could have caused the curse to be deflected? If there was one thing Hadrian could be certain about, it was that Riddle would be, no matter the universe, a genius, and so he had to have thought of at least some possible explanations. Oh, I have several actually, Riddle responded easily but did not elaborate further. Do you mind sharing? Asked Hadrian, annoyance palpable in his voice, after a few moments spent in silence in which he waited for Riddle to continue. Well, one of them was that you survived the killing curse because Death was terrified of having to listen to you on a daily basis, said Riddle, seeming to be thoroughly enjoying the boy's annoyance. Ha, bloody ha. That was really funny, said Hadrian, glowering. Thank you. I thought it was quite amusing myself, replied Riddle, making Hadrian scowl. You don't have to worry though, there is an entire team of healers, unspeakables and magical specialists that are trying to solve that mystery. As it is, it will be several days till you'll be out of this place as they have to run some test on you, now that you're awake and seeing the circumstances that got you here, so you better get used to the view. Well, sighed Hadrian, making himself more comfortable in bed and trying to see the silver lining of this black cloud. At least there isn't any prophecy proclaiming me as the only hope the world has for salvation. Hadrian trailed off, seeing that Riddle suddenly put on a calm expression. A very, very calm expression. Then a smile appeared on his face. A slow, sinking sensation began to dawn in the pit of Hadrian's stomach. Of course there isn't such a thing, Mr. Fowl, Riddle said with that bright smile. A bright smile that practically screamed, I'm lying, but what can you do about it, to Hadrian. You've got to be kidding me, he groaned, sinking lower in the fluffy pillows as if trying to hide from the sudden revelation. But of course there is one. It was a foolish act on my part to expect that this new life will hold an resemblance of normality. I must have lost my senses to hope for some peace and quiet, considering that this is me we're talking about, Hadrian continued to mutter even as he started to doze off. Riddle, thinking he was talking about the life at the orphanage, couldn't help but empathize, to a certain point, with the boy. Now, Mr. Fowl, you shouldn't let your imagination run wild now, should you? Asked Riddle, though one could see his eyes glittering in amusement. You shouldn't lie, Professor. Imagine my reaction when I find out that there is one after all, said Hadrian, reminiscing about 5th year while he closed his eyes, already knowing that this was a losing battle and that he wouldn't find anything, even if he continued to probe for information. He was but a child in their eyes, so, in conclusion, should be shielded from the truth. Like that helps, Hadrian thought, scoffing. But still, he wasn't completely in the dark. This time he would make sure to do things differently, make allies and learn everything he could get his hands on. This time he would be prepared to face everything life and fate might throw at him in spite. "Dollar, you are a most entertaining person, Mr. Foul Dollar," Hadrian heard Riddle saying and replied with a muttered, "Dollar, glad to be of help, Dollar," as he succumbed to sleep, not noticing either the fact that he slipped into Parseltongue nor the shock he left at his slip. If he had, he would have cursed his stupidity and banged his head on the first flat surface he found. As it was, he only slept on peacefully in blissful ignorance. If only he knew. Walburga Black was feeling unsettled as she prepared for bed. Even though she might not show it in a conventional way, she deeply cared for her children and, thus, was very worried about Sirius, who had been acting strange these days. He was quieter, starting to spend all his time locked in the library, and he had not even once raised his voice in the defense of Muggles. Not that she was complaining. Far from it actually, she was quite glad that her son and heir had finally realized the vileness of those filthy Muggles and started to take his responsibilities as a Black Scion more seriously. Though, she couldn't help but be suspicious of this sudden change in comportment, not knowing what caused it. There was also the incident that happened at breakfast this morning, when Sirius practically snatched the newspaper from Orion's hands so that he could read the article about that Hadrian whatever child that was declared a hero. She had to admit that even she was intrigued by that article and was certain that the boy was an orphaned pureblood that, through a cruel twist of fate, happened to land with those miserable Muggles. There was no other possible explanation, seeing that no mudblood would be capable of surviving the killing curse. After reading the article, Sirius seemed to be more cheerful, and Regulus confessed that he heard him muttering something along the lines of, "It could be him," before, once again, he locked himself in the library. A small smile curved her lips, remembering Regulus' fear that Sirius might be preparing some kind of grand prank at his expense and starting to act weird so that he would drop his guard. Walburga didn't know what to make of this new Sirius, but decided to let the matter drop for now and think more about it in the morning. She was too tired for solving mysteries, and it wasn't as if it was something bad about the way Sirius acted. Just as she was about to fall into slumber, a powerful noise was heard and the house started to shake. Bewildered and panicked, thinking that the house was under attack, Walburga jumped out of bed and headed straight to her children's bedrooms. "Kreacher!" she bellowed as she continued on her way, and sure enough, the next second, a small creature with a long, thin nose, large, bat-like ears and huge bulging eyes appeared and started to jog alongside her. "With what can Kreacher be of service, milady?" the house elf asked, worship thick in his squeaky voice. "Tell me what's causing this ruckus," Walburga ordered as she climbed the stair to her son's floor. She hoped that they were safe, because if anything happened to them there would be hell to pay. "The origin comes from Master's Sirius' room, milady," Kreacher promptly answered, glad to be of help to his mistress. As they approached Sirius' room, the shaking got more pronounced and they could see strange lights coming from under the door. Regulus was already outside, banging on the closed door, screaming to his brother to open up, but no answer came to his pleas. "Mother!" he exclaimed, happy to see her and now certain that everything would be solved. His mother always managed to make things right again. "What happened?" Walburga asked her younger child. She blasted the door open and entered Sirius' room, only to find her son unconscious in the middle of what seemed to appear like a ritual circle with his stuff flying all around the place. "I don't know," answered a panicked Regulus. "I heard Sirius scream, and then there was this earthquake and all those strange lights. Mother, what happened to Sirius?" he finished in a distressed voice. "I don't know, child, but be sure that I'll find out," answered Walburga, her worried creased face full of determination as she made, with a swish of her wand, the floating objects dropped down. Just then Kreacher approached her with a piece of parchment in his bony hands. "From Master Sirius for you, milady," the house elf said as a means of explanation, and, as soon as those words left his lips, the parchment was snatched by Walburga, who started to read it fervently. At the end of the letter, Walburga's whole face was blackened by fury and contorted with rage. "Kreacher, go and call a healer from St. Mungo's," she snarled at the house elf that, more than afraid for his life after seeing her face, disappeared with a pop, before she even finished the words. Walburga then turned her face toward the unconscious form of Sirius and, with a loving expression that contrasted with the earlier one she wore, caressed his silky hair, whispering warmly, "Everything will be all right now, my heir." She never noticed the small smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. A low, seductive chuckle escaped the Mont's lips as he inspected the file. He closed it and, through half-lidded ruby eyes, took in the proud figure of his friend that now stood in a bowing stance. Abraxas. Abraxas couldn't stop the shiver that ran up his spine as that dark, velvety voice reached his ears. Straightening up from his position, he hastily raised his eyes at the unspoken permission his lord gave him, only to have his breath taken away by the intoxicating beauty of the man that stood lounged in a simple armchair, watching him in mild interest with a relaxed and elegant posture. The sinfully handsome face framed by silky strands of black hair, the tall, lean body that possessed an otherworldly grace, and the dark, raw, breathtaking power emanated from every pore this man, his lord, had, drew him in, made him crave his notice and attention. Abraxas knew by now that he could never hope to reach the level of charm and intelligence that his lord possessed. He was happy, however, to be allowed to bask in the allure of the one that, one day for sure, will rule them all. There was no bigger honor than to serve him, be used by him. Dark, manipulative, cruel, the man was the embodiment of seduction, one that you couldn't even attempt to resist once it marked you as prey. It was like a drug, really, and, although he was completely addicted, Abraxas refused to let it show on his face, though, seeing the dark amusement that glittered in the depth of those crimson eyes, his lord knew exactly how much power he had over him. "My lord," he began with a shuddering breath, trying to regain his calm composure, "as you can see from my report, not much could be found about Hadrian Fowl. It seems that his files burned in a fire that happened 3 years ago at the orphanage, and all the information about his birth parents became lost in the incident. I couldn't find any other information about the boy with the exception of reports about the families that adopted him along the years," Abraxas explained, keeping the information short and to the subject as his lord liked it. "Really now?" his sire asked with a malevolent quality in his voice as he drew the words out in a painfully slow way. "I didn't think the task given to you would be this hard to accomplish." Abraxas lifted his chin up. He knew he'd failed, and he knew that failure was unacceptable. "Tell me, Abraxas," purred the Dark Lord, closing his eyes and letting the shadows of the room envelop him. "What will you do to redeem yourself, if given the chance?" he idly asked, taking a sip of red wine from a crystal glass. "Anything, my lord," the bee-owned man answered without hesitation. He pledged his loyalty to his lord, so he would follow him to the depths of the hell and beyond if asked. This was the honorable way of the purebloods. This was the Malfoy way. Not that any of those filthy muggles or blood traitors would understand such concepts. Fools! But they will see, his lord will show them, and for that he was willing to undertake any task his sire might have for him. Crimson eyes shot open, and Abraxas felt his pulse rise at the sadistic amusement that shone in them, intertwined with glee. "I want you to adopt Hadrian into your family and treat him like he was of your own flesh and blood," drawled the velvety voice, watching Abraxas' expression intently in search of hesitation, defiance or weakness. When none of those appeared, as the man replied with a simple, "As you wish, my lord," a glint of satisfaction appeared in the blood-red eyes as he took yet another sip from his glass. Hadrian Fowl. The boy was an enigma, a puzzle made of contradicting pieces that only increased his interest. From his appearance, intelligence and personality, the boy was a mystery that seemed to give birth to more questions with each passing moment. He had natural grace and poise, became a hero on his first trip in the wizarding world, and was a parselmouth, to top it all. The boy was intriguing, it attracted his attention, it fascinated him, and he had to have him in his grasp. He couldn't adopt the child himself, seeing that he couldn't oppose Dumbledore directly, and that old goat would surely try to get his hands on the boy that won so much political influence in such a short amount of time. And there was also the prophecy. No, there was no room for doubt. The old wizard would try to meddle in the boy's life and bring him to his side. And that couldn't be allowed. Luckily, he could count on Abraxas on this matter. Seeing the complete loyalty of the man, the adoption would put the child under his direct influence and away from Dumbledore's clutches. Still, the issue with the birth parents of the child could become a problem. He would have to make a little trip to Gringotts, it seemed. That will be all, Abraxas, he said, letting his thoughts trail off while putting the wine glass aside. Abraxas turned to leave at the soft-spoken dismissal. He couldn't believe how merciful his lord was towards his failure, as he didn't consider adopting the boy a burden, far from it actually. His family owed the child a life debt, and his lord provided, in fact, a way to repay the savior of his daughter. Not to mention the political power he'll gain with the custody of the child in his hands. No, this wasn't a punishment, more like a reward or perhaps a test. As several explanations made themselves known in the mind of the bee-owned, he didn't notice the calculative gleam that resided in his master's eyes and the dark smirk that fluttered on those flawless features watching his departure. He peeked around the corner for signs of danger, but the coast seemed clear. For now at least. You never know when someone or something might jump at you from thin air. Sure, some might consider him paranoid for thinking like this. Well, to be frank, maybe he really was, but, even if that was true, it didn't mean that everybody wasn't out to get him. You know what they say, better safe than sorry. God, I sound like Moody, Hadrian thought with a grimace as he continued to sneak towards his room after a little trip to the bathroom, trying not to attract unwanted attention. Although, if he thought for a bit, his actions weren't that unreasonable considering how the last few days had been for him. Crazy fans, stalking paparazzi, psychotic nurses and creepy unspeakables haunted him everywhere. His life was a bloody mess, all because of his saving people thing, as Hermione once put it. Calming his strained nerves, seeing that now wasn't the moment for a tantrum, he skillfully traveled through the narrow halls filled with medawizards, patients and visitors that chattered happily with one another, thankful for once for his small and slim body that allowed him to bypass notice. He sighed in relief as he reached his private hospital room that was now overflowing with flowers, chocolates, frogs and other wizarding sweets, not forgetting of course, the tons of fan mail received. He felt like pulling his hair out and, for once, he missed Dumbledore who, even though he was a meddling bastard, somehow managed to stop the fan mail from bothering him in his previous life. I mean, really now, he even received marriage proposals for God's sake, and he was only 11. Not to mention that the proposals were accompanied by some very provocative pictures, and can he say, ew. Some of those might have scarred him for life, with people more than twice his age. Sure, he was a 17-year-old in mind, but still. Suppressing a shiver and sighing for what felt like the nth time in the past few days, he closed the room's door, fully prepared to lay down in bed and relax for the rest of the day. Between several health checks, intelligence quizzes, magical tests and escaping some of the more enthusiastic fans that seemed to pop from nowhere, he felt exhausted and only wanted to laze around for a while. Mr. Fowl, how lovely to see that you have returned, an overly sweet voice exclaimed as he turned around, shattering all hope Hadrian had for a quiet afternoon. The voice belonged to a bee-owned woman that appeared to be in her 40s. Though seeing that she was a witch, Hadrian reckoned she was much older, that wore way too much makeup, had a predatory glint in her green eyes and wore classy robes of such a strident red that put even Dumbledore's to shame. Hadrian almost groaned, but he managed to contain himself and offer a weak smile to the unexpected visitor that looked strikingly similar to one nosy insect from his old life. Probably her mother or something. Mrs. Skeeter, how nice to see you again. With what can I be of help on such a fine day? He inquired politely, though he only wanted to throw the women out and go to sleep. But, if he had learned one thing in his life, it was not to mess with reporters. They could make one's life a living hell. Forget Death Eaters and Dark Lords, they were nothing against an enraged reporter. As such, Hadrian could only smile and endure the torture. Not to say that appeasing the women now could prove useful in the long run, seeing how his life usually turned out. It would be nice if his side of the story would be listened to for once. Ah, such a polite young man, Mr. Fowl. People rarely show such manners these days, the reporter said with a beaming smile. As it is, I only came for the interview you promised me. I must say, everybody is curious about what kind of life the hero led before you become a hero, she continued, not noticing the slight twitch of Hadrian's eyebrow. Ah, so that is what she wants, Hadrian thought, remembering the woman's last visit, which happened the day after the article that proclaimed him a hero appeared. Fortunately, then he was saved by a medawitch that had to perform some tests on him, so they rescheduled the interview, leaving Hadrian happy that he had some time to prepare for it. How the time passed so quickly he would never know. My life before discovering the wizarding world was nothing out of the ordinary, though I'm sure that such a talented reporter as yourself will be able to make an interesting story out of it, Hadrian said with his best, I'm awed at your awesomeness look, that he perfected when trying to trick Slughorn into giving him the memory about the Horcruxes, while he took a seat on the side of the bed across from the woman. After all, flattery was a great tool if it was properly used. The woman's cheeks became slightly tinged with pink at the unexpected compliment, and Hadrian mentally patted himself on the back when she replaced, in a most natural manner, the quick notes quill in her hands with a normal one. It doesn't work anymore, she mumbled, and Hadrian felt like snickering, though he managed to maintain his composure. After all, he wasn't supposed to be able to tell the difference between quills. So, should we get started, Mr. Fowl? Asked the reporter, looking ready now to begin the interview. Fire away, Mrs. Skeeter, and please call me Hadrian. Mr. Fowl makes me sound like an old man, Hadrian said in a playful tone, scrunching up his nose. His eyes were full of mischief as he prepared for the challenge that awaited him. He wondered what kind of persona to create for himself and realized that the truth might be the best way to deal with this. After all, everybody loved a tragic hero, and Hadrian's life was bound to make some housewives weep, he thought, letting his Slytherin side have full reign. He would surely need the public support in the future, so he couldn't be distracted with things like pride and such. If the audience wanted an innocent little orphan to hail as savior, who was he to deny them? Boy, this would be fun. Piercing ice blue eyes drank in the picture of a certain young boy that smiled at him from the front page of Daily Prophet. Those features, that hair, those eyes. It looked exactly how he would have looked like should he still be alive. But he wasn't. He was dead, along with the daughter and son-in-law he never bothered to know. Or was he? Now that he thought about it, he never got to investigate the incident more deeply. He had just assumed they had all died. Not that he had the chance to, seeing that he was in prison at the time, he thought dryly, pouring himself a drink to calm his growing nerves. He let his eyes trail the boy's face once again and couldn't stop the hope from blossoming in his chest. Holy Merlin! This could be his grandson, his heir, his last living relative. No, he couldn't get ahead of himself. It was only a possibility, a very small possibility at that, if he were to be true with himself. He forced his eyes away from the picture and towards the actual article, and almost sneered after reading the title. Hadrian Fowl exclusive interview. I was considered a freak, an anomaly of nature, H. Fowl. By Leona Skeeter. Everybody knows about the heroic deeds made by the now famous young man Hadrian Fowl, the first known survivor of the Avada Kedavra curse, who selflessly rescued Arya Malfoy from the heart of danger and defeated 3 Reapers at the same time. But the questions remain: who exactly is Hadrian Fowl? How was his life before all this, and why did he run into the crossfire to save the little girl? This reporter decided to find out the answers. And that was how I found myself in front of the charming boy in his hospital room. I was pleasantly surprised at the polite attitude and warm welcome that Hadrian, as he insisted to be called after he confessed that he thought Mr. Fowl made him sound like an old man, greeted me with. He gladly honored me with an interview to help us satiate the curiosity we have towards his person. When I asked him to describe himself, I was once again surprised at his attitude. Where I expected an arrogant boy that would start to brag about his actions, I found instead an honest and shy young man who seemed to be overwhelmed by the attention he got. I'm just a normal boy, really, well, as normal as one that discovered he's a wizard out of the blue, anyway, he said, chuckling a little. What happened wasn't in any way worthy of all the praise I got. I only did what needed to be done by helping a child that was in danger. I'm certain that every other person would have done the same if they had seen the little girl before me. As it is, I saw it first, and there wasn't time for getting someone else to help, considering the situation we were in, he affirmed while a small blush tinted his cheeks. As for the rest of the things that transpired from then on, I can honestly say that I'm just as confused as the next person about what happened, even more so considering that it happened to me. As I see it, I survived only by a pure stroke of luck. After all, what could I, considering that I didn't even learn to cast my first spell yet, have done? The boy continued, clearly undermining his role, unsure of himself and the expectations the world might have for him after the feat he had done. Though, he doesn't need to worry about that, seeing that the tests performed by a special team of healers and unspeakables show that our hero is without doubt a powerful and talented wizard. It seems that Hadrian's magical reserves are double the size a child his age should have, and they continue to grow, the research also revealing that the boy has an affinity towards several magical branches like Animagus Transformation, Metamorphagus and Rune Master among others. Not to mention that the intelligence tests showed an IQ that far surpassed that of a child or even that of a grown-up. And still, the boy believes himself to be ordinary, not special at all, even when everything points exactly the opposite, proving that he is in fact a bright and brilliant young wizard. Though that seemed odd at first to this reporter, the cause of his low self-esteem soon became all too clear with the next answer provided by Hadrian. I spent most of my life till now at the orphanage though, occasionally I would be adopted for a while by some family or another, Hadrian said with a sad smile. At first, when I was adopted, I used to think that finally I found myself a place to call home, only to have my hopes crushed each time it was decided that they couldn't deal with my freakishness and returned me to the orphanage, he continued, with a faraway look in his eyes. Not that I could blame them. After all, it was true that all sorts of unusual things tended to happen around me. Things that couldn't be explained by science, and it is a known fact that people are afraid of what they can't understand. I was considered a freak, an anomaly of nature, clearly not adoption material. One family actually brought in a priest after one of my freakish accidents, firmly believing that I was possessed by the devil and wanting to exorcise the demons out of me. Imagine my surprise when I found that I was in fact a wizard and all the weird things were normal cases of accidental magic, the boy bravely finished, his smile never once wavering. That couldn't be said about this reporter because, at the end of his speech, I must admit I didn't have the strength to stop the tears from falling. Only thinking about all the hardships the boy had to endure at such a young age, without anybody to offer him even a word of compassion. But he got through everything with a smile on his face, not once giving up, refusing to let the hardships get to him. And more, he grew up to be a charming young man whose bravery saved more than a little girl, becoming a ray of hope in our war-filled world. This reporter commends him for such strength, in hopes that the future will show more kindness towards him, and I wish to appeal to all the wizards and witches out there to help this extraordinary boy while he creates his own path in our world. May he never experience the pain of betrayal from our kind. Hadrian Fowl, the wizarding world is with you. May your future be blessed with only happiness. Orphan wizards. Should we leave them in the care of muggles? See page 2. Hadrian's new Gringotts account. Show your support and donate, see page 3. A Hero's Ball, an upcoming party thrown in honor of Hadrian, see page 5. The glass of cognac he was holding started to crack from the pressure after he finished reading the article. How dare those muggle scum treat a magical child that way? Putting aside the possibility of the boy being his grandson, no wizard should suffer at the hands of those muggle trash, not even muggleborns deserved such a fate. Around him the bookshelf started to rattle because of his raging magic, but he couldn't care less. To think that a magical child could suffer at the hands of those low lives. With a deep breath he forced himself to calm down. He couldn't do anything to help. Yet. The blue orb glowed with determination as he headed towards the flow connection. This was why he continued to fight in spite of all the difficulties encountered. To create a better world, one in which children aren't punished for something they can't control, one in which muggles learn once and for all their place in the society. And he would win. If not for him, then for the future generation. Green flames sprang to life, casting an eerie glow on the wrinkle-filled but still handsome face of the pureblood aristocrat. A steel glint entered the man's icy eyes as he prepared to call an old friend. It was time for the truth, and, even if the boy proved not to be his heir, by his actions alone he managed to be worthy of his interest, a feat not many managed to obtain. With an wandless and soundless flick of his hand he summoned the flow powder to him. Let the games begin. Small snickers escaped Hadrian as he read Leona's article. It had worked better than he thought. A sob story in which he was praised each 2 sentences. What a success. Those compliments he gave her throughout the interview sure had paid off. Tragic hero indeed, huh? Though, he had to admit that he was surprised to hear about the account issue. Who would have thought he would get so lucky? Well, okay. He got lucky pretty often, but that usually happened in a life or death situation, and it was always compensated with an equal share of misfortune. He sure hoped that it wasn't the case this time around. He had so much bad luck already that he was sure it would last for more than a lifetime. With a grin he carefully folded the newspaper and put it on the small table beside his bed. Then, adopting a thoughtful expression, he picked up the elegant envelope with his name written on it in cursive, golden letters, that contained an invitation to the ball thrown in his honor. The ball hosted by the Malfoys. He snorted when he thought about the expression Draco would have made if this would had happened in his old world. Peeved, priceless, he could almost see him sputtering in indignation. Still, all jokes aside, he wasn't sure if he was up for going to the Malfoy Manor, a place that held so many painful memories. A tremor shot through his body as he remembered the cries of pain made by Hermione as she suffered the Cruciatus curse at Bellatrix's hands, and he closed his eyes trying to block the memory out. Too soon, it was too soon to return there, but he couldn't exactly decline. The loud tapping noise startled Hadrian from his thoughts, and he opened his eyes to discover that the noise was made by a tawny owl rapping its claw on the window, a piece of parchment safely held in its beak. Curious, he opened the window to let the owl in. As soon as he jerked the window open, the owl swooped in and dropped its burden on the bed before leaving the room, all in the span of a few seconds. Hadrian blinked. Well, that was strange. Usually the owl waited for a reply or rested for a bit before taking its leave. He blinked again and then decided that the parchment brought deserved more attention than the comportment of a ruddy owl. The piece of parchment seemed harmless, so Hadrian didn't hesitate to open it, only to have his eyes widen to the size of saucers. There, in quite a familiar scrawl, was written the words, "If you wish to read my message, you first must solemnly swear." A friend, could he dare hope that message was from who he thought it was? "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good," he recited, holding his breath to see what would happen next when nothing, absolutely nothing happened. Well, what had he thought, that it would be that easy? He was a fool to think that Hermione would realize so soon that Hadrian was in fact him, really now what was in this brain of his sometimes. He trailed off as he realized something important. Of course it wouldn't work without his wand. Duh. Cursing his own stupidity, he scrambled for his wand and, after taping the parchment with said wand, tried again. "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good." Yes, it worked, he thought in glee as new words started to appear on the formerly blank parchment. He eagerly, and more excited than ever, started to read the message that he now knew was from his friend. "Dear Harry, I hope that I guessed right and that Hadrian is really your counterpart in this universe. When I saw the first article about him, I found the similarities between you two too hard to ignore. Honestly now, how many people do you know that can survive the AK, have a lightning bolt on their forehead, and are obsessed with playing the hero? Anyway, I wanted to say that I was invited to the ball hosted by the Malfoys so we can meet there. You won't ever guess who my counterpart is. I'm sure you'll be properly shocked. Also, expect a great deal of pain for bringing me into an alternate dimension without even a word of warning. I am very much displeased by your actions. As it is, we have much to discuss about our current situation. I hope to see you soon. Love, your pissed off friend Hermione. P.S. If you read this letter, you have to wear gloves at the party to let me know you are, indeed, Harry." Hadrian read and reread the letter in a frenzy, not believing how smart his genius friend could be, though he winced slightly at the blunt threat the letter carried. Oh well, at least he didn't have to be indecisive anymore about the party. If Hermione was going to it, there was no way that he wasn't. Finally, he would reunite with his friend. He felt like giggling from happiness, but he still had his manly pride to sustain, so he contained himself. Plus he didn't want to be heard by the nurses and believed to be off his rocker. He couldn't wait for Saturday to come. Wonder who she will turn out to be. Drenched in sweat, Hadrian thrashed on the bed, his lightning bolt-shaped scar sending tremors of pain throughout his body. He tried to fight against the pull, but it was a losing battle. All too soon he felt a rage that did not belong to him possess his soul, and he opened his eyes to find himself in a long room lit only by firelight. On the stone floor, screaming and writhing under the Cruciatus curse, stood the all-too-familiar figure of Ginny Weasley that, though in agony, glared defiantly at him. A spark of annoyance shot through him seeing this, and he increased the power of the Cruciatus curse slightly before lifting it. Wouldn't do to break the poor thing too soon now, would it? He continued to stand over the blood traitor, wand outstretched, while the bitch tried to regain her breath. He felt a surge of glee seeing that she couldn't stop shaking as he spoke in a high, cold voice. "More, Weasley, or have you finally had enough? Lord Voldemort is not pleased by your silence, not pleased at all. Shall we resume our little game then? Or have you decided to kindly inform us of where the Resistance's headquarters reside? Tell me, foolish girl, tell me or feel my wrath. Only Ginny's sharp intakes of air could be heard as she gathered the strength to speak. Never, she rasped out through her bleeding lips, I'll never betray them, and you'll be defeated, Voldemort. Maybe not by me, maybe not now, but someday. We'll never submit ourselves to you. We owe it to Harry to continue fighting, and make no mistake, we will win. She spat, and Hadrian could almost taste the hate she felt towards him. Oh, yes, Potter. A tragic little martyr, isn't he? Betrayed, killed by his best friend. Remind me to give my thanks to your brother for the only good thing he did in his pathetic life. After all, without Potter the wizarding world is as good as mine. Not that he would have stopped me. No. He would have merely delayed the inevitable, Hadrian said, letting out a cruel laugh, but the red-head refused to speak any further. As the silence stretched, he finally reached the end of his patience. So be it, he declared in a merciless voice. Send my greetings to your beloved Potter then. Avada Kedavra. A cold laugh. A green beam of light. A lifeless body. Tear-filled eyes shot open in a dark hospital room from another world. That night, for the first time in ages, Hadrian allowed himself to weep, crying himself to sleep. Dumbledore silently fumed inside his Hogwarts office as he leaned in an armchair, massaging his temples. Damn that knobby leech. Had the cowardly minister already forgotten who he owed his position to? How dare he go behind his back and give those Malfoys the custody of Hadrian Fowl? Greedy fool. Letting himself be bought for a couple of galleons. Disgust filled his expression, but, he had to admit, it was his fault in a way. If he hadn't supported him during his campaign, maybe a more worthy man would have become minister. Alas, he couldn't let unknown and uncontrolled factors appear in the game. Especially in these times of war. He had to have someone he could influence as minister to do his binding. It was for the greater good, after all. Too bad that this puppet had decided to listen to another master too. Well, at least not everything had gone out of hand. Thank Merlin he managed to find out in time about the requests for a heredity test for Hadrian. It would have been a disaster if all the work to hide the boy had gone down the drain. He couldn't exactly deny the requests, at least not without a good reason, which he sadly didn't have, as all the necessary costs were already paid, but, as Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump, it was within his rights to choose the kind of heredity test used. Letting them know who the father and the mother were was of no importance for his plans, but if more were to be found. Let's just say that the less they knew, the better. He was sure that by knowing the father's name his heritage, from that part at least, would be clear for everybody just by seeing the last name, so the boy would have plenty of money, as much he needed for his basic needs, at least. As for the mother. He let a small smile appear on his face as he popped a drop in his mouth, enjoying the sweet sour taste. Nobody would guess the true lineage of his mother based solely on her name. But who would have thought that the child would attract this much attention once he came in the wizarding world? And that he would be the chosen one at that? The wonders of fate never ceased to amaze. But, now that he thought about it, he had done well so far. At first, he still had his doubts about hiding the boy's true heritage, but not anymore. Just imagining how the child would have grown up to be if he was influenced by dark magic and pureblood ideals. He shivered to think the danger the wizarding world would have been in with a dark wizard as their only hope. But now, thanks to him, the boy could be still molded into a light savior. It would be hard with the Malfoys as his parents, but not impossible. After all, in less than a week, the boy would start his education at Hogwarts and, unlike the Malfoys, who only got to be with him on vacations, he got to have the boy under his thumb for the whole school year. And, after the life he led at the orphanage, Hadrian should be susceptible to a grandfatherly figure such as himself. As Dumbledore continued to beep his calming potion-laced drops and plan the molding of Hadrian as the perfect savior, a fire phoenix that sat on a perch in the office, shook its head with exasperation. Why, exactly, had she bonded with this meddling fool again? Oh, you had to keep an eye on him and minimize the damage his actions might cause. Which, she'd have you know, is a really tiring job. Why, oh why, did the humans have to look at this wizard as the light leader was a mystery that not even she, with 1,000 years of knowledge, couldn't decipher. And now she had to stop yet another foolish plan of his, as she couldn't let him interfere with the one chosen by fates. She felt how her first headache in a couple of centuries started to build up. Great, just great. She had a long road full of bums ahead. She glanced once more at her bonded, letting out a heavy sigh. Sometimes, she really hated her life. To say Hadrian was shocked beyond belief would be the understatement of the century. As he stared at the people in front of him, the boy couldn't stop the pure disbelief from being plainly written on his face, for all to see. Could you repeat that once again? He asked in an uncertain tone, trying to absorb the information without losing his last bit of sanity. Which was in his rights to lose, seeing that the Malfoys, of all people, just announced they wanted to adopt him. I mean, really now, what was the world coming to? The blond man's eyes shone with amusement, while the teen seemed to try very hard to contain his laughter at Hadrian's shocked face, though they were conscious of maintaining a perfect composure and looking every part like the purebloods that they were. He said that you are now part of our family, replied the innocent bee-owned bundle, who had made herself comfortable in Hadrian's lap, in a matter-of-fact tone. Or does my angel not want to become my brother? Continued Arya in a trembling voice, as tears started to appear in the corners of her shockingly blue eyes. No, of course I want to be your brother, said Hadrian very fast, panicked at the possibility of making the little girl cry while, in the safety of his mind, he all but freaked out, realizing that he had just agreed to be a Malfoy. He felt like pulling his hair out in distress, but, as he thought a little, he realized that maybe it wasn't as bad as he made it seem. He had already decided that this time around he would try to gain allies and supporters from everywhere he could, and, by being a Malfoy ward, many doors that would have stayed closed with him as an orphan, now would be open. Not to mention that just imagining the look of horror Draco would have worn, should he have known about this, made it more than worthwhile. Ah, the sweet irony of life. What I meant to say was, are you sure you want to adopt me? Continued Hadrian, trying to pass his panic attack off as insecurity, and succeeding, seeing how both the man and the teen took on a more gentle look while they watched the picture he made with Arya in his arms. We are most certain, Mr. Fowl. If we weren't, we wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of getting the paperwork done so fast. We owe you a life debt for your heroic course of action, and, with you becoming a part of our family, we hope to repay at least a part of it, said Abraxas Malfoy with a small smile, handing the boy a stack of papers. All you have to do is sign here and you'll become a member of my family. Hadrian took a look at the documents and then he fixed the Malfoys with an intense stare in search of any deceit or trickery. The father and son, Abraxas and Lucius, looked like carbon copies of each other. If he hadn't known better, Hadrian would have even called them twins, seeing how both had a pale complexion with silverish blonde hair, sharp aristocratic features, and always maintained a stiff, almost formal, posture. Their dark green robes were identical and appeared to be made of the finest silk, even the buttons and stitching speaking of their obvious high status in society. They practically screamed, noble and rich, with only their attire. The only difference between the two was that, unlike his father that had pale gray eyes and wore his short hair sleeked on the back, Lucius had icy blue eyes and long, silky hair that he kept in a low ponytail. Well, that and the fact that Lucius seemed to be in his early teens, 14 at most, while Abraxas was already in his late 30s. The Malfoys allowed Hadrian all the time he needed to assess them. After the life Hadrian had led until now, it was normal for him to feel overwhelmed and suspicious of something with so much impact on one's life like this. Thus, all the Malfoys sighed inwardly in happiness as Hadrian finally gave a nod in acceptance and signed the documents. Arya squealed in delight, hugging her new brother to death, while Lucius simply gave a little smug smirk. He'd always wanted a brother to look after and, although he loved Arya from the bottom of his heart, it simply wasn't the same. But now, finally, his wish had come true, and nobody would be allowed to hurt him under his watch, he thought, feeling a fierce wave of protectiveness towards the new addition of his family. Lucius wasn't a caring person, everybody knew that, but for the ones that managed to find a place in his heart, the number of whom he could count on his fingers, he would do anything to keep them safe. And I mean anything. While Lucius was busy imagining some hellish torture for the ones that dared to make his dear ones cry, Hadrian was busy trying to breathe. As he finally managed to detach the little hugging monster from himself, he took the time to regain his composure. So, what now? he asked, as the silence between him and the Malfoys, who seemed to be lost in their own world, continued to stretch. You have an appointment at 2 o'clock for Gringotts, so, as soon as Professor Riddle arrives, we will port key there. After, you will be going with us to Malfoy Manor, of course. After all, now you are Hadrian Malfoy. A part of my family, answered Abraxas in a deep baritone voice, ignoring the somewhat awkward silence that took place. Gringotts? What for? A confused Hadrian asked, with a small blush at the family comment and, as the Malfoy patriarch prepared to open his mouth and speak, another voice intervened with the answer. Why, to find out your true heritage, Mr. Fowl, what else? Surely, seeing your intelligence and considering that you were an orphan, you must have thought of the possibility that your parents could have been wizards, didn't you? Who knows, maybe you have a small fortune from them just waiting to be claimed by you, replied the smooth voice of Professor Riddle, whose entrance into the room had gone unseen. But how? I thought that a heredity test cost a small fortune to do, Hadrian pointed out, not in the very least surprised by the man's sudden appearance. Of course he had thought about finding out if his parents were wizards by using it, but he knew, from his previous life, that the price of such a test, and the fact that it needed a special approval from the Ministry of Magic, was something beyond his reach at this moment in time, so he found himself forced to wait until he could get his hands on the necessary money. And you think that for a Malfoy, like you just became, such a small thing like money still presents a problem? It hasn't even passed your mind that the Malfoys are like royalty in the wizarding world and that the price for something like this is like pocket change for them? Riddle inquired in such a highly patronizing tone that it made Hadrian scowl, judging that, by the silence of the Malfoy family and Abraxas's somewhat proud stance, everything said was true. But how in the world the professor expected him to make all those connections in only the few minutes since the adoption was completed, Hadrian couldn't comprehend. Maybe it was because of what his psychotic alter ego in Harry's world did, or maybe it was because he was such a smug jerk, but Hadrian couldn't help but be aggravated by the man. Even seeing Riddle's tall and lean frame, clothed in high-quality but simple black robes, leaning against the wall in a casual way like now, irritated the young boy to no end. This time though, Hadrian refused to take the bait and start an argument with him, despite the obvious challenge in the man's tone. He didn't exactly know why, but it seemed that Riddle enjoyed getting a rise out of him. In the past week that he had spent under the Medawizard's care at St. Mungo's, thanks to his little, surviving the AK stunt, the professor visited him daily, if only for a short while, and there wasn't a single visit that didn't end with the two of them engaged in some verbal spar. Hadrian tried to be respectful to the man and stop himself from retorting, especially since he was his soon-to-be teacher, really he did, but Riddle proved to be impossible difficult to ignore. Oh, is that so, said Hadrian in his most bland tone. Then shouldn't we leave, seeing that if we wait much longer we'll be late? And, surely Professor, you wouldn't want to be the one that caused the goblins to wait. Not when they already seem to dislike you so, he continued with a voice that contained the perfect mix between alarm, worry and a spice of sarcasm. Riddle's eyebrow twitched, Arya giggled, Lucius' smirk grew wider and Abraxas actually gaped at the casual interaction between his new son and his lord. What the hell was going on between those two? Never, and when Abraxas thought that he really meant never, had he seen Riddle so relaxed, yes that was the word, in the company of another person. When his lord was in the company of someone else, be it a friend or an enemy, he always seemed to keep his guard up, likely anticipating an attack only he could predict would happen. And seeing him be so unguarded in the presence of Hadrian was unsettling. Narrowing his eyes, Abraxas decided that maybe he should reevaluate his opinion about the boy. There was certainly more than met the eyes to the child, ignoring his feat of magic, if one took account of the attitude his sire showed towards him. And he would find out exactly what. Cheeky brat, muttered Riddle, too low for anybody to hear, as he took out a golden coin from his pocket. Seeing that, as Mr. Fowl was so kind to let us know, we will be running late if we don't hurry, all of you put your finger on this galleon. It is a port key that will activate itself in 23 seconds and counting, demanded Riddle in a drawled voice, glancing at his elegant silver wristwatch. Hadrian was grateful that he didn't have to sound ignorant about the port key anymore, as he wasn't in the mood for acting after the shocks he got in the course of the last few minutes. He reckoned he should be thankful to Professor Riddle for that, seeing that it was because of the books the man loaned him that he could show his knowledge about the wizarding world without suspicion, but it wasn't easy to be grateful to a South Avenue driver. The professor had started to bring him books the day after he regained consciousness, 2 or 3 a day, about the wizarding world, laws and forms of government, history, customs, including a guide of manners for purebloods, general knowledge and much more. Of course, Hadrian felt grateful to Riddle for making his stay less boring, that is until he learned what the catch was. It appeared that the man actually expected Hadrian to read and learn the contents of the books in the course of a single day, quizzing him about what he had learned till Hadrian felt like his head started to spin in circles. Luckily, his counterpart was a bookworm and a quick learner, the life at the orphanage making him seek refuge in books, something Hadrian thought could have happened to him if the Dursleys had allowed him to go to a library. So, with a more or less headache, Hadrian managed to learn everything the Hell's tutor had thrown at him. But really now, Riddle was a combination of McGonagall's strict manner, Snape's witty sarcasm and Dumbledore's cunning. In a word, scary. He shivered a little at that, gaining some weird looks from the Slytherins that were with him in the room. He ignored them and gingerly put his finger on the fake galleon, along with Abraxas and Riddle. Lucius and Arya abstained as they were to return to the Malfoy Manor as Arya was already sleeping on her feet, although, if someone were to ask her, she would have denied it. Of course, Lucius was to accompany her home. You don't let a 5-year-old girl wander alone on the streets, you know. Giving them a small smile as goodbye, Hadrian prepared himself for being portkeyed. It happened immediately. Hadrian felt as though a hook just behind his navel had just been jerked irresistibly forward without notice. His feet left the ground. He could feel Malfoy and Riddle on either side of him, their shoulders banging into his. They were all speeding forward in a howl of wind and swirling color. His forefinger stuck to the coin as though it was pulling him magnetically onward when suddenly the spinning stopped and he landed sprawled on Gringotts' marble floor, a dazed look in his eyes. He looked up. Mr. Malfoy, still standing, though looking very windswept, was smirking down at his misfortune, amused. But that wasn't the worst of it. Riddle, the bastard, was looking as good as always, not even a hair out of place, and was smugly smiling at Hadrian's ungraceful landing. Scowling, Hadrian hastily got up muttering curse after curse under his breath. He absolutely hated portkeys. Well, look who finally honored us with their presence, said a goblin nastily, having watched their arrival without making his presence known, his swarthy face contorted in a slight sneer. You were 7 seconds late, so come on now, follow me as to not become even more late. We're going to Manager Bogrud's office and we don't want to make him wait for us. The goblin spat, turning around and leaving, not bothering to see if the wizards followed him or not. If they didn't, it was their loss after all. Used to the goblin's temperamental comportment, the wizards took no offense and only shrugged as they proceeded to follow the moody creature through the labyrinth created by Gringotts' vast halls. They followed the goblin as he turned around a right corner, then a left one, and then left again, the process repeating itself over and over, making Hadrian admit defeat as they continued to walk deeper and deeper into the heart of Gringotts. There was simply no way someone could remember such a complex system of hallways just by walking through them, Hadrian thought, sulking. It was even more disconcerting than Hogwarts' moving stairs that confused the first-year students to no end and made them late to classes. Though, Hadrian thought, that was somehow a part of Hogwarts' initiation. He fondly smiled as he remembered the troubles those moving stairs caused him at first, a sentiment of longing blooming in his chest. He couldn't wait to see his school, his real home again. After more than 15 minutes walked in silence, Hadrian grew bored, so he hastened his pace until he and the goblin were walking side by side. What is your name? Hadrian inquired politely, while continuing to follow the irritated goblin through the corridors of Gringotts. The goblin glanced at Hadrian from the corner of his eyes, with slight surprise swimming in their depth. I'm called Naghok, Mr. Fowl, the goblin finally answered, after a few moments in which he seemed to hold an internal debate of sorts. You appear surprised by my question, pointed Hadrian. Why? The goblin gave the boy another strange sidelong glance as he stopped in front of a door. Usually, wizards don't tend to associate themselves with goblins on name basis. Especially when the goblin in question is a low rank as myself. They trust us with their money and other possessions, but they consider themselves superior to us. As it is, I can't say I wasn't warned about the fact that you are a weird wizard beforehand. And you are weird wizard indeed, Mr. Fowl, said Naghawk, in such way that the term, weird wizard, sounded like a compliment. We have arrived, continued the goblin, turning towards the rest of the wizards that watched the ongoing talk between Hadrian and Naghawk with curiosity, the tone of mild acceptance that he used while conversing with Hadrian being replaced by a disgusted one. He knocked on the polished black door that held attached a gold plate that read, Senior Manager Bogrud, Department Chief of Family Issues, in bold, silver-looking letters. Senior Manager Bogrud, Mr. Hadrian Fowl and Company are here for the heredity test, Naghawk announced. Sound of rustling papers was heard, then a grumbling voice answered. Send them in, Assistant Naghawk, and they were ushered into the chamber. Even though the company was indignant at being refereed in such an unimportant way, they didn't raise their voices to complain as they entered Bogrud's office. The office couldn't be described anything other than practical, Hadrian thought as he let his eyes roam the chamber. Shelves full with scrolls, files and orders neatly sorted and inscribed in gobbledygook covered the marble walls. In the center of the room stood a magnificent-looking desk that, despite being loaded with several files and scrolls in what the goblins would have considered an untidy mess, seemed to be used at its full potential by the white-haired goblin that regarded them from behind it. Bogrud, as Hadrian supposed the goblin was, looked older than every other goblin Hadrian had ever met. He wore a dark burgundy suit with golden buttons and a monocle on his left eye. His dark skin, wrinkled and full of old scars, spoke of the hardships and experience the goblin had gathered in the course of his life, the hard way. The never-ending black eyes, full of wisdom, regarded the visitors with an intelligent expression, pausing a little longer when they reached the figure of Hadrian. So this is him. Good afternoon, Bogrud finally greeted in a brisk voice, getting up from his chair and walking around the desk towards one of the multiple shelves that covered the wall to pick a small bottle full of some sort of sickly-looking green potion, totally ignoring the polite replies the wizards returned to his greeting. He then strode confidently towards Hadrian, stopping just inches from the now startled boy. Mr. Fowl, due to the meddling of one, who we'll leave unnamed for now, powerful wizard that interfered in the process of approval for this heredity test, you are to perform a third-level one that will show you only the names of your parents and the number of their personal vaults, if they indeed owned one, so that they could pass on to you, said the goblin, his dark eyes staring deeply into Hadrian's brilliant green ones. But, continued the goblin, with one of the nastiest smirks Hadrian had ever seen, due to the special request of an old friend of mine, we, at the Gringotts Bank, have agreed to bend the laws a little and give you a first-level heredity test if you, and your companions, continued Bogrud, addressing the others wizards in the room for the first time, swear to keep the involvement the goblins had in the discovery of your heritage a secret. The old goblin finished, his eyes piercing Hadrian to his very soul. Do you agree? Yes, answered Hadrian in a questioning tone as he turned towards Professor Riddle and Mr. Malfoy for support. Though the latter was rather bristled at the goblin's complete dismissal of his presence, both gave a nod to the senior manager goblin. Seemingly satisfied, Bogrud stepped back from Hadrian's personal space, holding up the potion bottle towards the boy to take it. Then let us start, Mr. Fowl, said the old goblin, after the boy took the bottle. In your hand is the Ostendo Parentilia, a very complex potion which you have to drink so that you can take the test. The potion will interact directly with your blood and magical core so that it can determine all the magical properties of your blood, but I must warn you that it will also cause immeasurable amounts of pain to your body for at least 30 seconds, pain that is, some say, comparable to that of the Cruciatus curse. The good news is that after the seconds are up the pain will completely disappear without any after effects. The next part of the process is much more simple. You only have to drop your potion-infused blood on a special Gringotts-made piece of parchment and, in a few moments, your ancestors and heritage will be revealed, explained Bogrud to the young man. No hesitation could be seen in Hadrian's eyes as he gulped the whole potion in one big gulp. The liquid was more than awful, a bitter and sour taste assaulting his tongue, his stomach starting to shift dangerously as a smell of rotten eggs reached his nose. The vial dropped on the ground with a loud bang, smashing in thousands of little pieces as Hadrian's breath became more and more erratic. The world started to spin around him and he started to collapse to the floor only to be caught by someone's strong arms. He felt himself shake as wave after wave of heat invaded his body, growing more and more hot with each intake of air until he felt as if molten lava ran through his veins instead of blood. Drops of sweat formed on his forehead, drenching his bangs, and he started to hiss loudly in agony under his breath. This was pain much worse than the Cruciatus curse would ever produce. If he were to compare this sensation to anything, Hadrian thought it might be similar to being boiled alive in hot oil, and, in his humble opinion, that was much worse than the sensation of being struck by lightning produced by the Cruciatus. He should know, as he had experience now with both sensations. He ground his teeth together as hard as he could, trying to keep in his screams inside, as he didn't want to seem weak in front of Malfoy and Riddle, but he couldn't resist any longer. A heart-wrenching cry escaped through Hadrian's lips, filling the chamber before, as suddenly as it came, everything stopped. The cry, the pain, everything. Feeling lightheaded, Hadrian ignored the voices that seemed so far away and the prickling sensation of his palm, in favor of enjoying the numbness that surrounded him, lulling him to sleep. He felt the arms around him shift when, in such a cruel way, he was awakened to the world. "Enervate," a merciless voice said, and Hadrian felt as though an ice-cold water bucket was thrown in his face. Gasping, he bolted upright, glaring at Riddle, who was the one to use the spell on him and that, to his stupor, was holding him in his arms. With a small flush, he hastily sat up, trying to ignore his still dizzy vision. "Glad to have you return to us. Come now, your heritage is about to be revealed," Riddle said, pointing to Bogrud, who, indeed, held a piece of parchment safely in his hands, and, looking at his bleeding palm, Hadrian realized that they already taken the blood from him when he was unwell. Cursive red letters started to appear on the parchment, making Hadrian's eyes widen as big as saucers while he read their content. Name: Hadrian Howell Andorso, pureblood wizard, alive. Date of birth: the 31st of October 1950. Mother: Louise von Andorso, noble house of Andorso, pureblood witch, dead. Father: Llewellyn Howell, most ancient and noble house of Howell, pureblood wizard, dead. Heir to: Howell line, Ravenclaw line, Grindelwald line. Second heir to: Slytherin line, Andorso line. Blood abilities: Animagus, through Howell line, undeveloped. Metamorphagus, Trough Howell line, partly developed. Rune Master, Trough Ravenclaw line, undeveloped. Dark Arts, Trough Grindelwald line, partly developed. Parselmouth, Trough Slytherin line, developed. Elemental Master, through Andorso line, undeveloped. Healing, Trough Andorso line, partly developed. Acquired abilities: Wandless magic, natural occluments. Inheritance: Howell estates, confiscated by the ministry. Andorso Manor, in France. Vault 474, 557, 283, confiscated by the ministry. Vault 101, Ancient Vault 3, Howell Archive, if the probes are passed. 2 Wizengamot seats, 1 International Confederation of Wizards chair. Hadrian gaped. "Impressive," murmured Riddle, his red eyes calculating as he thought of all the possible outcomes this may have. Malfoy just proceeded to imitate Hadrian. "Bloody hell. I'm Grindelwald's heir," Hadrian exclaimed loud enough to raise the dead from their graves, pointing an accusatory finger towards the piece of parchment. "I think we got that, Mr. Fowl." "No need to shout," said Riddle dryly, though even he seemed shocked by the information written on the parchment. But, he's a Dark Lord. And he kills people. And his men could have killed me." Hadrian continued to sputter, trying to make them see his point. Surprisingly, it wasn't Riddle who replied this time. "Mr. Fowl, you seem like a clever boy," said Bogrud gruffly. "How is that you are so blind in this case? Allow me to tell you that where you see a Dark Lord, others see a man that fight for his ideals. He kills people. I'm sorry to be the one to give you this news, but there is a war going on in your world. And in war, people die. As for the fact that his people tried to kill you, I need to ask you something. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that they were his men, the Reapers? As I see it, no one, especially Gellert, would be so stupid as to order an attack in which possible allies could be slaughtered and his reputation destroyed. That will be suicidal. It is very clear, at least for me, that we deal with a setup made to destroy Gellert's chances at winning the war. And not a clever one in the least, seeing that, if they thought for a little, everybody will come to the same conclusion," continued the old goblin, showing a part of his wisdom. "And, Mr. Fowl, I must say that I'm sure Grindelwald will be very happy to know he has you as a grandson. You have, after all, a warrior's heart," finished Bogrud with something akin with pride in his voice. In the end, even though they now spend their time counting gold, goblins had warriors' souls deep inside them, and they respected the fighting spirit of someone, irrespective of age, race or say. And Hadrian definitely earned their respect by refusing to show weakness and enduring, almost until the end, such excruciating torture without screaming. If there was one thing goblins acknowledged, it was the magical power and strength of the heart. The boys seemed to have both. "Manager Bogrud," intervened the smooth voice of Riddle, "are you certain? Is he really the Howell heir?" "Of course he is," replied Bogrud indignantly. "The blood doesn't lie. It's not that we don't trust a goblin run test, but the Howell heir. You have to admit that it is a lot to take in," said Malfoy, not wanting a dispute between his master and the goblin to ignite. "What's so strange about me being the Howell heir? I would have thought that the part of me being the heir to Grindelwald, Ravenclaw or Slytherin would be the one that will raise question marks," piped Hadrian, deciding to deal with the Grindelwald issue later, when the shock had eased from his system. "Mr. Fowl," started Riddle, with his teacher voice that usually appeared at the start of a lecture, "the Howell house is the oldest house in Europe, and when I say the oldest, I mean it. The members of this house were, usually, neutral in wars, neither supporting the light side nor the dark one. It is even said that the Slytherin and Ravenclaw's lines were, at first, minor branches of this house, though there wasn't any proof to attest to this matter. But that isn't what made this family so famous in some circles. Though, these days, not many are aware of the existence of the Howells, as they have been out of the spotlight for centuries. Everyone has heard, at least in passing, about the Howells Archive, also known as the Library of Alexandria in antiquity, that contained more than 900,000 parchments of knowledge. What most people don't know was that, in the fire that supposedly destroyed the library, a predecessor of the Howells, by using magic, saved most of the books and deposited them in one of the first vaults made by the goblins for protection. Along the years, the Howells continued to gather knowledge and deposit it into the vault for safekeeping, most of them becoming historians. Also, there are rumors that the Howell Archive contains even stone tablets from the ancient library of Elba saved from the city's destruction in 2290 BC, and to even think that the Howell house existed even then is quite mind-blowing, one could say. As it is, you can probably imagine the power the one that owns the library has, considering that it contains knowledge gathered since ancient time till at least the last century. Of course, the Howells have realized that also, and, to stop the future abuse of the power that kind of knowledge will offer, they conceived some probes that will grant access to the vault to a Howell heir only once he passes them, said Riddle, becoming more passionate with each word and looking as if he contemplated the idea of making Hadrian challenge the, probably dangerous, probes right now. "Sadly, the probes can't be taken until the boy reaches the age of 14, at least," said Bogrud, making Hadrian sigh in relief. "Anyway, there are many matters to be handled, including the retrieval of the properties that the ministry confiscated," continued Bogrud with a sadistic smile. "But I think we must leave those discussions for another day, when everybody has assimilated the impact today's discoveries will have on the wizarding world. For now, I think everything should be kept a secret, at least till our next appointment, in which Mr. Fowl and his adoptive father Mr. Malfoy, with a chosen advisor if he so wishes, will decide what the next step will be." The wizards could only nod dumbly as they allowed themselves to be led outside of the office after exchanging some goodbye pleasantries. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined something like this. Abraxas was almost euphoric. Realizing that the Howell heir was now part of his family, Riddle was thinking of all the possibilities the change of Hadrian's status would offer, while Hadrian decided to shut down his brain, not wanting to cope with so many shocking things happening to him on such a short notice, and only sulked about how his life could never be normal. In another place, contrary to Hadrian's down mood, somebody was celebrating the findings. He had an heir. Lucius paced nervously back and forth, glancing worriedly at the door of Hadrian's dormitory, which was now filled with metawizards. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that the brother he had just mentally sworn to keep from harm's way was now unconscious, after doing what one could only think of as a miracle. And not even a day since he came to the manor had passed, for Merlin's sake. As he continued to pace, He mentally reviewed the events that led to this situation. After his father and Hadrian arrived home, Dobby, one of the house elves, was called to show Hadrian his new room so that he could install himself in it. Lucius couldn't help but notice the strange expression Hadrian got at the sight of the elf, although it was quickly masked with a blank look. Then he remembered that Hadrian was Muggle-raised and this was probably the first time he saw a house elf. He had almost forgotten that, seeing how at ease the boy seemed to be with the wizarding world. "Let's go in my office, Lucius. We have some matters of great importance to talk about," his father said after Hadrian was out of sight. "As you wish, father," replied Lucius, with curiosity hidden in his tone. Though he was surprised, he didn't let anything show on his face as he followed his father through the luxurious halls of the manor, ignoring altogether the sumptuously decorated rooms with ornate furniture, marble fireplaces and gilt mirrors they passed by on their way, to which he was already used to. His mind, though, despite his cool facade, was working on overdrive, realizing that what his father wanted to discuss with him was something big if they actually were to use his office. After all, in all his 14 years of life, Lucius had entered said office only 3 times. First, when he was 9 years old and his mother had passed away while giving birth to Arya, then when he was 11 and he received his Hogwarts letter, and lastly, in his second year at Hogwarts when he was informed that his father was going to marry Gabriel Delacour, a pureblood wizard who managed to earn himself a place in his heart through his noble sacrifice, despite the initial dislike Lucius held towards him as, in a way, the man was the replacement of his mother. It was a tragic day for the family when that incident happened. Mentally preparing himself for what he knew would be an enlightening discussion, considering the past circumstances surrounding the conversations that took place in that office, he silently entered the chamber after his father. It was exactly the same as he remembered it. Illuminated by the gentle glow the bright flames of the fireplace gave, the room was quite homey looking, making one relax slightly inside. Maybe that's why the most stressful discussions take place here, Lucius thought wryly. The office was surrounded by shelves full of books that covered the walls entirely and not even one portrait was in sight, guaranteeing full privacy. Lucius also knew that this was the most warded place in the manor. His father's most valuable documents were hidden here. Nobody could steal, spy or even enter the office without the Malfoy patriarch's approval. After closing the door, Abraxas gestured for his son to take a seat at the exceptional painted satinwood desk that was situated in the center of the room as the kidney shape it had enabled it to be placed there. Lucius admired the beautiful satinwood finish enhanced by paint-decorated detailing as he and his father lounged in the matching armchairs that accompanied the set. The desk was in excellent condition with minor signs of age, and Lucius couldn't help but be pleased with the fine artwork and the efforts made to create an elegant piece of furniture with such delicate painted and sculpted ornaments, in the form of beautiful roses and noble snakes. "Take a look at this and tell me what you think," Abraxas said, handing his son a piece of paper. Lucius quickly swept his eyes across the parchment, shock overcoming him as he read the content. "Is this for real, father?" asked Lucius with a disbelieving tone, after he had finished reading it. "This is incredible," he exclaimed, excitement seeping into his voice as he realized the veritable heredity test showed his new brother was heir to 3 ancient and noble pureblood houses, possible 2 more in the case that the other living heirs of Slytherin and Andorso died. Well, maybe not Slytherin, as his lord wouldn't die anytime soon if the subtle hints his father had given him were anything to go by. But still, with the titles he possessed, Hadrian had just become one of the most influential wizards in Britain and beyond. Add that he was Grindelwald's grandson, a hero that the whole wizarding world acclaimed and, if he read correctly, the one that would gain access to the legendary Howell archive in the future to the mix, and you realize he was guarded from all sides, both dark and light. That wasn't an easy feat to manage, not even the most skilled political dancers could pull this off, and his brother managed it by pure luck. Indeed, his father said in a drawl, his eyes shining with something that Lucius couldn't quite decipher. "And do you realize the implication this has for us, for our family, now that Hadrian is a part of it?" Abraxas inquired, in such a tone that Lucius felt as if the question was a test that he had better not fail or he wouldn't like the consequences. He swept his eyes across the piece of parchment he held in his hand once more time before he proceeded to answer. "It means that, politically, we became the most powerful house in Britain, even more powerful than the Black House, gaining 2 additional Wizengamot seats to the one we already own and, most importantly, we gain 1 IWC chair, becoming the 3rd family in Britain to hold so much international political power. Also, we will find ourselves under worse pressure, our lives will become more mediated than before and our social responsibilities will increase in number. Not to mention that the blackmails, assassination attempts and bribery offers will also raise, responded Lucius in a clipped tone, slightly offended that his father didn't trust him to see such obvious outcomes. He was a Malfoy, after all, and the politics run through his blood naturally. Quite true, agreed Abraxas, with something akin to amusement in his voice, but what will be your new responsibilities? My responsibilities? Echoed Lucius blandly, not having a clue what his father was on about. Seeing that he wasn't of age yet, the additional political power shouldn't affect him beyond increasing his already high status. Yes, yours. Don't forget, Hadrian, though pure-blooded, is Muggle-raised and new to the wizarding world. He isn't aware of just how much power and importance his status holds and how many people will try to gain his friendship only so that they could use him. We can't let him get under Dumbledore's thumb and, although our Lord would watch over him, he will need guidance from someone he can relate to. Someone like you. And he would need you, of that you can be certain. Your brother will need your guidance and support, said Abraxas solemnly, fixing his heir with a piercing look. I understand, Lucius replied, cold determination emanating from that simple sentence as his icy eyes took on a steel glint. Nobody, ever, would use or hurt his brother as long as he could do something about it. Abraxas only gave a simple nod at his son's passionate answer. There was no need for words when his heir got that look in his eyes. He could trust Lucius with this. As it is, we have another matter to discuss, continued Abraxas in a satisfied tone. In the course of the heredity test, we also discovered that the ministry confiscated the Howell vaults and properties. As you know, to confiscate or use the fortune of an ancient and noble pureblood house when an heir exists that should inherit it, is a serious offense punishable by law. Because of that, Gringotts is ready to start a crusade to retrieve them for Hadrian, and my lord wants us to take advantage of the situation and gain control of the ministry. That is to say, that I am to become the new Minister of Magic after Lobby Leech is dealt with, as he will be considering the damage his thirst for gold has brought to his reputation. He's doomed already, and, the sad thing is, he doesn't suspect a thing, Abraxas said, disgusted by the pathetic minister. Of course, all of the chaos will be started after the ball, when Hadrian is already at Hogwarts. I and our Lord have decided that it will be best to delay announcing Hadrian's heritage till after the start of the term, as the school will provide the child a somewhat safe sanctuary towards the press and political hyenas. It goes unsaid that his connection with Grindelwald will be hidden. And what do you wish for me to do? Asked Lucius, understanding in depth the mission his father had ahead of him. I need you to strengthen our alliances with the most prominent families through their sons and daughters that attend Hogwarts. We must have all the votes we can to get myself named minister. Our Lord would not forgive failure, his father said in a fearful voice, though there was a good deal of respect in the man's tone. Lucius understood very well how his father felt. After all, he was just as entranced by his sire. Consider it done, Lucius replied confidently, although he knew this was one of those situations in which things were easier said than done. Just then the melodious sound of the dinner bell was heard. It seems we must define the details later, Abraxas said, sitting up. Lucius quickly following his example. Now it's time for the meal. Gabriel will eat us alive if we are late, Abraxas said in a much more relaxed manner and with a fond smile, as the tension seeped away. Lucius chuckled a little at his father's antics. He was totally whipped by his husband. Sounds of joyous laughter could be heard as they approached the dining hall. Stop it now, it's not that funny, was the shout that greeted them as they entered the grandiose hall to meet the sight of brightly red-faced Hadrian sulking at a mischievously smirking Gabriel, sitting at a beautiful table full with delicacies whose smell made their mouths water. Gabriel Delacour Malfoy, a charming man, in his late 20s, with soft-looking blonde hair, effeminate features and gentle sky-blue eyes, was growing more and more amused with each second he watched the boy sputter incoherently. Who would have known that his new son would be so easy to tease? The child was so adorable, making all those cute embarrassed expressions. He was such lucky parent, Gabriel inwardly squealed, fully enjoying himself. Hadrian, on the other hand, didn't feel even remotely as amused as Mr. Delacour, who was silently laughing at him. It wasn't his fault he didn't know that in the wizarding world marriage of the same sex was a common thing. He thought, feeling himself become even redder if possible. With Voldemort after his life, the different kind of relationships that existed were the last things on his mind. Not that he had anything against homosexuality. Love was love after all, it's just that he was 100% straight, though he respected other people's choices. But that didn't mean he was a cute and innocent child to the world of adults, as Mr. Delacour put it, and he definitely didn't want the man to give him the talk about the birds and the bees, and he said so to the man, causing even more laughter to erupt. "What is happening here, darling?" asked the smooth voice of Abraxas, amused, glancing between Hadrian and Gabriel. "Nothing," Hadrian replied hastily, now resembling a tomato, not wanting to experience another round of embarrassment as Mr. Delacour described the reaction he had at the man's introduction as Abraxas, husband and your new dad. It would be too much to bear. "We were just talking. Isn't that right, Mr. Delacour?" he continued, pleading with his eyes for the other man's silence. "Now, Hadrian, what have I told you?" said Gabriel, silent laughter shining in his eyes. "We are family now, so don't give me that nonsense of calling me Mr. or Sir. You can call me Dad, and Abraxas, Father," he told Hadrian with a sense of finality in his voice. "Me and Arya already have a lot to deal with to make these two stiff men," Gabriel continued, pointing towards Lucius and Abraxas. "Relax a little and stop to smell the roses from time to time. I won't have you become another case as hopeless as them," he declared, making Lucius and Abraxas scowl. Sure. Dad," agreed Hadrian, as another wave of red assaulted his face and a warm, fluttering feeling bloomed inside of him. This was the first time he got to call another person that. Satisfied with Hadrian's answer, Gabriel turned to face Abraxas and Lucius, who watched them bemused. "And why aren't you taking your places at the table?" he inquired with a raised eyebrow. "You have to tell me all the juicy details of what happened today." "Of course, dear. May I ask where Arya is, first?" Abraxas asked as he took the seat across from his beloved husband. "She's sleeping right now and she looked so sweet that I didn't have the heart to wake her up," apologized Gabriel with a sheepish expression. Abraxas just nodded and proceeded to summarize for his husband what had happened that day and all the shocking information they had discovered about Hadrian's heritage. "Wow, Hadrian, that's awesome," exclaimed Gabriel, after Abraxas finished recounting the happenings. "You've got so many blood abilities. It's too bad that they won't teach you to control them at Hogwarts," Gabriel pouted, disappointed at the fact. At his school, Beauxbatons, there were special classes with blood abilities as subject, but no, God forbids, that a Malfoy go to a girly school. He inwardly scoffed. Just because they liked to admire art and read poetry there doesn't mean that they were bloody girls. "But why don't they?" asked Hadrian, confused by the fact. It was such a loss to the wizarding world if children couldn't master their full potential because of the absence of a specialized class taught by a competent teacher. Abraxas snorted at the innocent question in an as-if way, earning himself a glare from all the other occupants of the table. "Hadrian, the reason why Hogwarts doesn't have this kind of class is because it will have been seen as discrimination towards the Muggleborn's student, or so the headmaster claims. You have to understand that Muggleborns don't have the abilities purebloods possess and, though they believe they're equal to us and that they can do everything if they try hard enough, the truth is different. Seeing that the Ministry is trying to go for equality between wizards and ignore the blood status, they decided to take those lessons out of the school curriculum," Gabriel informed gently. "But that is discrimination against purebloods, then," cried Hadrian in outrage. "It isn't fair." "We know, but life usually isn't fair," countered Lucius in a matter-of-fact manner. Hadrian didn't feel satisfied by that. He was all for a democratic system and equality in the wizarding world, but denying someone's right to improve themselves was another matter altogether. If this was how the purebloods were ostracized in his other life, it wasn't that surprising that the pureblood society flocked to Voldemort as if he was Messiah when he offered them power to do anything they wanted. It was as if the wizards wanted to have a war with all this kind of discrimination going on towards so many different things. People were bound to revolt against such a system. "Don't worry, Hadrian, We will do all we can to offer you the proper environment in which you'll learn to control your abilities. Though, seeing how rare they are, even in the pureblood society, it will be a real challenge to find you tutors and books from which you can study, Abraxas said with a smile at his young son's disappointed face. Really? I don't want to be a bother or anything, the boy said, trailing off at the chuckles coming from both Lucius and Gabriel. Hadrian was simply too cute for words, both men thought, feeling the need to hug the child to death. With such an eager expression and bright eyes, he looked like a happy puppy. They almost expected a swishing tail to appear out of nowhere, they thought, as Hadrian continued to watch them confusedly, not knowing what caused them to chuckle. The rest of the dinner went on pleasantly enough. While he ate, Hadrian was very careful to watch which pieces of silverware the other occupants of the table chose to eat with, and then proceeded to imitate their movements. He didn't want to be the object of yet another round of embarrassment because of his poor table manners, so he tried to put on his best mannerism and observation skills while he took on the greatest challenge of his life, discovering the use of the way too many silverware pieces. Though the Malfoys saw this, they made no comment on his behavior, but they considerably slowed down their eating speed to let the child observe and imitate them easier. After all, it wasn't the boy's fault that those primitive muggles hadn't taught him proper table manners. Still, the Malfoys thought in bemusement, as Hadrian continued to struggle to follow their movements. The boy was very stubborn and prideful for not asking for help and guidance when he needed it. That could prove to be a problem in the future, and Abraxas made a mental note to fix it as soon as possible and to set up some etiquette lessons for Hadrian. He couldn't let his son make his debut at the ball with a troll's finesse. Lucius started to talk to Hadrian about Hogwarts, and Hadrian faked interest throughout the conversation, although he already knew most of everything that he was told. Not to say that he probably knew more about Hogwarts secrets than anybody else, the boy thought, mentally smirking. Gabriel and Abraxas made small talk, adding their own 2 cents into the boys' conversation from time to time. All in all, it was a wonderful experience. So this is what it is like to have a family, huh? Hadrian thought with a wistful expression, allowing himself to bask in the feeling of belonging. Maybe everything wasn't as messed up as he thought, maybe everything would work out in the end. Way too soon, in everybody's opinion, the meal was over and all of the people present had to go to do their own thing. Lucius had some homework essays to finish, Abraxas had to flow call Riddle, and Hadrian had to read the last book brought by Riddle, Runes for Beginners, while Gabriel wanted to check on Arya. As they sat up from the table, a gasp escaped Hadrian's lips. What? How? Why are you in wheelchair? He finally asked in a tactless manner, openly staring at Gabriel, who was, indeed, seated in a wheelchair. He hadn't noticed before, as the man was already seated on the table when he entered the dining room, and he couldn't explain why the wizard was in such a state, seeing that, usually, magic could heal almost anything. He was certain that it couldn't have something to do with bone damage, as in his second year at Hogwarts, after the Lockhart incident, Madame Pomfrey had managed to regrow all the bones in Harry's body. He inwardly grimaced at the memory. A sad smile appeared on Gabriel's face, but it wasn't him who responded Hadrian's question. "It is my fault," cried Arya from the top of the stair, looking like she just woke up, her sunny hair looking quite messy with tangled curls. "When the bad men came to kidnap me, Dad tried to protect me from them, and he got hurt by an evil spell. One that the good wizards in white cloths couldn't cure," she said, as crystalline tears started to leak from her blue eyes. "It is my fault that Dad can't walk anymore." "No, it's not," insisted Gabriel stubbornly, looking as if he had this discussion too many times to count. "It was the bad men that fired the evil spell, not you, my princess." "Yes, it is," the little girl replied, just as stubbornly. "It is, but my angel will make it all better. He'll help you like he helped me. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, my angel?" Arya asked almost desperately. "Arya," intervened the deep voice of Abraxas, "Hadrian can't do that." As Abraxas continued trying to make the girl see the impossibility of her wish, but Hadrian wasn't listening to them anymore. Instead, he was staring at the man seated in the wheelchair. The man that just welcomed him into his life. The man that wanted to be called Dad by him. And the man that almost died, if he understood correctly, trying to defend the one he considered his child. Just like Mother Lily Evans, who, through her sacrifice, saved Hadrian's life not just once but various times as he continued to face Voldemort. A wave of deep love filled his being and, following his instinct, Hadrian suddenly enveloped his dad in a hug, to the shock of the people present that couldn't understand what he was doing. He started glowing. To the surprise of everybody but Arya, who knew her angel was fulfilling her wish, bit by bit the golden aura of Hadrian started to transfer itself to Gabriel, enveloping him as in a cocoon, and they all could see that, whatever Hadrian was doing, it was exhausting the boy as his breathing became harsh and sweat was piling on his forehead. Hadrian felt drained, but he couldn't give up now, not when he was so close. With his last power he sent a final burst of golden energy through Gabriel's body and then proceeded to faint, surrendering himself to the sweet world of darkness. A small smile tugging to his lips. He had done it. Seeing the fact that Hadrian was about to drop to the floor and forgetting for a second the paralyzed state he was in, Gabriel instinctively tried to stand up and catch the falling boy and, to his surprise, he actually did. "I can walk," Gabriel whispered dazedly, in a bewildered tone, as he caught Hadrian into his arms and stood upright. "I can walk," he exclaimed, excited as the reality sunk into his brain and tears of happiness started to appear in his sapphire eyes. Even Abraxas, though he tried to get over the shock of seeing his husband walk for the first time in 2 years, couldn't stop his eyes from becoming moist. Lucius, on the other hand, though he was happy for his dad, was more worried about his unconscious brother. "Father," he said, interrupting the oh-so-happy atmosphere that surrounded the two married men and Arya, "call the Medawizards quickly. We must make sure that Hadrian is okay," he said, quite panicked for his brother's well-being. He could actually see how the blood drained from everybody's faces and the happy feeling was replaced by frantic worry for the one responsible for this miracle. In less than 5 minutes a team of Medawizards come in by flow and, after they installed Hadrian in an empty room, they ushered all of them out of it, with the exception of Gabriel, who also needed to be checked, so that they could freely tend to the boy. That was half an hour ago. Now Lucius felt as if his nerves were about to break seeing how strained they were from all this worrying. Just as he was about to burst the room's doors open and demand information about Hadrian's state, the doors opened to reveal a smiling Medawizard. Lucius felt his shoulders sag in relief. The Medawizard was smiling, so the news he brought couldn't be that bad, Lucius thought, as a burden he didn't realize existed lifted from his mind. Thank Merlin. "How are they?" asked Abraxas, who, like Lucius, had been forced to wait outside as the Medawizards worked and was just as worried. "They are fine," the healer assured them. "Your husband is 100% healed now, and that is only thanks to your adoptive son, who seems to possess natural healing abilities," the healer continued, with both respect and envy in his voice towards Hadrian's abilities. "We couldn't find even one trace of the dark curse that hit him in your husband's system. It's truly an amazing feat," the Medawizard exclaimed, excited and awed in the child's healing abilities. "And he's all right now?" asked Arya, who had been moping after seeing how her wish caused her angel to be sick and probably forced him to take some yucky-tasting potion. "Yes, Hadrian is also healthy and no physical problems could be found with the exception of some old bruises. He's only suffering from major magical exhaustion, caused by the effort he made to activate his ability for the first time, that put his body into a coma till his magic reserves would be refilled, a process that will take up to a few hours. You should let him sleep and rest for now. He must have cared deeply for his new dad to use such a huge amount of energy for the purpose of healing him," the Medawizard finished in a fond voice as Arya brightened up with each word said. Neither Abraxas nor Lucius thought about letting the healer know that Hadrian had only met Gabriel roughly 2 hours ago. For them that was one more proof of Hadrian's caring nature and gentle personality. And one more reason to protect him. After the Medawizards left, the Malfoy family could finally relax as they gathered together at Hadrian's bed watching the boy sleep peacefully. He truly looked like an angel like that, all of them thought, and, in that moment, Hadrian truly became a family member in their hearts. Though worry were still nagging them in the back of their minds, they dutifully ignored it. Hadrian Howell Malfoy would be just fine from now on. They would make sure of that. Regulus was happy. As he walked into the colossal but quite light-filled ancient library that had its walls entirely obscured from floor to ceiling with neat rows of bookshelves filled with old tomes and in which even the air seemed to reek of knowledge, the place where his brother could be found, he suddenly realized that never, in his whole 10 years of his life, had he felt so free. It was a wonderful feeling. Ever since he could remember, he always had to study purebloods politics, hone his sword performance and polish his conversational skill, in short, be the perfect little black scion to keep his mother and father content. He considered himself lucky that he couldn't practice magic yet, as it would negatively affect the growth of his magical core, and wished that the same could be said about other subjects too. History, magical theory, literature, music, flying and much more he had to know by heart so that he could become ready for the heartless world of the pureblood society in which a misplaced word could be the end of you. He knew that he shouldn't complain, seeing that, by studying everything now, he would have an easier time at Hogwarts and after. Still, he hated the fact that he had to relinquish most of his childhood in favor of learning the ways of a true pureblood heir as his older brother started to become, bit by bit, the family black sheep, always playing, pranking, having fun and ignoring his responsibilities as the firstborn son. His mother, seeing that Sirius wasn't going to change anytime soon, simply decided that he was the one that had to carry all the expectations of the family on his shoulders and be honored by it at that. Regulus accepted the decision, knowing that if he didn't his family would fall apart, but that didn't mean he liked it. Now though, things had changed in the Black household. Now, since that day, he could finally relax. Now, his brother, his real brother, not the one controlled by a compulsion web, was back and ready to take his duties seriously. As he should, seeing that it was his name after all, Regulus thought, mentally snickering. Soft sounds of rustling paper could be heard and Regulus fought the urge to roll his eyes. Since that day his brother had made a 180-degree turn, changing from a slacking student to a total nerd. You actually had to threaten him to get him out of the library, for Merlin's sake, he thought, exasperated but with a fond smile on his face. He found Sirius sitting comfortably at a mahogany table, intently reading a piece of paper as the sun shone upon him through the large windows surrounded by silky blue curtains. As he studied the crouched form of Sirius, who was concentrated reading the content of a newspaper with a bemused expression, Regulus couldn't help but think that he was the embodiment of a fairy tale prince with his soft, dark brown and slightly curly hair that framed a slightly haughty, but beautiful nevertheless, pale face. His eyelids that possessed thick, long eyelashes contained beneath them the most exquisite brilliant orbs, the color of molten silver, that were now scanning with interest the newspaper content. In the past, Regulus used to hate Sirius for his good looks, elegant poise and the charisma that came to him naturally and which he couldn't equal despite the many efforts he made. Now, though, he couldn't be more proud of having such a cool brother, the best one could really wish for. Since the compulsion web was lifted from his brother's mind, Sirius became the perfect brother that Regulus wanted and the perfect pureblood heir his mother desired. He became more caring, more responsible, more serious towards life in general and his responsibilities towards the family and studies. Regulus adored him and he knew that his mother and father felt the same towards Sirius now. He finally got the united family he always wished for and, additionally, he got more free time to play like a regular child, now that his mother had Sirius to pin all her expectations on. Poor him. Regulus though with a smirk because, even though he loved the changes in his brother's persona, he couldn't help but be happy that it wasn't him who got the full attention of a determined mother on a crusade to create the prefect living pureblood. A frown marred his aristocratic features and he couldn't stop himself from glaring at a random book on a shelf, as he recalled that the reason he couldn't enjoy this kind of an almost perfect life till now, was because of that damned compulsion web that was put on his brother's mind. He shivered as he recalled the murderous expression his mother got as the Medowitch called by Krecher explained everything in detail. Even his usually calm and gentle father was more furious than he had ever seen him. It seems that, soon after his birth, a compulsion web, that influenced the action and the personality of the carrier, was put on Sirius' mind, forcing him to act differently than he would have normally as he grew up. Luckily, the inconstancy and the continued fluctuation of Sirius's magic that happened because of the sudden growth spurt his magical core had, made a fissure in the web, giving the Sirius's true personality a chance to fight it off. With the help of the Inficialus Ritus, an old and dangerous ritual that Sirius found through research in the Black Library, he managed to do just that. The thing was, the ritual had only two possible outcomes: success or death. You can imagine now why Sirius hadn't let anybody know about his problem. His parents would have never agreed to let him go through such a deadly ritual if they knew of his plans, letting him live on under the influence of the web if they had to. Regulus glared even harder, his brown eyes becoming even harder, as he thought about what his brother must have gone through, faced with the possibility of dying. If only they knew who had done that to Sirius. "I don't know what that book did to you," Regulus heard Sirius say, and he turned to see that his brother was now ignoring his newspaper to look at him in amusement, "but I'm sure it's really sorry." "As it should be," Regulus replied with a small smug smile, as he plopped on the chair across from Sirius. "What are you reading?" "An article about Hadrian Fowl," replied Sirius. "Or rather Hadrian Malfoy, since he was adopted by the Malfoy family yesterday, or so the article says. Also, it seems he somehow healed Abraxas Malfoy's husband, Gabriel Delacour Malfoy, who has been paralyzed from the waist down since 2 years ago when he was subjected to a nasty dark curse," Sirius informed Regulus in a matter-of-fact tone. As it is, he made the front page of Daily Prophet once more. He continued showing the newspaper where it was, indeed, written in big, bold letters. "Shocking news: Hadrian Malfoy, formerly known as Fowl, performs another miracle." By Leona Skeeter we all are now quite familiar with the name of Hadrian Fowl, a boy that, after the act of heroism he performed in the Battle of Diagon Alley, when he became the first known survivor of the AK curse, we thought he couldn't surprise us anymore. We were wrong. Yesterday evening, after quite an eventful day for young Hadrian, as he was adopted by Abraxas and Gabriel Malfoy, the parents of Arya the little girl Hadrian saved, another miracle was performed by this exceptional young wizard. Gabriel Delacour Malfoy, one of the adoptive parents of Hadrian and heir to the famous House of Delacour, suffered from the after-effects of an unknown dark curse that paralyzed him from the waist down, which the Metawizards proclaimed impossible of ever being healed. But when has the impossible ever meant something to our young hero? The boy, in a truly angelic act, once again made the impossible possible and proceeded to fully heal his new dad and remove all the traces of the dark curse from his body. Mr. Delacour Malfoy is feeling as good as new after Hadrian's healing. That was, however, not without a price, as Hadrian entered a magical coma due to magical exhaustion he suffered for performing such an amazing feat. We are not to worry though, as Metawizards have already checked out the boy's health and concluded he will be perfectly fine after he gets enough rest. We, at Daily Prophet, wish him a fast recovery and that he may find happiness in the Malfoy family. May all the joy he brings us befall him too. Silent conflicts between Gringotts and the Ministry, see page 3. Grindelwald. Has he truly lost his mind? See page 4. Ministry presents Hadrian with the Order of Merlin, First Class, see page 5. You really are obsessed with this Hadrian, stated Regulus as he folded the paper. I'm no such. Sirius started to protest, but stopped in mid-sentence at Regulus' raised eyebrow. You devour each article with his name written in it, he pointed out in a dry tone. Tell me, how is that not called obsession? You must be happy though, as in 3 days you will meet him personally at the Malfoy's ball. Well, okay, relented Sirius with a small blush. I guess I am a little too fascinated with him, but he is the only survivor of the AK and a hero after all, so there. I'm uncertain why you ignore him though, as he is kind of like those hero knights from those novels you like to read so much, said Sirius as a wave of red took over Regulus' face. Anyway, let's go, Regulus said suddenly, sitting up and grabbing Sirius' hand, dragging his dazed brother to his feet too. Father is waiting to give us a fencing lesson, he explained as he led them out of the library. It's because you are my hero, brother, was his last thought before he closed the library door. A soft fragrance of expensive perfume filled the sumptuous room with its soothing scent of jasmine as Walburga inspected her toilet in the dressing mirror. The mirror was old, maybe even ancient, as it was an item that was passed down from generation to one of the daughters of the Black family, believed to bring good fortune to the one who was chosen as its keeper. As it was, there was no voice screaming fashion advice from inside it, as the more modern mirrors that had caught women's interest seemed to have. But, as she traced the mirror's gold frame that seemed to be made of intertwined roses with her eyes, Walburga thought she wouldn't have it any other way. After all, her fashion sense was more advanced than any enchanted mirror would ever hope to possess. She took in her appearance, making a few finishing touches here and there. Her makeup was in natural tones, only enhancing the beautiful orbs of liquid chocolate she possessed, while her hair was up in a curly bun at the back, with soft, loose, black curls and refined-looking bangs at the front. She was dressed in a sophisticated dress robe, with a strapless design, that revealed her shoulders while the fitted bodice enhanced the curves of her waist. The bodice was slightly shirred, featuring tone-on-tone embellishments that ended at her hips, making the gown appear to be a two-piece. At the knee, the smoky material was dramatically gathered, falling in ruffles to the ground with a short, fluid train in the rear. It gave her a classical feeling. A small, satisfied smile appeared on her usually cold, pure-blooded face. She looked good. "You look more lovely than ever, Walburga," said Orion as he helped her put on the matching short-sleeved jacket of the dress, covering her revealed back, before pulling her into a gentle key. "I'll be the envy of everyone with you at my arms," he said, love and affection shining brightly in his warm gray eyes, as he felt more content with his life than he had ever thought possible. As his wife proceeded to inspect his elegant, dark blue dress robes with a critical eye, in search of any imperfections, fixing his collar or straightening some unseen creases from time to time, something that had become a ritual before any party in their married life, he let a gentle smile appear on his face. He knew some of his friends thought Walburga was the one to call the shots in the house, but he didn't care. After all, it was the truth, not that he was complaining as he preferred it that way. And why shouldn't he? He had a smart, beautiful woman as his wife and she took care to keep everything in check for him. Walburga liked being in control of things. He liked being able to relax and take it easy. They were a perfect match. He could always count on her to solve the problems that might arise, and there weren't many things that forced him to do something about them himself, as he knew she could handle herself almost everything. But serious situation. Let's just say he hadn't liked it when someone messed with his family, especially when they did it when said family member they messed with was a baby, his baby, at the time. But they would pay, he thought, with a steely flicker in his eyes that disappeared before Walburga had a chance to catch it. He didn't want her to know he had taken matters into his own hands. She'd worry, like always, when he was forced to act like the family head. After all, him acting that way meant that the problem was really serious. And it was. Walburga might not realize it now, but the web could have had much worse outcomes beside the altering of Sirius' personality. It threatened both the past and the future of the Black House because, if Sirius, as the firstborn and heir, changed his views and raised his children with other beliefs opposed to the Black traditional ones, all the knowledge their ancestors had gathered would have become lost, and in the future the Black House would have been turned to the light side, forgetting all about the black magic that ran through their veins, the so-called forbidden magic. If it had been Sirius' own choice, Orion would have managed to accept it somehow. Maybe. But trying to force the choices he made with a compulsion web was big no-no, and the worst part was that they, whoever they were, could try to put the same web on Sirius again, and this time his son wouldn't be able to get rid of it as easily as he had. Considering that the first time it had taken the boy 11 years to get rid of the web, as in all of his life to this day. The best solution was to find the one who had placed it on him and stop him from trying again. Ever. But the possibility of another attempt remained, and that's why he'd hid it from Walburga, to let her enjoy this time of happiness. That's why he had contacted him. A loud noise and a scream of, "Regulus! I'll kill you!" disrupted his train of thought, and the smile he'd lost in his musing returned with full force as Walburga, with a muttered, "What now?" left the room gracefully, ready to confront the children. Boy, weren't they in trouble now? He thought with a snicker before proceeding to follow his wife down the Black's house magnificent, if slightly scary, halls towards the children's rooms. The sight that greeted him when he entered the after his eyes made him blink. Once. Twice. He felt his ribs start to crack due to his suppressed laughter, but he knew that if he did laugh, the murderous glare Walburga was throwing at Regulus would be redirected at him. He didn't want that to happen. Nobody would. But still. It was pink, it was frilly, it was a dress. And Sirius was the one wearing it. Control yourself, Orion, he thought in despair, as tears of mirth started to appear in the corners of his eyes. You can laugh even if it is the most funny thing you ever saw. Control. But, in the end, he was still only a human, he thought as all his restraints snapped and laughter spilled from his mouth, interrupting Walburga in mid-lecture, making Sirius blush and scowl at the same time, and making the spark of mischief in Regulus's eyes return in full force. Even now, as the subject of two deadly glares from Walburga and Sirius, which he had to admit were a truly frightening combination, he was happy. He loved his family and he would protect it. Even if he had a beautiful scary woman as his wife and 2 sons that seemed to have switched their personalities in the last few days, Sirius becoming a composed and studious young man, while Regulus decided to take revenge on his brother for all the pranks he had played on him and discovering his mischievous side in the process. He watched with loving eyes as the chaos started to calm down under Walburga's care, and soon they were all gathered in front of the fire flow. Sirius now dressed in elegant dark blue and silver masculine dress robes, ready to flow travel at the Malfoys' ball. As the green flames sprung to life, he realized that even though Walburga might be the one who made all the decisions in the house, he was the one that, from the shadows, took care that no matter what decisions she took, things didn't get out of control and that his family was safe. And he was happy with that. James Potter was bored. He was currently at the Malfoys' ball, in a grand room with fireplaces on each side and curved double staircases that wound their way upwards. Those staircases were closed off with a delicate silk rope, clearly enchanted to keep the more curious visitors from going to explore the less public areas of the manor. He mentally snorted. Quite a lot of security for someone that didn't have anything to hide. As he watched, unimpressed, the grandiose ballroom illuminated by magnificent-looking chandeliers and listened to the oh-so-boring tunes played by the orchestra, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He scowled yet again as he tried to catch a glimpse of him through the ridiculously number of guests that had attended the party, without any luck. And come on now, he was used to big parties, his dad threw one of these often enough, but this was in an entirely different level of its own. Pyramids made of crystal glasses full of golden champagne, bowls of punch and mountains of delicious chocolate truffles could be seen all around him as the guests exchanged pleasantries and made polite conversation with each other. There was even an area dedicated especially for children with more sweets than he could wish for, pastries that made one's mouth water and a large variety of fruit juices, but he left said area in search of the reason for which he had come to the party. The somewhat refined atmosphere of the ball was lively and cheerful on the surface, although there was an underlying tension circulating in the air. And it was understandable, as nobody had come here for mindless chit-chatting. They came, as well as himself, with only one purpose in mind: to meet him. To meet Hadrian Malfoy. James couldn't help a grimace from appearing at the boy's last name. Really now, how those slimy Slytherins had managed to adopt Hadrian, James couldn't even fathom. Even Dumbledore, the world's greatest wizard, had confessed, yesterday evening when he had visited him and his family at Godric's Hollow, that he was afraid that Hadrian would turn dark in the midst of such a family. And he had also said that he, James Potter, was the one that could stop that from happening by befriending Hadrian, so that the poor boy wouldn't be forced to rely on those no-good snakes. After all, everybody knew that they were dark and evil, while Hadrian was, in James' eyes at least, the epitome of everything he wanted to be: a true Gryffindor. Good, noble, strong. A hero. And he wouldn't allow those Slytherins to taint him with their dark magic, James thought, the word Slytherin feeling like poison even in his mind. He would become important in Hadrian's life as he wouldn't allow the boy to overlook him. He was sure they would become best friends. After all, who could be a more perfect choice for Hadrian's best friend than him? He was smart, when he wanted to be, funny, good-looking, rich, and an all-around blessing to have around. More, he would be in the same year as Hadrian in Hogwarts. He was perfect for the role. He couldn't wait for all the fun they would have at Hogwarts and all the wonderful prank they would pull off. A dreamy smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He couldn't wait, and there he is, James thought with glee, citing the boy as he followed Abraxas Malfoy, who was dressed in expensive-looking green robes, towards the center of the ballroom. He couldn't stop a grin from showing at the uncomfortable appearance the boy had, faced with the undivided attention of hundreds of wizards and witches. Hadrian, James observed, was dressed in form-fitting dress robes made of the finest fabric. The green and silver accentuated Hadrian's lithe form and made his stunning emerald eyes stand out even more. Though the robe colors were those of the Malfoy family and contrasted with James's own red and golden ones, he had to grudgingly admit that Hadrian looked really beautiful dressed in them, despite the message the robes sent to those who could read their subtle language. And James, although he despised this kind of underhanded and sly shows of power, knew said language very well. He was, in the end, heir to a powerful pureblood family trained to spot such things, even though he hadn't wanted to, and he didn't like their statement one bit. Back off. He's a Malfoy now. The robes seemed to scream, and James wished he could burn them off with only the intensity of his glare. Alas, not all wishes come true, so James continued to sulk in disappointment as he noticed with curiosity that Hadrian also wore elegant white gloves on his hands, despite the high temperature of the air. Strange. The noises of the crowd died down almost instantaneously, and the orchestra stopped playing in the middle of the song, as Abraxas stepped forward to address his guests after the appearance of a portly-looking man dressed in flashy dark orange robes. The man had a good-natured smile imprinted on his face, though his chestnut eyes spoke in another manner altogether, greed shining brightly in their depths. The minister, James thought, recognizing the man who gave his dad killer headaches every day with his stupidity. Beloved guests, Abraxas started with a tenor voice, his eyes sweeping across the entire ballroom. We are gathered here tonight to celebrate and honor the heroic deeds made by the one who saved my daughter and who knows how many other lives in the Diagon Alley battle, managed to do the impossible and survive the killing curse, and also miraculously healed my husband just a few days ago from a curse that was proclaimed to be impossible to heal from. We are here to give our thanks to the one who agreed to honor my family by becoming a part of it, he continued, sadistically enjoying the envy hidden in the crowd's eyes, namely my new son Hadrian Malfoy. This courageous young man, he said, gently pushing Hadrian in front of himself so he could be better seen by the curious people. Hyenas, all of them. James thought in disgust, seeing the manipulative and sly gleams that appeared into some of the guests' eyes while they gazed at Hadrian, who, James noticed amused, although looking very composed, at the moment had an almost unnoticeable blush adorning his cheeks as the people greeted him with excited applause. The minister also has a few words to say to our young hero, Abraxas said when the applause for Hadrian quieted down, at which Minister Leech adopted a pompous attitude before strutting in front of Hadrian, who looked somewhat wary at being faced with an orange-clad minister. Mr. Malfoy, the man started in an official tone with his oily voice as he addressed Hadrian, the British ministry is hereby awarding you with the Order of Merlin, First Class, for the great achievements you have accomplished. May you wear it with pride and bring even more honor to this title, the ministry said, in such strongly cheerful tone that no one doubted, not even for a second, that it was fake as he pinned a gold medal to Hadrian's robes and handed the boy a diploma of sorts. Thank you, Hadrian murmured in a soft voice, and instantly everybody held their breaths, yearning to hear more of that angelic voice speak. Thank you, he repeated in a stronger voice, letting his bright, green eyes roam over the faces that were drinking in his every word, for coming to this party to show the support the wizarding world has for me and for bestowing me with such a great award as the Order of Merlin. I can't properly express my happiness and gratitude in being so strongly welcomed into this new, at least for me, world of wizards and witches in which I can finally say I found my place. My place and also my family, as I can't ever repay the Malfoys for the kindness and love they have showed since they adopted me into their family, treating me as if I really was their son. I consider myself lucky, and I just wish that no other orphaned magical child will be forced to live the kind of life I was forced to live at the orphanage. As it is, I was sad to find out that the wizarding world doesn't have a specialized institution to take care of this kind of problem. I think it's the time we changed that, he declared in a heated and confident voice, making everybody wonder where the shy-looking boy had gone, while murmurs started to rise because of his declaration. Because of that, he continued, as if he hadn't heard, or simply ignored the effect his words produced, I have decided to use the money that was collected in the vault opened for me by Daily Prophet, to which I give my gratitude, where wizards and witches from everywhere donated what they could and in which now is deposited a good amount of money, a thing that warms my heart, being another proof of the wizarding world's kindness, to create such an institution. Seeing that I now have a family to take care of me, I think that this is the best use I could give to the fund all of you helped to raise. I also wish that you will continue to support this project of creating the first magical orphanage in the wizarding world, especially considering just how many children became orphans in these times of war. After all, aren't these children the future of our world? Then we should take better care of them, Hadrian said solemnly, every spoken word filled with barely contained passion. Thank you for attending this ball. I hope you'll be enjoying yourselves for the rest of the night and that the food and drink provided are to your tastes. I will also be joining you in a few moments, and the answer to any questions you might have about the magical orphanage can be asked of my father, as, even if it was I who proposed the idea, he is the one that will actively work towards this goal. I'm not very good at all the paperwork necessary for such a big project, Hadrian finished in a sheepish voice. There was a span of 3 seconds silence in which the guests mulled over what Hadrian said. Then the cheers and applause erupted louder than ever, making Hadrian's cheeks become tinted with pink as even a few quiet chuckles caused by the end of his speech could be heard from the excited crowd. James watched everything in fascination. Now he was more certain than ever that Hadrian truly didn't belong with the Malfoys. And how could he, considering how noble, kind and gentle he just proved to be? After all, the boy just declared he renounced a fortune worth of galleons and everything for the sake of some unknown children. And the boy was the same age as him, for crying out loud, and he didn't even like to share his toys with other children. Just how selfless could Hadrian get? James mentally decided to improve his sharing abilities if only around Hadrian. Satisfied for now since he had been able to see his hero for a little while, James decided to return to the children's corner. He knew that, sooner or later, Hadrian would also come there to be introduced to him and the other children that were invited to the ball. He couldn't wait to have the boys' attention all on him. With a tiny smirk and an expectant feeling, James started to head towards the children's area, hoping beyond hope that nobody had noticed his absence. He couldn't wait to officially meet Hadrian, his future best friend. Hadrian was, to put it lightly, tired. His face was starting to hurt from all the fake smiling he had done this entire evening, but he was forced to maintain the act knowing that, despite the carefree facade the guests put on, they were all watching him with hawk eyes, waiting for a slip they could pounce on. He sighed inwardly as he was introduced to yet another family who started to rant about how great his idea about the orphanage was. At first he had made an effort to retain all the names and faces of the people that were introduced to him, but, after he had passed the 100 limit, he was forced to give up. Greengrass, Goyle, Taurus, Bones, Parvati, Smith, Ivanov, DeBoer, Longbottom, Rosier, Gamp, Sawada, Flint, Bulstrode, Lestrade, Yaxley and many other names formed a labyrinth of mixed faces and voices inside Hadrian's head, inside which he was sure he would be forever lost. With a barely contained sigh he excused himself from the boring conversation he had with the head of the Crab family, who didn't look any less a troll than his grandson had, and headed towards the balcony for a breath of fresh air. Well, at least his idea about the orphanage had won the approval of many influential wizards, he thought, trying to get in a better mood in an optimistic manner. At least he gained something from all this hassle, and hopefully he would stop the forming of another Voldemort with this project. Hopefully. A real sigh escaped through his lips as he thought about the situation he had gotten himself in. Previously an orphan Muggleborn, he managed to become the wizarding world hero, discovered he was in truth a pureblood wizard, of one of the most ancient lines at that, found himself adopted by the Malfoys, and now he was delving into political games trying to expand his connections. All that after he had gotten himself and his best friend thrown into an alternate dimension, while cheating death at the same time, a friend about whom he still didn't know what kind of situation she had found herself in. Unconsciously, he clenched his hands into fists, trying to draw comfort from the soft fabric of his white silver gloves. He knew she was at the party, he could almost physically feel her presence, but why hadn't she approached him yet, seeing that she apparently knew who he was? Feeling the tiredness overcome him, he closed his eyes with the full moon and starry sky as his last sights, letting the warm breeze caress his face while he muted off the party chatter. He just wanted to lay in bed and sleep after the chaotic day he had had. Alas, it seemed that chaotic was becoming the norm in his life and that he would have to get used to the state. Even though he knew that, the day's events had still managed to tire him out. A shudder run through his body as flashes of overexcited house elves bent on making everything perfect for Master Hadrian's special night, strict manners tutors that drilled the lesson into his head with a dry, monotone voice, and happy, cheerful, pushy fashion designers that couldn't take no for an answer, run through his mind. Another shudder quickly accompanied the first as he thought about how Gabriel and his relatives, who had come from France for the ball, joined up with said fashion designers, ready to use him as a dress-up doll. The stuff they made him wear would haunt his nightmares for years to come. Grudgingly, he had to admit that he had a bit of fun with them, but that was mostly because of how kind and loving the Delacours were towards him. His grandma, Sophie, grandpa, Leon, and Auntie Jean had been smothering him with hugs and on the cheek with every chance they got, as it seemed he had become their favorite nephew after healing their son and brother, respectively. A soft smile appeared on his face as he realized he was finally part of a true family, one that loved and accepted him for who he was. He was truly happy despite the total mess his life was and the fact that he had found his place among the people he considered enemies in his old life. "Bored already, Mr. Hywell?" asked a smooth voice, startling Hadrian, who snapped his emerald eyes open, quickly encountering a pair of burning rubies watching him. "I would have thought you'd last a little longer before hiding yourselves from your fans," said Riddle with a conceited voice filled with hidden amusement. Hadrian couldn't say he was surprised to see the teacher. Only this man insisted stubbornly on calling him Mr. Hywell, refusing to address him with any other title or name, despite knowing that his true heritage was to be kept a secret. But really, when had Tom Riddle been a man that played by the rules? "Well, not all of us find entertainment in mocking other wizards in their faces, without them realizing," replied Hadrian, unconsciously letting himself relax even more. Though the boy hadn't yet realized, he had come to rely on the professor's presence in his life more than he would have liked. Well, that might be because the professor was a constant presence in Hadrian's life so far. "Noticed that, have you?" Riddle asked arrogantly with a smirk, one that made his face become sinfully attractive in a heartbeat. Even Hadrian, who wasn't really into appraising other blokes' looks, had to admit that Riddle looked quite handsome tonight as he elegantly swirled the champagne in his glass, clad in flattering black and dark burgundy robes made of silk that enhanced the flawless face and fit body, making all the women, as well as a few men, drool in his wake. "It was hard not to," was the scoffing reply Hadrian gave before he closed his eyes, once more letting himself bathe in the soft moon rays. "You weren't exactly subtle with your jabs. Tell that to the ones I talked to. They were practically drinking in my every word without noticing for a second all the taunts I made towards them," Riddle said, seeming to be quite disappointed by that fact as he leaned on the balcony beside Hadrian. Silence enveloped both of them, but it was a comfortable kind of silence in which they enjoyed the fresh evening air, filled with the soft floral fragrance that came from the exquisite gardens that surrounded the manor, and each other's company. The wind rustled a bit through their hair, and Hadrian exhaled deeply, feeling himself becoming more relaxed than ever sitting like this, with his archenemy's alter ego, enjoying the night atmosphere. "I suppose I should return to the party. I'm sure Father and Lucius must have gone ballistic over my prolonged absence," said Hadrian in a joking tone, though there was an underlying shade of disappointment coloring his voice, as he slowly opened his brilliant green eyes only to see that Riddle wasn't enjoying the view provided by the garden but was instead staring at him intensely. He shivered for whatever unknown reason as he was faced with the other man's burning stare, but he decided to ignore the professor's antics and not interrogate him about why the man was giving him such a look. He wasn't sure he'd like the answer. "You confuse me greatly, child," Riddle murmured with his velvety voice, just as Hadrian was leaving the secluded area in which they took shelter from the annoying crowd that attended the party, but Hadrian pretended not to hear him as he continued on his way. He didn't have any retort to give to the other because, if he was to be sincere, he was just as confused himself. Riddle watched the empty spot in which Hadrian had stood just a moment ago for a little longer before taking a sip from his glass of champagne. "So, how long are you planning to hide in the shadows?" he asked mockingly after he sipped the champagne, seemingly talking to the air as there was nobody around him. Unexpectedly, a lone wizard seemed to pop out of nowhere behind him, one which Riddle seemed to have expected to show up, judging from the professor's completely relaxed stance. If one was to describe the person that made the surprising appearance in one word, that word would be power, brute, raw power. Dressed in black with elegant silver-lined robes, the man exuded such confidence in his own force it would make an army doubt their chances of winning if they were to confront him. The two men stared each other down, neither willing to show any sign of weakness. Burning red met icy blue, both coldly evaluating the person that was now standing in front of them. Their dark magic pulsed around them, making the air crack with tension. There was one major difference between their auras, where Riddle's magic was more cunning, seducing the opponent with its pure darkness before finishing him off. The stranger's was more straightforward, wanting to be done with the enemy in one winning blow. They were different but had two common points. Both were immensely powerful and both were made of the purest darkness that existed. Both were the sign of a dark lord. So tell me, Gellert, what are you doing in my country? Riddle asked, his tone sweetly dangerous as his red orbs stared straight into his adversary's eyes. I want to meet my grandson, the man, now recognized as Gellert Grindelwald, one of the most dangerous Dark Lords the world had known for centuries, replied in a blunt manner. Riddle didn't ask how the man had found about that little tidbit of information. After all, he didn't give a damn, but he wasn't going to let the man destroy his careful laid-out plan. The plans that now involved the person of Hadrian. No, was his reply, and at that a humorless smile appeared on Grindelwald's rugged but handsome face, while his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. I wasn't asking you, I was only letting you know, the old wizard stated, and the air seemed to suddenly drop down a grade or two. The soft tunes played by the orchestra reached their ears while the glaring contest continued. No, Riddle replied yet again, sipping his champagne, not yet at least, it's too soon for the boy. He'll be overwhelmed if you suddenly appear in his life, claiming your rightful place as his grandfather. Don't forget what kind of status you have in the wizarding world. Not to mention the wizarding vow you gave me. You wouldn't want to break it now, would you, old man? An old man I may be, pretentious brat, but stupid I'm not, Grindelwald replied with a grin, seeing his pupil addressing him with the familiar nickname he's given him. And my vow stated not to intrude in any political affairs that involved this country that you are so fond of. I'm sorry to say, but my grandson isn't such an affair for me. But, Gellert continued, before Riddle could interrupt him, I see your point. I'll give you till Christmas to prepare the child for our meeting, but no more, Grindelwald replied, letting his determination be known with his tone of voice. Riddle seemed to want to say something, but he didn't have a chance to, as suddenly the orchestra song ended abruptly. Get out of my head, you beep! Shrieked Hadrian's all too familiar voice, and, dumbfounded, the two wizards ran inside the manor to see what was going on, Gellert casting a strong concealment charm on himself on the way, so that he wouldn't be recognized by someone from the crowd. There would be hell to pay if someone had done something to Hadrian. Get out of my head, you beep! The panicked cry of one certain boy broke through all the noises of the party, making them to abruptly come to an end. The orchestra stopped playing in the middle of a song, the politely fake conversation ceased its course, and even time itself seemed to have come to a stop. The glamorous atmosphere of the party was completely ruined. The boy, who nobody had any problem in identifying as Hadrian Malfoy as he was quite a celebrity, was clutching his head in obvious pain, glaring weakly at a gentle-looking man, with twinkling blue eyes in which the man's alarm at the situation at hand could be easily read, despite the slightly confused expression his face took on. Couldn't stop him. Head hurts. Scary. Eyes. Hadrian slurred out, with difficulty, stumbling a little with a dizzy expression on his face, before proceeding to fall backwards towards a random blonde-haired lady that was invited to the ball, with blood faintly leaking from his nose. Hadrian! The blonde lady screamed, catching the now unconscious boy in her arms before he could hit the floor. In the complete silence that followed, one could have heard a pin if one were to be dropped. You could actually feel the shock wave that shot through the crowd at the events that happened in front of it, as though in slow motion, and all the eyes turned as one to stare at the one who, judging from Hadrian's actions before he fainted, was guilty for the boy's pain. The man with twinkling blue eyes. The Albus Dumbledore. A threatening, dark aura suddenly appeared in the ballroom, sending shivers of fear through all the occupants of the room as a certain attractive, ruby-eyed professor made his entrance, elegantly sweeping with fluid moves through the room till he reached the fallen boy, followed by a simple-looking old wizard that everybody seemed to deem unimportant. Quickly, the professor crouched down to check out the child's state using a couple of spells that no one recognized due to their quick succession, and let out one small breath of relief when he discovered that Hadrian appeared to be fine, despite the unconscious state he seemed to find himself in, and about that. Albus, the man started, his voice colder than the freezing winds of December, what have you done? There was no hesitation in the professor's voice when he asked the question. For him there was no doubt that the headmaster had done something. He was absolutely certain about that, as he, after all, was one of the few that really knew Albus, so, for him, the question was not if but what the old coot had done. It took all of Albus' self-control to not gulp as he was faced with cold glares from all the room's occupants. He had screwed it, and he'd screwed it big this time. He opened his mouth to speak. Legiment C. A poisonous voice, at least to Dumbledore's ears, interfered with the answer before he got a chance to wave his way out of this sticky spot. He used legimancy on Mr. Malfoy. On a child, emphasized the voice, which belonged to the woman in whose arms Hadrian had collapsed, fixing Dumbledore with a hateful stare. And I'll make sure that all the wizarding world will find out that the headmaster of the only magical school in the country has no qualms about mind-raping someone, not even a child, the woman stated, her eyes burning in rage and disgust as a collective gasp escaped the curious crowd that was now enraptured with the show that was put in front of them and in which, they were certain, the oh-so-great Albus Dumbledore would end with a smudged reputation. No pity was seen in the eyes of those who had come to that conclusion. If what that be, owned lady, which some of them quickly recognized as the famous or infamous, depending on which side of the woman you were, reporter Leona Skeeter said was true, then the man deserved everything that would be dished out at him. Although, the fact that the Albus Dumbledore was capable of such a thing was something yet to be proven for a fact. Some of the ones present couldn't believe that the one thought to be the light leader would do such a thing. There was absolutely no way. Leona Skeeter watched the reactions her accusation caused in interest, as murmurs started to raise from the crowd that stood numb with shock for a while. Out of the corner of her eye she saw her partner taking photo after photo, trying to not lose a moment of the drama that had started to unfold, and hid a small smile. After all, she was, first and foremost, a journalist. And a good one at that. Always ready to investigate any juicy rumor, she was proud to say she had lent a hand in destroying the reputation of many wizards and witches while uncovering the truth. Some deserved it, some not, either way she didn't care much about that. After all, it was always fun to take those arrogant fools down a peg or two. And if they didn't want their reputation destroyed, then they should take more care of their public image. Some said she was ruthless, she said they were just jealous of her talent. Anyway, she loved her job. But Leona Skeeter was also a mother, and Rita, her 14-year-old daughter, was the best thing that had happened to her. Rita's sharp mind and energetic attitude always managed to bring a smile to her face after a tiring day of being forced to listen to babbling idiots. There was also the fact that her daughter already showed great potential in following in her footsteps. She had such a cunning mind and sly tongue despite her young age. As it was, she had a soft spot for kids as, when she saw one, an image of her daughter flashed in her head. Thus, Leona Skeeter was pissed off at the moment and inwardly swore to destroy the man responsible for hurting Hadrian. Although, in her line of job, it was vital for one to be detached at all time, Leona couldn't help but care for the young boy that had somehow found a small place in her heart. Hadrian Malfoy was a truly charming young man, Leona thought, blushing slightly, remembering some of the compliments Hadrian had given her. That is why she couldn't believe the nerve Dumbledore had trying to pull off something like legimancying the boy in plain sight. Thank God she recognized the symptoms, thanks to one of her articles for which she had to research in depth the obscure branch of mind magic, and was able to call the man out to pay for his actions. It's a lie, Charles Potter cried with indignation. The head of the Potter family that was clad in elegant robes colored in a manner befitting one with a Gryffindor ancestry, in red and gold. Albus would never do such a thing, he continued with the conviction of a true follower that made the lips of many guests curl up in disgust. I mean really now, if one were to become a loyal minion to someone, he should at least choose a master that didn't have questionable sanity. Yeah, sure, Dumbledore was powerful and all, but was power really the only thing that mattered? Did one truly want to serve someone that had such atrocious fashion tastes? Just look at those hideous bright purple robes he had dressed in tonight, for Merlin's sake. A bipolar personality. The way the man switched his moods was quite creepy if one thought about it, with pedophile tendencies, and was, all in all, a total embarrassment for any self-respecting wizard or witch. One could do better than that. Really, all the light wizards were such idiots. Now, Charles, Albus started, ignoring the glares thrown at him for causing their hero to faint and who know what else, because, even though everyone respected and trusted the word of Tom Riddle, the man wasn't a metawizard. I'm ashamed to say that Miss Skeeter is right in her assumptions. Dumbledore continued, causing another gasp to erupt, not only because the accusation of Leona were proven to be right but also because the headmaster admitted to them as if it was no big deal. Didn't the man know the damage one could cause by using legimancy on a child? He had already made Hadrian suffer mental pain and lose consciousness, for crying out loud. not to mention it was highly illegal and a breach of privacy. And he acted like nothing was wrong. The Malfoys, who had just arrived at the scene, looked ready to strangle the old man but refrained thanks to their lord's silent order, became even more murderous listening the headmaster admit his fault like it was no big deal. Riddle, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. He knew that Albus had some excuse ready for his behavior and that he would try to turn the situation around in his favor. He couldn't allow that. It was, after all, the perfect opportunity to get rid of the possibility of Hadrian siding with Albus once and for all. Dumbledore inwardly sighed in relief. Thank Merlin he had an excuse prepared. He knew he could have denied the accusation now, but it wouldn't have mattered in the long run. After all, any metawizard could tell if Legimancy was indeed used on Hadrian with ease. And, modesty aside, not many could perform wandless and wordless Legimancy. It was quite fair to assume that he would have been a suspect even without the boy's cry. But, with Hadrian's accusations before he slipped out of consciousness, he had, guilty as charged, written on his forehead. TCH, if only the child hadn't reacted so strongly at his intrusion. Quite a peculiar thing to happen, he now realized, as, in the many times he used Legimancy, nobody had reacted as badly as Hadrian. Hell, nobody had even noticed his presence in their mind in the first place. It seemed that there was more to the boy than he first thought. He'd have to investigate more deeply into the matter, but now he had to fix this mess he'd gotten himself into first. Trying to meet the eyes of everybody in the room, as he knew that will make him appear more truthful, he put on his best grandfatherly look with a sorrowful expression as the finishing touch. I admit that maybe my method wasn't the best one I could have used, Dumbledore started, making many scoff in a, that's an understatement, kind of way, but I only used it thinking of Hadrian's best interests, he continued, making many faces scrunch up in confusion. What was the senile wizard going on about now? I only wanted to make sure that Hadrian was indeed happy with his family because, after his tragic childhood, I thought he deserved to enjoy his life from now on. Because of that I used Legimancy trying to assess his true feelings towards his new family. Alas, I understand now that what I did was a grave mistake on my part. It is, but as they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and I hope you'll forgive this old man that now stands in front of you for his temporary mishap, Dumbledore finished, head now bowed in shame, pleading for forgiveness, while trying very hard to contain a smirk. He could actually see how many of the wizards were already reconsidering their opinion towards the whole incident because, although the way he dealt with the worries he got towards Hadrian's well-being could be called drastic, one couldn't say that it was an unexpected act from the well-known eccentric headmaster Dumbledore. Ah, the liberty one got when he was considered weird by normal standards. Lies. A raspy whisper was heard, drawing instantly the attention of everyone. Hadrian! Gabriel exclaimed, rushing towards his son who was trying, shakily, to stand up with the help of Skeeter. Everything is so bright. The boy murmured with a disoriented voice and squinting eyes, as Leona steadied him on his feet, drops of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Are you all right, sweetie? Gabriel asked after not so gently pushing the bemused Leona out of the way so that he could hug his precious son. I am fine, Dad, Hadrian said with a much stronger and steadier voice, shaking his head once to clear his vision and looking at his fussing dad with warm eyes. But not thanks to him, he continued while his eye became more steely, fixing a cold glare on Dumbledore, who tried to hide a grimace. Damn it, he had almost managed to get away. Hadrian, my boy, surely you. Stop it, you perv, I am not your boy nor do I wish to be. And don't waste your breath trying to convince me that you tried to do it for my sake, like you did with these people, because I already heard your explanation and I don't believe it, Hadrian said, his voice raising higher with each word. Mr. Malfoy, interfered Riddle's smooth voice, who startled Hadrian with use of that last name, can you tell us what happened? This man, Hadrian started, obviously trying to contain his ire, came to me while I was heading towards the children area. I wanted to meet children of my own age and maybe make a friend or two, Hadrian added, with a dust of pink across his cheeks at the inquiring looks he got from the crowd. Anyway, he started to call me, my boy, and tried to get his bony hands on me, so of course I freaked out a little and I was trying to find an excuse so that I could leave his presence, he said, earning a few chuckles from the guests despite the tense atmosphere. Then he started to tell me about how Gryffindor was the perfect house for me at Hogwarts and how it would be best if I was to be sorted there. When I said that it wasn't me who decided that but the Sorting Hat, he started to mumble something about the Malfoy's evil influence, and how he would be the one to return me to the light side. Then he forcefully grabbed my chin and stared straight in my eyes, muttering something about seeing for himself just how deep their influence ran within me. I tried to break eye contact. I really tried, but then there was pain and flashes and more pain. And the next thing I knew, I collapsed in the arms of Ms. Skeeter. Here, Hadrian said, breathing heavily from the effort it took to relate the events and rein in his anger at the same time. Whatever this man wanted to do, he continued with such a deadly glint in his eyes that those who thought he was only a cute, harmless child recoiled under his gaze. I can assure you it wasn't in any way for my sake. Hadrian, Dumbledore tried again. You have to understand that I was only thinking of your well-being. That may be true, Headmaster, said another voice, which belonged to a stunning lady, with brilliant brown eyes and a proud stance. But that doesn't change the fact that your acts caused harm to Mr. Malfoy, the woman stated in a calm tone, belied by raging fire that could be seen in her eyes. Not to mention that, considering everything, who is to say that this is the first time you used Legimency illegally? Not everyone reacts as badly as Mr. Malfoy to a mental intrusion, and you could have used Legimency every time you wished to. Spy. On personal and private matters, then one may want to remain a secret. I admit that, as a parent whose child will start to attend Hogwarts this year under your tutelage, I have to wonder just how secret my family secrets will remain. I do not want my son going through a mental intrusion like young Mr. Malfoy. Here, the women stated passionately. After what happened with Sirius, she absolutely despised any attempt to harm children. Lady Black, surely you do not believe that? Only because of Hadrian's exaggerated version of Dumbledore started, only to abruptly stop when, faster than one could blink, Abraxas Malfoy had him at wand point, a curse ready on the tip of his tongue. One more word, Albus, Abraxas said in a lethal tone, ignoring the sharp intake of breath from the crowd, confronted with such a development. And I swear that I'll blast you to the pits of hell and beyond, the man stated in such a way that it made the declaration seem not a threat but a promise. Nobody would cause harm to his family and expect to get away with it. The tension escalated to new heights until, at the same time, both Hadrian and Riddle put their hands on one of Abraxas' arms with a reprimanding, "Father," and "Abraxas," respectively. The wizard took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. But really, how could one expect him to retain his cool when the same wizard that mentally attacked his son started to accuse said son of exaggerating the happenings? There was no way for him to do that. Alas, at both his Lord and Hadrian requests, he had no choice but to calm down. Monsieur Dumbledore, said a handsome wizard with a deep French accent who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in flattering blue and gold robes, with silver hair and eyes. As you can see from my son-in-law's action, you are no longer welcome here, so I suggest that you take your leave. But make no mistake, the wizard, Leon Delacour, who was the father of Gabriel, continued with his icy voice that, Hadrian thought, could actually cause frostbite if one was exposed to it long enough. We will take legal measures against you, and under no circumstances will you be allowed around my grandson any longer. I can also assure you that Ms. Skeeter will have my full support in revealing the truth about you, Headmaster, not only in Britain but around all the world. I must say that I am most shocked and displeased to discover that the one the British people consider one of their leaders is a person like yourself. Just one more proof that the French posse's more developed common sense, I guess, Leon said, and Hadrian almost rolled his eyes at the man's antics. He really took pleasure in the competition going on between the French and the British. Dumbledore was almost sputtering in indignation but somehow managed to keep himself composed and refrain from saying anything that could antagonize anyone any further. He knew that, no matter what excuses he used, that didn't change the fact that it was, indeed, his fault. He knew that, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, started Abraxas, who had regained his cool composure in the meantime, with a formal tone and something akin with glee in his voice. You are hereby banned from the Malfoy Manor and other Malfoy's properties. Until, or if, the ban is lifted, you are forbidden from approaching any place owned by the Malfoy family. But, if you want to try to break the ban, please do be my guest. I'm sure your pained cries will be a delight to my ears. Abraxas whispered ominously, making a tremble of fear run through everybody at his sadistic tone, before the magical band kicked in and Dumbledore was, with a loud pop, apparated outside the outskirts of the manor. His lord was, as expected, right, Abraxas thought. That had felt good indeed, and considering that he owned most of the shops and stores in the Wizarding England, he was sure that Dumbledore would have a hard time from now on. Just like he deserved. Now that the pests are dealt with, started Gabriel with a charming smile while facing the guests, let us continue to enjoy the party, he said while the orchestra started to play on cue. Lady Black, Ms. Skeeter, if you could follow us, Lucius said with a silken voice while Gabriel entertained the crowd, that was now fervently gossiping about the recent happenings and the impact those happenings would have, and Abraxas fussed over Hadrian who was scowling beside a strangely smug Riddle. After exchanging a knowing glance with Riddle, who started to head with Hadrian and the Malfoys to a private area no doubt to discuss the best way to handle Dumbledore, with the message, "We'll continue the talk later," clear for his former pupil to see, Grindelwald decided it was time for him to take his leave. A half-smirk, half-smile played on his lips as he thought about what happened. As he reviewed in his mind the way his grandson played them all, he couldn't help but grin with pride. The boy was truly remarkable to pull one up on Dumbledore. But, if he was to be frank, even he would have played right into Hadrian's hands if it wasn't for the fact that, while everybody was busy watching the drama unfolding with Albus and that reporter, he was busy studying his grandson for the first time up close. And that was when he saw it. Saw how the supposedly unconscious boy was fighting a smile from appearing on his face. And then it dawned at him. The child was faking it. He didn't knew the whys, nor he did care to find them out. What mattered was that the boy was exceptional, a master manipulator. The way he regained his consciousness just when Albus almost managed to soothe everyone's outrage at his actions was a brilliant move, one that destroyed Dumbledore's chances at forgiveness. And that little speech, his facial features, his body's subtle movements, his tone of voice. Simply perfect. Every move conveyed his righteous anger at being mentally attacked, the reluctance he felt at talking about his pain in public and the ire he supposedly felt at the man who caused him harm. A shuddering breath escaped Gellert as he walked outside towards the apparition point. Excitement was building up in him at an alarming speed and he felt like giggling, but he couldn't do that because it wasn't something a Dark Lord was supposed to do. Still, he couldn't keep his grin off his face. His grandson was, after all, everything he'd wished for in an heir. At first he was afraid of leaving the boy under the Malfoy's care, right under Riddle's thumb, but now he knew Hadrian could take care of himself and wasn't as easy to manipulate as he appeared to be. As he disapparated with a silent crack, Gellert couldn't help but wonder what was Hadrian's true personality, because he was sure that he wasn't the innocent, harmless boy he tried to appear in front of the public. A smirk appeared on his wrinkled face. He couldn't wait to find out for himself when he officially met the boy at winter solstice. Hadrian flopped on a couch exhausted. He had just managed to get away from his fussing family, after more than a half hour in which he was forced to accept the continuing poking and probing by the Medawizards that had been urgently summoned to the mansion to check out his health and during which Dumbledore was repeatedly bashed by everyone in the room, each and every one of the ones present wanting to find the best way to destroy the old coot. And, although seeing a Lady Black that wasn't a creepy yelling painting was kinda strange, he couldn't help the warm feeling that bloomed inside him when so many people jumped to his defense. But man, that was so fun. When Dumbledore tried to read his mind, Hadrian thought that he could overlook it at first. But then he remembered that most of the bad things that happened to him after Voldemort killed his parents were, in one way or another, Dumbledore's fault, so he decided to teach the old wizard a lesson. And what a lesson indeed. He reckoned that his dad would have been proud of him. After all, he was sure this was a prank at a much larger scale than his father had ever managed to do. Yeah, the Marauder's heritage would live on. Idly, he wondered how Sirius and James of this world would have reacted if they had known that the whole affair was a prank. He imagined that either they would have been jealous of his idea or they would have been outraged at him acting against Dumbledore who, more than likely, was being worshipped by the two boys. Sirius, because he saw in the old wizard a way to escape his home life, and James because he defeated Gellert and stopped the war for a short period of time. Gits. Alas, Hadrian had to admit he would have liked to become friends with the two of them. But, now that he thought about it and if his memory wasn't failing him, he knew that they weren't much older than him, by 1 to 2 years at most. Well, maybe in time. Knock. Knock. 2 sharp knocks on the door of the room pulled Hadrian out of his reverie. Enter, he called out, and soon enough 2 boys, one with dark brown eyes and the other with silver eyes, gracefully shuffled inside the room. The chamber was, surprisingly enough, decorated with red and golden pieces of furniture. An imposing fireplace dominated the entire room, the flames giving Hadrian, who was lounged on the comfy-looking couch seated in front of said fireplace, quite an innocent and dreamy look. Not forgetting for a second the manners that were drilled in him by Mr. William, his boring tutor who sorta reminded Hadrian of Professor Binns with his monotone voice, Hadrian elegantly rose up to greet his unknown guests, curiosity shining brightly in his stunning emerald orbs. There was something familiar about these 2 boys, especially the one with silver eyes. "Hello," Hadrian said with a musical voice and a disarming smile. "Can I help you with something?" The 2 boys shared a look before the face of the one with brown eyes broke into a small smirk. "Well, you see, we just wanted to meet you. My name is Regulus Black and my brother here is Sirius Black," Regulus said, not noticing the way Hadrian's smile froze for a moment on the boy's face when he heard their names. "Nice to meet you. My name is Hadrian Malfoy," Hadrian managed to reply politely, in a friendly manner, although he felt overcome with shock. Still, he managed to calm down quickly enough. He really had to learn to stop getting so worked up over every strange, weird and more than a bit out of the ordinary thing that happened to him. He was still Harry Potter in the end, despite his new appearance and official name, and with him being in another dimension he should be expecting weird things to happen as a norm. "We know. We were supposed to be introduced to you earlier, but with all the commotion we didn't have a chance to. Still, Mother managed to convince your fathers to let us say hello before leaving," Regulus continued, his smirk transforming into a grin. "Oh, yeah. Sorry about that," Hadrian said with a sheepish smile. "Don't worry about it," Sirius said, speaking for the first time. "It was quite entertaining," the boy said with a knowing smile that somewhat confused Hadrian. "Well, we should leave now. Our parents are waiting for our return," Regulus said, giving Hadrian an appraising look, as if trying to calculate his worth before another smile broke on the boy's face. "You are not bad, and at least you are not stuck up. I think we'll be good friends," he said, offering Hadrian his hand for a handshake, which Hadrian politely accepted with a charming smile of his own. "I'm sure of that," he replied, turning now towards Sirius, who also offered up his hand. "We'll see each other the day after tomorrow at the platform," Sirius said, shaking Hadrian's hand before tugging his brother's arm and exiting the room faster than lightning, leaving a bewildered Hadrian to stare after them. After a few moments in which he was stunned by the boy's hasty departure, Hadrian finally noticed that a piece of paper had been slipped into his hand when he shook hands with Sirius. He carefully unfolded the paper, curious to see what the other boy would want to write to him. He hoped it wasn't a fan letter. It would be so weird to receive a fan letter from the one who was, in another life, like a father to you. The first thing that struck him was the painfully familiar handwriting. Then there was that one proposition message itself. "If you wish to read my message, you first must solemnly swear." A friend, the same as last time. He felt dread come over him, but, seeing that denial wasn't just a river in Egypt, he refused to acknowledge the possibility of Hermione being. No, he wouldn't go there. With a stubborn determination, he taped the paper with his wand and whispered, "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good." As the message started to appear, each word appeared to be a punch to Hadrian. "Dear Harry, or should I say Hadrian now? Have you finally figured out who I am yet? I bet you did, but refused to acknowledge the truth even to yourself. You were always like that, seeing only what you wanted to. Well, I guess I should pull you out of the misery. The sooner you accept the truth, the better. Yes, Hadrian, you guessed right. I, Hermione Granger, have indeed found my counterpart in the person of Sirius Black. Now you don't have an excuse, deal with it. I did and assure you that it wasn't any fun waking up to find out that I'm a boy. Anyway, it's your fault I ended up like this in the first place. We'll talk more on the train, or, if that is not possible, when we reach Hogwarts, in the room of requirement. Your disappointed friend that didn't get to see your face while reading this. Hermione. Sirius, I told you that my counterpart identity would come as a shocker. Now, as Harry Potter, he was used to having weird things happen to him. More so with the recent events. But even he wasn't prepared for finding out that his best female friend had become a boy, and not only that but the one who, in another life, was his godfather. So Hadrian did the only thing he could do to cope with this sudden revelation. He fainted. For real this time. The boy looked at his reflection in disgust, making sure that the muggle clothing he had to wear till he got on the Hogwarts Express hid all of his bruises. He really didn't want to be the subject of uncomfortable questions, asked by people that had no clue what they were talking about. He took in his black, bottomless eyes, jet black hair and second-hand black attire that clashed with his pale complexion. Not even a bruise out in the open. Satisfied by what he saw, he sat on the bed, next to his luggage, waiting for his mother to come and take him to the station. He felt, dare he say, almost happy that he was to finally leave this hellhole and the person he was forced to call father. A wave of hatred and disgust overwhelmed him as he remembered his so-called father. That thing didn't have the right to call himself that. A father wouldn't do what he did. A father wouldn't abuse his child and wife, and a father would take care of his family instead of drinking all his money away. Father was the last thing he would call him. His hatred turned to bitterness as he thought of his mother, feelings violently clashing with one another. On the one hand, he hated her too, hated her for her weakness, for claiming that she still loved her husband despite everything he had done to him, to them, for forcing him to endure such a life instead of leaving that man, just because her blasted pride wouldn't let her admit that she was wrong in her choice of who to marry. A hollow snort escaped him as he thought of how often she said, "A prince is never wrong," on a normal day. It had never even passed her mind that she wasn't a prince anymore. But, on the other hand, she was the only support he had, the one that talked to him about another world, full of magic and wonders, whenever their real life became too much to bear. The one that taught him everything she knew with hope that he would build himself a better life and introduced him to the world of potions, an art which he could practice and persevere in even as a child, as it didn't require the use of a wand. The art that helped him survive his childhood so far, letting the mystic air of the potions and the intricate and complex recipes ensnare him completely, immersing himself in it as he forgot everything about the real world outside his makeshift lab. Because of her precious gift, his mother was the only one he felt that he could come to love beside his little flower. He let himself fall on the mattress, with his arms and hair sprawled on the bed. It gave a muffled screech under his weight, but he paid it no mind. He was used to it. The room, his room, seemed even gloomier than usual without his belongings giving it some sort of personality. It seemed so empty. With only one lousy bed, a table that had an old book supporting its broken leg, a small closet in which his clothes used to lay, and a chair. The gray walls only added to the cheerless atmosphere. The first rays of sun started to peer into the room through the only window, and he sighed, thinking that it would be a long time till his mother came for him. It was, after all, only 6 and something in the morning, but, because of his excitement, sleep refused to visit him, and so he had spent the entire night preparing everything he might need while at Hogwarts. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. He was so pathetic, behaving like a 5-year-old waiting for Santa. Still, he couldn't help it. He was going to Hogwarts. A small smile, so small that a normal person wouldn't have noticed it, tugged at his lips. He let his eyes slide to his trunk where, neatly ordered, all his school supplies and robes could be found. All brand new. The smile grew a little bigger thinking of his mother's cunning. She had started to hide small amounts of money from his father in a safe place through the years, specially for Hogwarts. He still remembered how his mother's face had glowed when he received his letter and she had announced that she would personally see that he got on the train with everything that he needed. "No prince will go to Hogwarts like a beggar," she had said, and, for once, he was grateful for her pride and ignored the fact that, so that they could afford this small luxury, they had to buy only second-hand clothes till now. But who cared about a muggle's opinion anyway, he thought with scorn, remembering the cruel taunts of the children from his old school who had laughed at his poverty. He was a wizard first and foremost, after all, so why should their words bother him? He idly wondered what his new life would entail, and he couldn't contain a disappointed sigh from escaping him. He had hoped that he would have his little Lily beside him at the start of this new life, but alas, his hopes were crushed. After it was discovered that her sister was also a witch, she started to spend less and less time with him, preferring the company of her sister. A wave of hatred towards his flower's sister came over him. That little witch always tried to ruin their friendship, and since it was discovered that she also had magical powers, her efforts had increased tenfold. Still he refused to wail in self-pity. He would stride forward, make a name for himself and prove to his little flower that he was worth her friendship. Soon Severus Snape would be a well-known name. He would become the youngest potion master ever known. Sirius was on cloud 9. Finally, he was returning to Hogwarts, with its wonderful library and, better yet, he was going to see Hadrian. He couldn't wait. Although, he had to admit that he was going to miss his brother and parents. And, boy, wasn't that a weird feeling to have considering his real identity, although, he had to admit, he had adapted pretty quick to this new life as Sirius Black. I mean really, he had even started to refer to himself as a he, instead of a she. That still freaked him out, to be frank. Not to mention, he would have to share his dorm with a bunch of boys. Wasn't that a wonderful thing to anticipate? He grimaced. Better deal with the cruel reality later. A smirk pulled at his lips as he looked over the articles that had made his day. The first was from yesterday, and in it, with bold letters, stood written: Dumbledore mind rapes a child. Hogwarts headmaster uses Legimency against Hadrian Malfoy. By Leona Skeeter. Yesterday evening, during what was supposed to be a day of celebration for young Hadrian Malfoy, the young man whose selfless deeds are deeply appreciated by wizards from all around the world, became another traumatic experience for this child who, at such a young age, has been through more than enough pain. And the one guilty for that is none other than Albus Dumbledore, the supposedly wise headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Legimency, the magical skill of extracting feelings and memories from another person's mind, is one of the most dangerous branches of mind magic known, and its use is highly frowned upon by the law, not to mention illegal when it's done without permission, as it can cause permanent brain damage to the one subjected to it. And exactly that is what the well-respected Dumbledore attempted to use on the unsuspecting young Hadrian, not bothering to take into consideration the damage he might have caused or the fact that he was breaking the law. Some of you might have doubts about this, and I don't blame you, as, after all, who would expect the one looked up to as the light leader to do such a thing? But it is the truth, as many witnesses can testify to and as Dumbledore himself confessed. Yes, you have read that right. Albus Dumbledore admitted to having attempted to use Legimency on Hadrian Malfoy, proclaiming that he was thinking of the boy's well-being, but one has to wonder about that. How does the possibility of incapacitating the boy mentally classify as well-being? And who is to say that this is the first time that Dumbledore has tried to use Legimency illegally? Who knows how many other people have been his victims, considering that, usually, Legimency is quite unnoticeable if used by master in the skill. Only Merlin knows how long this would have continued if not for Hadrian, who, being a natural occlumens as reported by the metawizards that checked his health after the mind attack he suffered, had quite an violent reaction at being subjected for the first time to Legimency. One could not know. Considering that Dumbledore is the headmaster of the school where our children go to, one might want to stop and ask himself just how safe the children and the secrets they might carry in their mind truly are. Are we really willing to risk them returning to a place where the risk of being mind raped by the school headmaster is so high? And can we allow this to go unpunished just because Albus Dumbledore was the one who did the deed? I'll leave you, dear readers, to decide for yourselves the answer to these questions, but make no mistake, if we don't properly deal with this now, who knows whose mind will be invaded next? It may even be yours or one of your children's. Are you willing to take the chance? Dumbledore, removed from his positions while under investigation, see page 2. Legimency, the obscure branch of mind magic, see page 3. Hadrian Malfoy, he surprises us once more, see page 5. Sirius' smirk grew even wider as his eyes slid over to today's articles that followed the progress of Dumbledore's investigation. Finally, the old coot was getting exactly what he deserved, especially considering that his manipulations were the ones that had led to the death of Hadrian and himself. Still, to think Hadrian was able to pull this off. Brilliant. Even he would have been fooled by that act of his if it wasn't for the fact that he knew his friend so well. A fond smile replaced his smirk. He couldn't wait to see Hadrian again, preferably alone this time. They had plenty to talk about, after all. Sirius, get down here already. Regulus screamed from the bottom of the stairs, with an exasperated tone in his voice, making him come down to planet Earth. Coming, Sirius responded, taking some books he wanted to read with him on the way and which he was certain he hadn't seen in the school library. Finally, Mother was going ballistic, wondering what you were doing upstairs, and speaking of which, what were you doing upstairs? Regulus asked as he dragged Sirius towards the living room. I brought a few books with me I had forgotten to pack, Sirius answered with a sheepish smile, motioning to the books that lay harmlessly in his arms, at which Regulus rolled his eyes. Figures, his brother said with a snort, earning himself a mild glare from Sirius before both promptly started laughing. As they continued walking, Sirius' mind trailed off once again, thinking of how different the Black family had turned out to be in reality. They were united and cared deeply for each other. Just thinking of the sumptuous feast they had prepared last night, containing all of his favorite things, was enough to warm him up to them. Even Regulus, who tried to put up a mischievous front most of the time, refrained from pulling any pranks in his last night here till Christmas. It was a lovely dinner and he was certain he would cherish it always. Turning left, Sirius cleared his head of thought while he and Regulus entered a well-lit room, its walls painted in a soft pastel, broken up by silky blue flowing curtains. A coffee table, with matching armchairs and sofa, was seated in front of an impressive fireplace, and Sirius couldn't help but inhale deeply the soft jasmine perfume emanating from the flowers that proudly sat in the middle of said coffee table. Sirius, Regulus, where have you been till now? We are going to be late, said a distressed Lady Black, who was organizing the trunks that Sirius was to take with him to Hogwarts. The way too many trunks Sirius had to take with him to Hogwarts. Mother, what in the name of Merlin are those? Asked a horrified Sirius, pointing to the mountain of trunks that awaited him. Your luggage, of course, answered Walburga in a matter-of-fact voice, while, with a wave of her wand, she made the trunks shrink. You never know what you might need, so it's better to be prepared. And for Morgana's sake, please do close your mouth. It's unbecoming, Walburga absently said while mentally she tried to figure out if she had forgotten to pack something. A bemused Orion watched his fussing wife with a caring expression. His face became creased with a frown in worry as his gaze fell on Sirius, who still wore an gobsmacked expression on his face at the amount of luggage his mother had packed for him, while his brother smirked at his misfortune. Sighing, he pulled an old pocket watch that was encrusted with the Black family crest from his robe. He knew that, according with the Black house tradition, this watch should be given to the family heir when he came of age. It had belonged to the first known Black and contained the oldest of the Black house magic, each and every possessor of the watch adding a little of their own magic to it. Because of that, the watch's power had become stronger and stronger with each generation, its sole purpose being to offer protection to the wearer. Normally, the watch should have passed to Sirius in 6 years. However, 6 years might be too late considering the recent discoveries, so damn all tradition to hell. His son needed protection, and no foolish custom with no real value was gonna stop him, his father, from offering it. Sirius, he called, startling everybody with the serious tone of his voice, come here. Sirius warily approached his father. To say he was surprised would be an understatement, seeing that usually his father never used that kind tone. Both Regulus and Walburga were watching their interaction closely. Just what had made Orion become so serious all of a sudden? They watched with growing apprehension as Orion handed Sirius a watch, and a gasp of surprise escaped them and Sirius, at the same time, as they realized that it was no ordinary watch but one of the most treasured Black artifacts. Sirius was speechless. He couldn't believe that his father was actually giving him this treasure. Father, I can't. He tried to protest, but his father silenced him by putting his arm on Sirius' shoulder. No, take it, he said, while his eyes pierced Sirius' own. I want you to have it. Considering everything, I want to be sure that you are at least remotely safe while away from my care. Sirius couldn't help but nod. The beaming smile that appeared on his father's face was more than enough proof for him to realize that he had made the right decision. Although, the pride that shone in Orion's eyes made Sirius feel a pang of guilt, knowing they worried so much for him unnecessarily. Still, he knew that he had had no other way at the time to explain his weird behavior except the one he had used. As he took in his mother's slightly teary eyes, his brother's teasing smirk and his father's beaming smile, all filled with pride towards him, he swore to make the most of his new life. He would make his family proud. James Potter watched the commotion on the platform with a scowl on his face. Tens of journalists and reporters, blinding blitzes and a mob of fans had all but assaulted the Malfoy family once they arrived on the platform. He couldn't help but notice that, while his fathers and brother all but basked in the attention, Hadrian, the one that was, in fact, the target of the crazy crowd, seemed very uncomfortable in the midst of all those people, wearing a strained smile on his face. Hadrian Malfoy. He wasn't really sure what to think about him. On one hand, his father had already warned him that the Malfoy influence might run too deep in the boy, but, on the other hand, Hadrian hadn't done anything remotely wrong or evil. Sure, he bashed Dumbledore, but James thought that it was the old wizard's fault in the first place. If the headmaster had used legimancy on him, he would have reacted similarly or worse. As it was, James decided to follow with his plan of becoming Hadrian's best friend. A plan that should already be in motion if it wasn't for that annoying mob that got in the way. Just how long did those insufferable reporters plan to detain Hadrian? Didn't they realize that it was almost time for the train to leave the station? He couldn't believe the nerve of those people that had dared to get in the way of him befriending Hadrian. Fixing his expensive robes, he gave a long-suffering sigh. He might as well embark on the train if he wanted to still find a good compartment. He could, after all, meet Hadrian later. Because, without doubt, he would become important in the boy's life. He was James Potter, after all. Hadrian was looking for the most hidden compartment that he could find in this train. If even one more person dared to come and ask for his autograph, forcing him to adopt a polite smile, he was going to hex them into oblivion, no matter the consequences. Merlin, it was even worse than when he was known as Harry Potter, the boy who wouldn't bloody well die. He dragged his trunk after him, looking out at the changing landscape that flashed past the windows as he passed through compartments, glaring darkly at anyone who made a move to greet him as he passed. The sun was high in the sky, bathing everything in its beautiful rays of light, the dark, menacing shadows being chased away and replaced with golden beams that revealed that the world was, in fact, a beautiful place. And Hadrian hated every minute of it. This day was not going to be a good one. He knew it from the moment he opened his eyes. And considering how his normal days usually were, his nerves were strained at maximum, waiting for a nuclear bomb to drop. Firstly, Dobby thought it was necessary to wake him at 7 a.m. by dropping a bucket filled with ice-cold water on him. The elf had, once again, developed a hero worship for Hadrian since the boy had asked the Malfoy family to treat the house elves better. Sadly, Dobby's care could get pretty extreme, so when Hadrian asked him to make sure he woke up early, Dobby only did everything in his power to fulfill the request. Hadrian wouldn't have minded in the least if he was less enthusiastic in fulfilling the task. He had been annoyed, to put it mildly, but at one puppy look from Dobby, who asked if he did anything wrong, he forced himself to smile, as best as he could considering the fact that he was freezing at the time, and reassure the elf before he started to bang his head with Merlin knows what. After he dried and warmed himself up, he realized that it wasn't too bad. It only meant that perhaps he now had time to choose his own clothes without his grandparents, aunt and dad using him as a dress-up doll. No such luck. Just as he was ready to start dressing, said people barged into his room and proceeded, while ignoring his loud protests, to entertain themselves at his expense. After they finally deemed him to be dressed with proper, fitting clothes, which, by the way, consisted of the ones he had chosen for himself before they barged in, the real problem arose. The luggage packing. Merlin, those people would have packed his entire bedroom to take with him to Hogwarts if he would have let them. There was absolutely no way he would have accepted that, so he fought tooth and nail to keep the things he brought with him to a minimum. In the end he somehow managed to win the Battle of Wills, although he had the sneaky suspicion that the number of Lucius trunks increased after he refused to take some of the items his family thought to be most needed, like an entire collection of hair products. Leaving the house was also no easy task to accomplish. Between the Delacours, who had some last-moment presents to give him, and Arya, who started to cry, saying that her angel shouldn't leave her alone, another mini-crisis took place. As the others tried to make Arya calm down, Leon Delacour, his grandpa, took him to the side to give him an object that brought tears in his eyes. A set of two-way mirrors. He had contradictory feelings about the gift, which could not be helped considering the history he had with the objects, but luckily his grandpa took the tears as a sign of the happiness he felt and gave him a beaming smile saying that he should put them to good use. Hadrian couldn't help but smile too, feeling a warm feeling bloom inside of him, faced once again with the unconditional love his family seemed to have for him. After all the ruckus was done and over with, and with his mood slightly lifted, they finally managed to get on platform 9 3/4. There his mood dropped down instantly as he was mobbed by a crowd of reporters, photographers and fans, all wanting a piece of him. He managed to survive this trial of patience too, letting his parents and brother deal with the hyenas. After he said his goodbyes, which consisted of a bear hug from his dad and a, "Whatever you do, I'm sure you'll make us proud," from his father, he finally managed to get on the train. There, after reassuring Lucius that he would be fine on his own over 1,000 times, he finally separated from his brother, with the excuse that he wanted to make some friends on his own, and went to search for a quiet compartment for himself. Yeah, right. Wherever he entered he was assaulted by children and teenagers all demanding his autograph. And that wasn't the worst of it, not by a long shot. As he tripped and fell on air, he managed to knock 2 other girls with him. One had beautiful red hair, brilliant green eyes, looking quite cute to be honest, and the other, despite her stylish blonde hair and use of makeup, was quite startling with her long neck and the scary expression she had thrown at him for a second before her brown eyes widened slightly, a blinding smile appearing on her face instantly. Hadrian couldn't quite put his finger on it, but those 2 girls nagged a memory at the back of his head. "Why, hello there," the blonde girl said with a giggle, causing Hadrian to dislike her immediately. He hated girls that giggled without any reason whatsoever. "I'm sorry for causing you to fall," Hadrian said with smile, ignoring his dislike. He was the one at fault here, after all. "It's no problem. We are all right," the red-headed girl said hastily, trying to reassure him while blushing furiously. "I am happy then, that my clumsiness didn't cause you two to get hurt. I am Hadrian Malfoy, by the way. Pardon me for forgetting to introduce myself." "It's no problem. I am Petunia Evans and this is my sister Lily Evans," the blonde girl, Petunia, said while batting her eyelashes, not noticing that all color drained from Hadrian's face. "It's nice to meet you," Lily, also, shyly added. "Do you want to share a compartment with us?" Petunia boldly asked, a glint appearing in her eyes that went unnoticed by Lily but not by Hadrian. "I'm sorry, but no, I'm looking for my friend actually," Hadrian hastily responded, using the first thing that came to his mind as an excuse. Neither girl could hide their disappointment. "Well, I'll guess we'll see you around Hogwarts then, right?" asked Petunia while Lily looked for his response with hope in her eyes. "Certainly. Have a nice trip then," Hadrian said, making a hasty exit, not daring to even look back. In the name of Merlin, he had just met his mom, and his aunt. His witch aunt. He was so going to lose his mind one of these days and no one had any right to complain. Grimacing, he continued his search for a compartment, pushing the issue to the back of his mind among the other things he had to come to terms with in this world. And believe him, there was not much space there anymore. That was hours ago. No matter how much he detested it, with every compartment that was opened he was forced to endure, patiently, other students as they ogled, interrogated and asked for his autograph. His hand was itching to throw a good hex at them, but, unfortunately, he had an image to maintain and as such he couldn't curse innocent students with no reason, or at least with no viable reason. So not fair. Life was cruel. Sighing as he came face to face with the door of the last compartment on the train, he slid it open, noticing that another boy was already in the compartment, on one of the seats. He was taller than Hadrian, with pitch black hair and eyes, and he was already dressed in his Hogwarts robes while intently reading a third-year potions manual. Started Hadrian awkwardly. "Can I sit here?" "I don't know, can you?" answered the boy, without even bothering to look up from his book. Realizing that was as good as an affirmative answer from the boy, Hadrian proceeded to make himself comfortable in the compartment. He took the seat opposite of his companion and proceeded to look out the window. The sun was already setting, oranges, yellows and pinks decorating the sky, forming a beautiful sight to watch. After a few minutes passed, Hadrian couldn't take the silence any longer. "So, you are a third year, I suppose?" Hadrian inquired, trying to make the silent boy talk. "You suppose wrong. I am a first year, as are you, I imagine." But you are reading a third-year book. Really? I would have never noticed if you hadn't pointed that out to me," the boy said dryly, still trying to stay focused on his book. Unfortunately for him, Hadrian had no intention of letting him read in peace. So you are good with potions then? Or you are advanced in other subjects, too? With a suffering sigh, the boy closed his book, realizing the boy seated in front of him wouldn't give up in trying to befriend him. And slight curl appeared at his lips. What a foolish notion. Indeed. Not that you could understand that. I bet you don't even know what a bazaar is or where it could be found, he scoffed, trying to make the other boys see that he wasn't up for friendly chit-chats with ignorant fellows. To his surprise, the boy flashed him a grin. Actually, I do. It is a stone that is taken from a goat's stomach and is an antidote to most poisons, Hadrian said in a haughty tone before proceeding to snicker. I suppose that you do know something, the boy conceded, knowing that not many first years would have been able to give an answer to the question. After that, the conversation between the two boys became easier. They mostly talked about potions and school-related subjects, but Hadrian couldn't complain as he learned a lot just by listening the boy talking about potions. More than he had ever learned from Snape or Slughorn anyway. Snape. No, it couldn't be, could it? Hey, could it be that you are? Hadrian started but didn't get to finish as a smiling, dimpled woman slid back their door and said, "Anything off the cart, dears?" Hadrian couldn't hide his glee at seeing the obviously younger women than the one in his memories. Excitedly, he took out some money, buying a little bit of everything the women had to offer. Betty Bott's every flavor beans, Drubel's best blowing gum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and a number of other strangely named things whose taste Hadrian missed. With a tinge of pink on his cheeks, his black-haired companion returned his attention to the book when Hadrian returned with his arms full of sweets, tipping them onto an empty seat. Recognizing the expression for what it was, Hadrian practically forced the boy to share the sweets with him, even going as far as threatening the boy with a good hex if he didn't stop making a big deal out of everything. Although reluctantly at first, the boys soon started to enjoy the strange sweets and the conversation between them warmed up considerably as Hadrian explained some of the sweets' more surprising traits. They talked about all and nothing all the same, their conversation filled with sarcastic barbs, both enjoying each other's company. Hadrian was thrilled to find a child, his age, that was more mature, while the black-haired boy was surprised to find someone able to understand his sarcasm and enjoy his dry humor. While they were engaged in a debate about Quidditch, with Hadrian proclaiming that it was the best sport ever while Severus affirmed it was a waste of time, the compartment's door slid open revealing a black-haired, bespectacled boy who confidently walked in, followed by a timid-looking blonde-haired boy who seemed to be confused at what he was doing there. Hadrian didn't know who the timid boy was, but he had no doubt about the bespectacled boy's identity. After all, he looked almost like a carbon copy of how he himself had looked in his other life, at this age. Though this boy seemed to have way more confidence in himself than he had ever had at that age. This was James Potter, his dad. James's expression brightened considerably as his eyes fell on Hadrian. With a blinding smile he headed straight to the boy, completely ignoring the other occupant of the compartment. "Here you are," James exclaimed, earning a bewildered look from Hadrian. "I was looking everywhere for you. Do you know how many people are waiting to meet you?" No, a lot. Let me tell you. By the way, I am James Potter, nice to finally meet you, and this is Peter Pettigrew." I am Hadrian Malfoy," Hadrian said, making James roll his eyes. "Obviously. The fact that you made the papers more than once might have been a hint towards your identity, Dark Angel," James said with a wink. Hadrian felt slightly disturbed. "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go." "I think I'll stay here, thank you for the invitation," Hadrian politely declined. "I've had enough attention for one day," he continued, grimacing. "What? You can't possibly want to remain here with this slimy git instead of going with me," James exclaimed, acknowledging the other boy's presence for the first time, if only to insult him. Suddenly, Hadrian's whole demeanor changed. "Please refrain from insulting my friends," Hadrian started with an icy quality to his voice, as the compartment temperature suddenly dropped a few degrees. "Especially if you are trying to become one of them." James' face became tomato red, but he didn't say anything else, storming out the compartment, a nervous Peter following behind him. A disappointed sigh escaped Hadrian. He had forgotten that his father was so childish during his Hogwarts years. His companion, though, was seeing Hadrian in another light. From what he gathered, the boy, Hadrian Malfoy, had to be quite famous to be in the papers and quite rich considering the amount of sweets he bought as if it was nothing. And still he chose to stay with him, share wizarding candy with him, and even came to his defense when another insulted him. With the exception of his mother and Lily, no one had ever jumped to his defense before, but Hadrian thought of him as a friend after talking with him for only a few hours, not even a day since they had met each other. How peculiar. Well, at least this time you didn't start a fight, another voice said, startling both him and Hadrian. I guess that had to count as an improvement, the voice that belonged to a boy who had silently opened the door said, making Hadrian scowl. It wasn't my fault, Hadrian exclaimed with a growl. That is what you always say, the new boy retorted. Noticing the narrowed gaze of Hadrian's companion, the new boy diverted his attention towards him. I am Sirius Black. With whom do I have the pleasure? Severus Snape, the other responded stiffly. Who was this Sirius Black that was so cozy with his friend? My, what a strict-sounding name, Sirius exclaimed, completely ignoring the dark gaze Severus was throwing at him. It was nothing compared to the patented death glare of future Snape. Sirius, are you trying to start a fight? Hadrian asked with a tired-sounding voice. Don't tell me you aren't tempted. Especially since no points aren't at risk, Sirius said with a mischievous glimmer in his silver eyes. Hadrian groaned. How do you two know each other? Severus asked, closely observing their interaction, not liking at all how familiar they were with each other. Our families are friends, Sirius responded before Hadrian got the chance to open his mouth, at which Severus' glare intensified. Anyway, moving along. Hadrian, you might want to change into your uniform. We almost reached Hogwarts, and I have to say, you sure know how to pick a place when you want to avoid being found. It took me ages to discover your compartment. Really? Sorry then, Hadrian said with a sheepish smile, realizing that because he had spent the entire train ride going from compartment to compartment before finally settling in the furthest of compartments had made him very hard to locate. Sirius gave a defeated sigh. As he started to pull on his black robes, a voice suddenly echoed through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately. All three boys' hearts skipped a beat. They were almost at Hogwarts. Painful screams knifed through the night only to shortly dissipate into nothingness. Gloomy-colored clouds shrouded the almost lifeless moon, which seemed to have lost its normal bright color as everything fell into a deafening silence. It seemed as if time itself had stopped, afraid to attract the attention of an unseen enemy. Not a sound could be heard save for the noise made by a terrified girl that ran, protected by the night shadows from the many enemies that haunted her. The panting of her breathing was quite clear in the absolute silence that ruled the darkness. She tore through it with the sounds of her heels hitting the asphalt as she ran with only one goal in mind, to stay alive. She felt ready to collapse at any moment now, that was how tired she was, but still she continued to dash through the dark alleys at an abnormal speed for any normal human, even though she felt sore over every inch of her body from all the running. But she couldn't stop. No, she wouldn't stop because if she did everything was over. All the sacrifices made by her clan so that she could escape would be in vain, and she couldn't let that happen. Bright, vivid images that portrayed her deepest nightmares, but worse, represented her reality, flashed through her head. If her heart had been beating still, she was sure that it would have broken from grief by now. Swallowing her sorrow, she continued her mad dash, only wanting to put as much distance between them and herself as possible. Her mentor's words still rang in her mind, giving her hope. She had to find the one chosen by the moon to fulfill her task, but, first, she had to reach some of her coven allies. What lay ahead of her was a road full of incertitude and unknown factors, but she wouldn't give up that easily. Somewhere in the distance, she could feel their auras coming closer of her location. She couldn't let herself be caught, no matter what. She had her duty to accomplish before she could let herself be killed. Her eyes flashed crimson for a second as exhaustion overcame her. But she had to continue, at least till she got out the city. In the forest she was safe, she could hide there better than anywhere else. She had to continue running. She just had. Fur's years over here. An all too familiar voice boomed and Hadrian felt the need to run and hug the giant man that bobbed a lamp over the head of the students. He was just as he remembered him to be, his face being almost completely hidden by a long, shaggy mane of hair and a wild, tangled beard that were slightly shorter than the ones from his memories and of a darker color. You could still make out his eyes, glinting like black beetles underneath all that hair, and the large smile that broke on his face at the sight of new students. "Hagrid," he whispered, and suddenly he felt a light squeeze on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with the face of Sirius that was giving him an encouraging smile, at which Hadrian couldn't help but give a smile of his own in return. He was sure that his friend knew exactly what he felt at the moment. A low grumble broke off his daydream, and he felt the need to chuckle at his other friend, Severus' disgruntled face. Who would have ever thought that he would become friends with the greasy potion professor that gave him hell in his other life? Ah, the irony of Harry Potter's life. Gazing once more at Hagrid with warmth in his eyes, he couldn't stop a nagging feeling from appearing in the back of his head, which he promptly pushed away. He wasn't ready to deal with the fact that one of the people who cared for him so in this world was more than what he seemed to be, although he already knew that, to be completely honest. After all, there could only be one explanation for the fact that Hagrid was Hogwarts' keeper of keys and grounds this time around too, and he wasn't too keen in dealing with it yet. "Come on. Follow me, kids. Mind your step. Now, first years, follow me. You'll get first sight o' Hogwarts in a sec. Just round this bend here." Hadrian heard Hagrid's voice say, cutting off his musings, and, slowly, he raised his eyes. His breath was taken away by the beauty of the sight that greeted him. There, in all her splendor, stood Hogwarts. The vast castle was exactly as he remembered it to be, perched atop a high mountain on the other side, proudly welcoming them in all her magnificent glory under the starry sky. Hadrian ignored the sharp intakes of breath of the other first years and their exclamation of awe and surprise, enjoying instead the soft humming of magic that existed all around him. He could practically breathe the magic that pulsated in the air as each and every one of the students was enveloped by it, taken under the noble school's protective wing without them knowing. His brilliant eyes shone more brighter than ever, and unconsciously his face broke into a blinding smile that would have put the sun to shame as he enjoyed the gentle night breeze that caressed his face. He was home. "No more than 4 in a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Gingerly, Hadrian climbed into the boat, followed by Sirius and Severus and a sandy-haired boy with whom Sirius was bent on becoming friends, at least judging from the excited question he was throwing at the bewildered boy who seemed to not know what to do confronted with Sirius' more than pushy approach. Idly, Hadrian wondered who the boy was but didn't bother to ask. He will shortly find out at the sorting, after all. The ride was silent, with the exception of Sirius' hushed conversation with the sandy-haired boy, everyone preferring to gaze at the castle that will become their home for more than half a year instead of talking, and thus, before they knew it, they reached the shore. They clambered up a passageway in the rock, following Hagrid, who led them to a huge, oak front door on which he knocked 3 times with his huge fists, making some of the first years cringe at the loud noise. Ominously, the door swung open at once, startling some of the students. Sirius beamed. There, in all her stern glory, stood a rather younger Professor McGonagall dressed in emerald robes, her black hair drawn into a tight bun, and Hadrian gave a mental snicker seeing how Sirius straightened himself up and ended his hushed whisperings while faced with his favorite teacher. McGonagall gave the children a scrutinizing look above her square glasses, making some of them shiver. Their survival instincts warned them immediately. This wasn't a woman whom you wanted to cross. Ever. Seemingly satisfied by their reaction, with the tiniest hint of a smirk at her lips, the women turned towards Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will handle them from here on," she said with a kind tone to the friendly giant, who gave a shy smile before taking his leave. "Now," the women continued in a brisk tone, turning to the first years, "follow me and don't stray away from the group," she said before leading them inside the castle. The students were spellbound. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches, and some gasps escaped them as pearly white and slightly transparent figures glided across a magnificent marble staircase that led to the upper floors. "Ghosts!" Someone from the back screamed, at which the professor turned and greeted the floating persons, leaving the student gaping after her, though they calmed down significantly. If a teacher greeted them, it meant that they were friendly, right? Nervous and full of questions, the students continued to follow Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor into a small, empty chamber off the hall. They crowded in, standing rather closer together than they would usually have done, peering about meekly. "Welcome to Hogwarts," started Professor McGonagall to say. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." Hadrian inwardly cheered. Sirius owned him now. He always suspected that the professor used the same speech for the first years and now it was proven. Take that, Sirius, he thought, sending a smug smile to a scowling Sirius. After the professor left, murmurs started to fill the chamber. The sandy-haired boy appeared to warm up to Sirius, starting to ask him all kind of questions to which the latter was gladly answering, and Hadrian couldn't help but notice the nasty looks James continued to throw at him as his eyes swept over the first years. The other kids were looking nervous, wrecking themselves over just how exactly they were supposed to be sorted, coming up with exaggerated stories while fixing their attire. Next to him, Hadrian heard a scoff. Turning, he raised an inquiring eyebrow towards Severus. "The sorting," the other clarified. "I can't believe the stories they come up with," he said, looking at a group of children who were talking about facing dragons and whatnot, and to Sirius, who was patiently listening, the sandy-haired boy. Mind you, rather bemused at the same time, as the boy listed the spells he read about, expecting an exam of sorts. "Am I to understand you know what the sorting is all about?" asked Hadrian, amused at his new friend's distress. "It's nothing special," Severus said, trying to appear apathetic, though he couldn't hide a hint of smugness from his tone at knowing something that Hadrian didn't. "You only have to put an weird, old talking hat on your head who shouts the name of your house," he replied. "The hardest thing one could do in this lifetime." "Really?" Severus snorted, giving a look of contempt to the overly excited first years. "Liar," one of the children said, hearing Severus' explanation. "Thar's the most ridiculous story I have ever heard. It can't be that simple." The boy, who sorta reminded Harry of a brave Neville, stated, and Hadrian was ready to burst in laughter at the glower and death glare Severus sent towards the now cowering boy. "Yeah, that's right. What were you thinking when you suggested something like that?" A red-haired boy, with a lean body and sharp nose, asked in mock terror, his blue eyes glinting mischievously. "That's right. Where's your imagination, your sense of adventure? Plus, just imagine the horror my hair will face if confronted with a patchy old hat." Another boy that was the mirror image of the first exclaimed with a shudder, looking terrified. "Yeah, even if it is an irreplaceable artifact of forgotten magic that is about to perform intricate telepathy on our mind, what's so interesting about that?" the first boy asked in a matter-of-fact tone, ignoring the open mouths of his fellow students who couldn't say if they were serious or joking. Hadrian groaned. Great, twins. His Hogwarts years suddenly became even more interesting. "Hush you guys, the professor is coming," a light-haired girl that was sitting with Lily and Petunia said hastily, and, not even a moment later, the door opened, letting in Professor McGonagall, upon whose arrival the chatter stopped immediately. "Well, what are you waiting for?" the professor asked in a sharp tone. "Form a line and follow me," the women ordered, leading them out of the chamber, back across the hall, and through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. The first years stared in wonder. In the hall, thousands and thousands of candles were floating in midair over 4 long tables, upon which were laid glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers were sitting. Hadrian recognized some of them as Professor Flitwick, Professor Slughorn, or Professor Sprout, but others were still unfamiliar to him. Feeling a burning stare upon him, Hadrian let his eyes roam further at the professor table until he locked gazes with Riddle's crimson eyes, who, unsurprisingly because his father let him know beforehand, was sitting in the headmaster's seat. The professor gave him an amused smile and a small nod of acknowledgement, and Hadrian promptly cut the gaze off, the Hagrid issue still fresh on his mind. Mainly to avoid Riddle's stare, Hadrian looked upward, a smile gracing his features as he looked at the velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. He mentally chuckled as he heard Sirius whisper, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. You can read all about it in Hogwarts, a history." To the sandy-haired boy who was also mesmerized by the sight who seemed to be an opening towards heaven. "Oh, man," whined the boy that called Severus a liar, "I can't believe he told the truth." He groaned, looking with distaste at a battered hat that was put on a stool by McGonagall, at which Severus remained impassive, though one could see, if looked for it, the victorious glint present in his eyes that seemed to scream, "Ha!" to the world. Noticing that the hat twitched, everybody's eyes glued themselves to the old artifact, who seemed to stir from a deep sleep. Fascinated, they watched as the hat developed a wide mouth and started to sing. "I welcome you, new students, it's time for a new year. I'll sort all of you to help at finding your place here. You may not like my look, but don't judge me wrong. 'Cause I'm the only one that could sort you where you belong. You might be in Gryffindor, courageous at heart, daring, chivalrous, hot-heated. It's what sets you apart. Or you may be a Hufflepuff, where friendship's above all, loyal, kind and honest. You'll never let a friend fall. Or yet in Ravenclaw you could find your own kind, where books and learning are always on one's mind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll find the house for you still. With cunning and cleverness your ambitions you'll fulfill. So try me, don't be scared, 'cause your rightful place I'll find. I'm a thinking hat and I'll peek inside your mind. But worry not, my friend, 'cause what there will I see. A secret will be kept inside little, old me, so come and put me on. Don't get in a flap, 'cause I'm the one and only the great thinking cap." Applause erupted in the hall at the end of the song, and Hadrian swore he heard the kid from earlier groan, "Great, it sings," in a sarcastic voice to which he couldn't help a snicker from escaping him. In a long stride, Professor McGonagall stepped forward after the applause calmed down, holding a long roll of parchment in her hands. "The one who hears his or her name called will step on the stool and put the hat on to be sorted," she said, peering at them from above her glasses. "Black, Sirius." Narcissa Black was bored to death while she listened to her friends' endless chatter. Disinterested, she watched as the first years were brought inside by McGonagall, and her cold blue eyes quickly locked on the proud figure of her cousin, who didn't seem to be nervous at all about the sorting. From the corners of her eyes she could see how her other relatives also dropped anything else they did at the moment in favor of observing the one who will one day become the head of the noble house of Black. Sirius Black. The boy intrigued her as she didn't know what to expect of him. The Sirius she knew was a prankster who loved to joke around and hated his responsibilities as the Black Heir. A fool. But her uncle said that that wasn't her cousin's true personality, that it was the result of a compulsion web which Sirius managed to break on his own. Her interest was piqued. Although she was the youngest of her sister, she prided herself in also being the wisest. She knew that, compared to her older sisters, she was thought just as a pretty face whose only use to the family will be the betrothal contract she will have to fulfill. She wasn't as Andromeda, whom she often compared with a gentle owl due to her sister love of books. She knew that her father was very proud of Andromeda, thinking that she will have a bright political career, and, although she didn't see the charm of those foolish political games, she could see it happening. That is if her sister didn't become distracted, as she often did, by those silly romance novellas that planted dangerous ideas in her head. I mean, really, how could her sister enjoy reading such filthy, unspeakable stuff was beyond her. Lord gracious, could one imagine the shame that will befall the Black House if her sister decided to follow the example showed in those books and fall in love with some pauper or worse, muggle filth? Her parents should be glad they have her to deal with it. Andromeda would never find out why her books kept on disappearing. And Bellatrix. Narcissa often compared her oldest sister with a storm. She had to admit that Bella was a genius in dueling, but what good will that do? Even though her sister had her own kind of beauty who would want to marry her, knowing of her tomboyish hobbies like Quidditch, and dueling, and her violent temper? No, she knew her way was the best one. With care and lots of work she made sure to become the most sought-after girl in Slytherin, and not only. Even the older students were taken aback by her beauty, although she was only 13 years old in a third year. At this rate she will find the best match she could and assure herself a bright future in which she could enjoy life without lifting a finger. That way she knew everybody will be happy. She would have her easy life. The Black House will gain more power trough the alliance to her husband's family, and she could after concentrate on building herself the perfect family in peace. Because, without doubt, family was the most important thing in one's life. And that it why the news about the compulsion web came as such a shock, to think one would attempt to harm a black scion. Fury boiled underneath her cool demeanor and, although she struggled to maintain her polite facade, her smile became the iciest one have ever seen her have. With barely contained anxiety she watched as Sirius, elegantly she noted, sat on the stool and put on the old hat. Seconds ticked by and it felt like an eternity has passed before the hat proclaimed, in a loud voice, Slytherin, for all to hear. She let out a breath she didn't knew she was holding as a genuine smile lighted her face. Maybe Sirius really changed from his muggle-loving silly prankster days because she knew there was no way for the old Sirius to land in Slytherin's house. Wait a second. Muggle-loving, it couldn't be, could it? With a sinking feeling she inconspicuously excused herself from the table without attracting attention and, pale-faced, headed straight to the owlery with no time to waste. She had a letter to write. The professors watched the new students as they were sorted with fond smile on their faces. They remembered a time where they were just like this, nervous but determined to learn the secrets of magic, and because of that they couldn't help little smiles from appearing on their faces although the atmosphere at the table was far from being cheerful. The scandal with Dumbledore took its toll on everybody. Most of them understood that the headmaster's intentions were pure, but that didn't make them any less wrong, and for that Hogwarts had to suffer. They still couldn't believe that the headmaster was capable of using legerdemain on a child, and frankly the incident had shaken their blind faith in the wizard. They were teachers, professors, and their job was to take care of the children and help them achieve their potential. It was a sacrilege for them to see something that they were sworn to protect, with their lives even, harmed by the one who they thought of as their leader. More so, since the news of Albus' deed had reached the country's ears, they received complaints, threats, and daily howlers. Some parents even wanting for their children to leave Hogwarts in favor of Beauxbatons or Durmstrang. In times like this they realized how lucky they were to have Riddle on their side. After Dumbledore was relieved of his function due to the Ministry's decree, the respected Dada professor was forced to step forward as deputy headmaster and assume role of headmaster in Dumbledore's stead. Right when the pandemonium broke out. In awe, the professors watched how Riddle handled the chaos with seemingly ease, calming the raging parents, organizing the huge amount of paperwork that needed to be completed at the start of a new scholar year and, in short, brought order in the maelstrom that came over Hogwarts with the recent events. It was a wonder how the professor managed to spin the situation around and make the parents retreat their complaints and convince them to let the children continue their education at Hogwarts. The man was a born diplomat. From the corners of their eyes they watched as Riddle charmed the students with a simple smile even now, as the sorting took place. It seemed as if the headmaster seat was made specially for him and, though they loved Dumbledore, they had to admit that Riddle did his job better than the old wizard who liked to put his responsibilities on the shoulders of others. They didn't know if they should feel troubled or not at how fit the man seemed in his new position. All the way, Riddle only observed them in amusement. Some people were so easy won over by his charming facade. Hadrian anxiously waited for his name to be called. This time he decided to let the hat choose his house without his interference, and, so, he couldn't wait to see where he would be sorted. After all, he had changed a lot from the boy that nervously waited to be sorted all those years ago. Slowly, the names were approaching his letter. He watched, rather dispassionately to be truthful, as Rabiston Lestrange, who was sorted into Slytherin, proud with his sorting, strutted towards the house table to sit beside his equally proud older brother Rodolphus. He was unsurprised when the boy that called Severus a liar proved out to be Frank Longbottom, the resemblance with Neville being undeniable, or at least that was what Hadrian bemusedly thought as he watched the boy trip on air as he headed towards the Gryffindor's table. He was surprised, though, when the sandy boy that Sirius befriended, proven to be Remus Lupin, his mentor of sorts from his other life, and that he was sorted into Ravenclaw. He felt a little bad realizing that now Hogwarts wouldn't be met with the marauders, seeing that the prankster quartet had been separated before they even had a chance to befriend each other, with James going into Gryffindor and Sirius into Slytherin. Well, at least his mother and Remus were in the same house, Hadrian warily thought, thinking of Lily who, unlike her sister who was sorted into Gryffindor, was also sorted into Ravenclaw. Malfoy, Hadrian! McGonagall called, and suddenly the loud chatter in the great hall was replaced by silence as Hadrian stepped forwards and, gracefully, sat on the stool. Did she say, is that him? The hero that? They call him, Dark Angel, you know. As the blackness inside the hat blocked all the outside noises, Hadrian could only feel grateful. Really, didn't they had anything better to do beside gossiping about him? Unlikely, snorted the same voice that Hadrian heard singing before, and whom he promptly recognized as belonging to the hat, inside his mind. Now, let's see what we have here. The voice idly continued, and Hadrian felt the hat's presence passing through all his mental barriers with little to no effort. Don't be surprised, young man. I am the Founder's sorting hat, after all, the cap stated, smugness dripping from its tone, at which Hadrian lightly snorted. Oh, my! The hat suddenly exclaimed. This has never happened before. Hadrian wasn't sure if he wanted to know. Was it about the fact that he was from another dimension? Not that, boy. I already sorted your companion in case that you forgot, the hat said rather impatiently, shamelessly listening to his private thoughts, so I already know all about that. It was quite an easy task to sort your friend considering the plans he has for the future, plans which I warn you, have you at their center. But this is another matter altogether, simply because I cannot sort you, the hat proclaimed, frustrated, pausing dramatically between each word. There was a second spam in which his brain shut down due to the shock, then. What? Hadrian mentally screamed, making the hat cringe. You cannot do that. You are the sorting hat. It's your job to sort me. What do you mean that you can't? Well, the hat nervously began, aware of Hadrian's rather destructive plans for its demise that plagued the boy's mind at the moment. While seeing your memories, I came to the conclusion that you have the equal amount of qualities from all four houses. You are ferociously loyal to those you deem friends and family. You are recklessly brave when a situation arises, but you manage to maintain a cool mind no matter what you have to deal with in order to make a quick escape, and, though your mind is as Slytherin as one can get with all those manipulative plans you have going inside it, you still yearn for a simple life. So, as you see, I come to an impasse, seeing that you will fit in all the houses, and as such I don't know where to sort you. You have to be kidding me, Hadrian mentally groaned, feeling the rather unhealthy need to bang his head on something, or strangle the sorting hat. So what do we do now? I can't stay here forever, you know, Hadrian dryly pointed out after a few moments in which the silence stretched. I don't know. The Founders will all kill me if I don't sort you into their house, respectively, the hat whined. Yes, whined, to an unsympathetic Hadrian. The Founders, really? Forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I was under the impression that they are dead. So please forgive me for asking, but how are they more dangerous than me? Asked in an innocent tone Hadrian, but with a murderous edge coating his voice. Right. 'Cause in this world there isn't any way for the dead to remain in this realm. The hat pointed out with a huff, ignoring Hadrian's not-so-subtle threat completely. Wait, you mean they are still around? Asked Hadrian, suddenly alert, ready to pick any clues the hat might give. He really wanted a mystery to take his mind off his chaotic life. Sadly, the hat simply ignored his question. I suppose I could let you choose for yourself the house you want to be in, and I'll just go along with your choice, the hat said slowly, as if not believing itself for suggesting something like that. And we couldn't have done that faster because? Asked a rather annoyed Hadrian that simply knew wild rumors will run amiss thanks to his rather lengthy sorting. Well, sorry for being reluctant of letting a student sort himself when that is my task to fulfill, the hat said sharply, irritated with this unfavorable turn of events. A task that you don't seem capable of accomplishing at the moment, Hadrian mercilessly pointed. So what should it be? Do you want to return to being a Gryffindor, or shall I put you in another house? The hat inquired, brushing off yet again Hadrian's comments. Hadrian's brows furrowed in concentration. What house did he want it to be sorted in? This wasn't an easy decision to make, Hadrian realized. There were just too many factors that had to be taken in consideration, considering his, well, admittedly rather vague plans for the future and the prejudiced views the wizarding world held. If he were to be a Gryffindor, he was sure that the dark families wouldn't ever consider allying themselves with him because he will be thought as a foolish golden boy that blindly followed the light's beliefs. Hufflepuff was out of the question since, though he knew it wasn't true, the house members did have a reputation of being rather slow on the uptake, and no one will really take him seriously if he was sorted there. That left Ravenclaw and Slytherin for the count. And frankly, though he knew that by being in Ravenclaw he was assuring himself a perfectly neutral position, he really didn't like studying that much and he preferred Quidditch over a book anytime. So, he decided on Slytherin. Considering the fact that his status as a hero, who had a hard life, should give him some leeway for the light side, the Slytherin house was his most useful choice. Firstly, because Sirius was there and as such they could plan their private conversations easier. Then there was the fact that he could develop more his acting and manipulating skills, seeing that in that house they were a must for survival, and, frankly, he always wondered what he missed when refused to be sorted their first time around. "Are you sure?" the Hat's voice asked just as Hadrian made his decision. Hadrian only gave the mental version of a nod. "Well, if you are, you can go to Slytherin," the Hat said, shouting the last word aloud for the whole hall to hear. After he took the hat off his head, silence was the only thing that greeted him. All the first years, no, all the school, including the professors, were looking at him as if he were a strange animal from zoo. It's a new record," suddenly exclaimed Professor Flitwick in excitement, standing up on his seat and looking at Hadrian in awe. "It's the longest sorting that ever took place at Hogwarts," he proclaimed, and, as if on cue, the hall was suddenly filled with the buzzing sound of whispering. All eyes locked on the Hadrian, who plastered an uncertain smile on his face as wild theories were beginning to form in the mind of the students. Then the applause began. It started with Lucius, who was looking at Hadrian filled with pride, and Sirius, who was positively beaming, but soon the whole Slytherin table joined, the members throwing smug looks towards the other houses as if to say, "He's ours now, tough luck." Hadrian was certain that this was the most excited greeting he had ever saw the Slytherins give to a new member. He didn't know what to feel about that, frankly. Confidently, as he didn't felt inclined to show any weakness for his new housemates to exploit, he headed towards the Slytherin table after McGonagall ushered him so that the next student could be sorted. He refused to acknowledge the satisfied crimson stare that followed his every move. Emerald flames sprung to life, bathing the room in their eerie glow as, gracefully, a figure emerged from them, greeting with a nod the other three occupants of the room. "My lord, you have arrived," respectfully murmured Abraxas, while the others too also gave curt but respectful nods. They weren't foolish and they recognized the man's power. Tension filled the air as they were under the sharp scrutinizing gaze of the newly arrived man, that sent shivers down their spine unconsciously. Yes, the sorting had lasted more than it was expected, the man finally said, with amusement dancing in his burgundy eyes, "thanks to the always surprising Mr. Hadrian, who, you will be pleased to find out, Abraxas, has been sorted into Slytherin." The man continued with a hint of smugness, explaining the reason for his delay without really giving an apology per se, not that anybody expected him to do. Abraxas was indeed pleased, if rather surprised, by his son's sorting. He had expected him to land in Ravenclaw, but, as always, his lord's premonition had proven right. Also, he couldn't help but wonder what Hadrian had done now to cause his master's delay, but he knew this wasn't the time to satisfy his curiosity. "Well, now that you have blessed us with your presence, we can finally get this over with," interfered gruffly a voice, bluntly cutting the pleasantries short before they even began, that belonged to Bogrud, a rather disgruntled goblin that was glaring at nothing and all at the same time trough his monocle-covered eye. "I have to say that I am also curious to find the reason for this meeting," Leon Delacour also stated, his blue eyes piercing Riddle's red ones, knowing that the man was the one that was in charge. The man in question let a fleeting dark smile adorn his flawless handsome features as he served himself with a glass of red wine from Abraxas' office, in which the meeting was held, and turned to face his guests, Abraxas Malfoy, Bogrud the senior goblin and Leon Delacour, that were scattered around the kidney-shaped satinwood desk, seated in comfortable armchairs. "I presume that everyone present here has been briefed on Hadrian's heritage, isn't that right?" he asked, mostly towards Leon as he knew that the other two were acquainted with the situation. "We have been," Leon confirmed, "but I have to admit that I don't really understand why this is such an important matter," the bee-owned wizard said, earning himself quite a disgusted look from Bogrud. "He is the Howell heir," the goblin stated in a matter-of-fact tone, as if that was an explanation in and out itself. Really now, he couldn't believe the ignorance of wizards these days. Stupid fools. "The Howell heir, indeed," Riddle mused before fixing Leon with his eyes. Tell me, Mr. Delacour, what do you know about the Howells? The older wizard's forehead creased in concentration. Not much, he finally admitted after a couple of seconds, only that they are one of the oldest houses in Europe, at which the goblin huffed. Figures you don't know much about them, boy, the goblin said to Leon, who was bristling in barely contained anger at Bogrud's insulting tone. If you knew, you would have realized their importance and you wouldn't have addressed them without the proper respect, the goblin continued, and, if Leon wasn't a peaceful man, he would have likely strangled the goblin despite the fact that no anger could be seen on his face at Bogrud's words. Maybe it would be better if we let my lord give us a proper explanation. I have to admit that I am also at loss to their true importance, although I like to think I grasped the basics. Malfoy smoothly interfered before the goblin and his father-in-law started to go at each other's throats. A low, seductive chuckle escaped Riddle, who was amused at their antics, childish as they might be, effectively silencing any further attempt at speech that the others might have. The Howells, Riddle started with a velvety tone enrapturing his listeners, aren't just any old family. They are more important than any of you, well maybe with the exception of Bogrud, can even begin to imagine. They are ancient, their first widely known appearance in history dating from 48 BCE, back when the Howells, that were already known as a noble house, saved most of the books from Library of Alexandria from being destroyed during the Great Fire. As you can deduce, they migrated from Alexandria afterward, firstly towards Africa, Asia, Japan included and America before, finally, coming in Europe where they traveled from country to country for a few centuries before settling down in the British Isles, also deciding to adopt the name of Howell then, which means prominent in Welsh. In their travels, thanks to their neutral position and knowledge that they possessed, the Howells were courted by many important wizarding noble houses with whom they signed magical binding alliance contracts that passed down the generations and that are still active even today, and I believe you realize what that means for Hadrian and us. I trust that Bogrud has some names that are allied with the Howells for us? Inquired Riddle, pinning the goblin in question with his gaze. Indeed I do, and among them are found the names of the Royal House of Russia, the Rurik House, of China, the Yu House and of Japan, the Shindo House, the goblin said, making Leon and Abraxas gasp in surprise, their jaws almost dropping to the floor from shock. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.